Call. Change of plans. We're headed to Istanbul. What's in Istanbul? It's not what, but who. Mo's in Istanbul, at least that's what the analysts think. Istanbul. Great place to go to ground. We need to hit the embassy in Redacted to pick up your passport, and then we'll head straight to the airfield. They have a clean identity for you, and they've wiped your data off the facial recognition databases. You're still technically a wanted man. We don't want some cop in Turkey taking you down. Just like that? Just like that, Reece. Chapter 41. In the spy novels he'd read, the CIA always flew around in private jets, so Reece was a bit disappointed when their ride turned out to be a twin turboprop MC-12W, a military version of the King Air 350ER. This particular model was set up for electronic surveillance missions and must have been the closest aircraft available. The plane's narrow cabin was packed with what looked to be complicated electronic warfare gear, making accommodations a bit cramped. As professional soldiers, both Reece and Freddie knew that you took sleep when you could and were out within 20 minutes of takeoff. It was 10 p.m. local by the time they touched down at Istanbul Ataturk International, a smaller facility on the European side of the Bosporus Strait. They were waved through passport control thanks to their black diplomatic passports, their gear bags and weapons cases sealed as diplomatic pouches, exempting them from inspection by customs officials. A fresh-faced kid who looked to be in his mid-20s met them just outside the secure area and led them to a nondescript white van in the loading area. Reece guessed that he was the junior man at the local CIA station, but he had the good sense to sit up front and not ask any questions of the shaggy-looking commandos in the back seat. Thanks to the late hour, the ride to the consulate took only 30 minutes. Reece shook his head in amusement when they passed a Burger King just before turning toward the American compound. After a good night's sleep in small but modern rooms on the consulate grounds, Reece and Freddie were guided to the CIA section, which constituted an entire wing of the top floor of the building. Their escort left them in a secure conference room where a coffee mess was set up on the long rectangular table. Reece was pleasantly surprised to see they had both honey and cream at the ready. 5 minutes later, the chief of station breezed into the room holding a tall cup of Starbucks. Kelly Hampton was 45, but could probably pass herself off as being a decade younger. Those who met her professionally were often surprised to learn she was the ranking CIA officer in Turkey. She stood 5'11" and still had the physique from her college days swimming for Princeton. She wore a simple blue pantsuit over a white silk blouse, and her light brown hair was still a bit damp from her shower. A mother of 2 small children, she carefully juggled her home life with her CIA career. Redacted. Reece liked her instantly. "Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Kelly. Did you get coffee?" "Yes, ma'am," both men said in unison. "I'm Freddie Strain," the CIA man said, shaking her extended hand across the table. "And this is James Donovan." "Nice to meet you both," she smiled warmly. "We have a video teleconference set up with Langley, so let's get this thing running." She used a remote control to operate a large LCD screen on the wall at the end of the room. Within moments, the smiling face of an Asian female who looked like she belonged in a college sorority filled the screen. "Good morning, guys. I'm Nicole Fan. I'm an analyst at the CTC," she said, referring to the CIA's Counterterrorism Center. "We have some exciting news. We believe with a high degree of certainty that Mohammed Farouk is in Turkey." The young analyst spoke with such enthusiasm Reece could tell that she loved her job. "One of his lieutenants, Adam El-Kader, was spotted on a surveillance camera outside a bank near the Arap Mosque in the Karaköy neighborhood, and he pinged on the NSA's facial recognition database. Our data people dug into the mosque's computers and found a series of donations by a Wasif Hameda, which is a suspected alias of Mohammed. The most recent donation was made last week, so we assess there is a high likelihood that he's still in the area." "That fits," Freddie responded. "Any idea where he's living? What he's driving? Establishments he frequents?" "I wish I had more on that front, but that's all we know for now. We'll keep working on it. This all popped within the past 48 hours. "Well, thanks so much for getting it to us so quickly." Anything new on Nawaz?
Unfortunately, no. He is notoriously cautious about communicating electronically. We believe all his planning is done in person or via courier. He's learned from watching us target his contemporaries.
Well, keep us posted. If we are able to make contact with Mohammed, we'd sure like to be able to corroborate anything he tells us about Nawaz via technical means. Otherwise, this is all going to happen based off single-source HUMINT.
We do have some other interesting information, though,
Nicole continued.
The Special Forces team uploaded the fingerprints they scanned from the men who attacked your compound in
Redacted.
We ran them through BATS and AFIS, and it turns out that almost all were members of an Iraqi commando unit, Mohammed Farouk's former commando unit. As you both know, that was a CIA-run program. What you might not know is that when we withdrew from Iraq in 2011, we attempted to keep running them through Iraqi officers we'd recruited during the war, but in all the chaos of the drawdown and withdrawal of forces, we lost control. It's been rumored that they have become a death squad of sorts and hire out as mercenaries if it's approved by their officers and the money is right.
Did I help train any of them? Reece asked.
They ranged from 2007 to 2014 and were all still active on the unit's roster. One set of prints came back as a Captain Salih Daraji. His time overlaps with yours, Mr. Donovan.
Reece nodded, remembering the face he'd last seen covered in blood as he'd pulled his knife from Captain Daraji's brainstem in the dirt of the CIA compound. So you're saying an active CIA-trained Iraqi commando unit traveled to, redacted, to attack a U.S. compound? Freddie asked.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Crazy, huh? Somebody doesn't like you boys very much.
Solid assessment, Freddie acknowledged. You said almost all were part of the stew. Who are the others?
The two suicide bombers were unidentifiable. What parts we could find didn't link to anyone in our databases. We do have a source in Libya who's reported the two recruits being developed as suicide bombers are missing. And get this, one was only 16.
As horrible as that is, it makes sense, Freddie offered. The stew is a direct-action focus unit, not fanatical suicide bombers, but they wouldn't hesitate to use someone recruited to wear an S-vest to get the job done, or place blame for an operation elsewhere. Thank you for your help, Langley.
No worries, reach out if you need us.
Nicole smiled warmly as she ended the conference. She certainly was chipper, Reece said, sipping his coffee.
If this station can support in any way, just let me know,
Kelly said. What do you have on that mosque and neighborhood? Reece asked. Any assets inside?
I'll get you what we have. For now, I'll give you a quick lay of the land. Are you two familiar with the state of affairs here in Turkey?
We'd love a refresher, Freddie answered.
Okay, well, as you may or may not know, Turkey is sliding quickly from a secular nation to an increasingly intolerant Islamic state. They've rediscovered their identity and are begging to flex their muscles. Things were already heading in that direction, but after the attempted coup in 2016, it's gone into overdrive. This is a country with 85,000 mosques, and they're building more every day. The imams are all government employees, so assume that when you step foot inside, everything you say will be reported to the MIT, the National Intelligence Organization. Hostility toward the West, and the U.S. specifically, is snowballing. The U.S. has over 1,000 personnel at Incirlik Air Base.
Redacted.
During the coup attempt, the Turks cut off power and the base was encircled by a mob incited by the government-controlled imams. Not usually how allies act. Ordinarily, I'd be hesitant to put an American into a mosque in this environment, but in this case, your status as a fugitive may be an asset.
James Donovan is a wanted man? That's news to me, Ms. Hampton, Reece said.
I'm sorry, you look so much like someone named James Reece who made the news last year.
Honest mistake.
We'll keep this between us girls. In all seriousness, though, this is an absolute priority mission, so you have our complete support. You can use this conference room as your office, if you like. My extension is 5150. This line is secure, she said, motioning to a phone on a side table as she prepared to leave, if you need to reach out to Langley. And gentlemen, good hunting.
What are you thinking, Reece? Freddie's tone turned all business. I'm wondering just what in the hell is going on here. You got history with that Iraqi unit. Any theories? I'm thinking Landry. What do you mean? Think about it. He stayed on with that program after I left in '06 and continued to work with Mo and his squadron. Now he's disappeared, and the men he trained show up at our door in the middle of the redacted desert? Too much of a coincidence for me. What was he like? Freddie asked. I never worked with him. Jules Landry is a shady character, the kind of guy that gives the agency a bad reputation. He was a one-way street. He'd take whatever info you had, but never show you his cards. I never really trusted him. He was a sick bastard, too. How so? He'd get a few beers in him and then wander over to the Iraqi side of the compound where the detainees were kept. One night I couldn't sleep and was outside getting a late-night workout in to clear my head. I heard a scream coming from that direction, so I went over to investigate. He was alone in a cell with a detainee he had tied to a chair, naked. He had a knife in one hand and a taser in the other. I yanked him out of there and put him in the dirt. He was drunk, so it wasn't hard. Then I locked him in a cell and called my agency contact at the embassy. I never saw Landry again. Surprised a guy like that made it through the psych eval. I'll call the counter-intel guys and see if they have anything on him. That's a good place to start. In the meantime, we have to figure out how to make contact with Mo. Within an hour of his request to Langley, Strain had an initial counterintelligence report on Jules Landry emailed to him. Most of the materials were from his personnel file. Strain read them aloud. Lafayette, Louisiana native, came into the agency as a contractor in 2003 after 2 deployments to Iraq as a Marine NCO. Assigned to the CIA's Special Tactics Unit, Baghdad, in 2005, and ran the program beginning in 2006. Rotated back and forth to Iraq and stayed on with the program when conventional forces were pulled out in late 2011. Requested emergency leave in June of 2013 and disappeared after his flight landed in Frankfurt. He went to ground and the agency hasn't heard from him since. Passport hasn't been used. He was rumored to be working as a mercenary in Syria, but that was never substantiated. Nothing about my report that he was torturing prisoners? Nothing I can see. That's unbelievable. Sounds like they just reinserted him into the stew after I left. How does that make any sense? I don't know, Reece. Maybe he has someone looking out for him? Possibly. I'd like to know who that is. Hey, when did the Syrian civil war start? Middle of 2011, if I recall, Freddie answered. And ISIS swept Anbar in early 2014? Yep, with Mo going missing in December of 2013. Reece tilted his head back and exhaled, pausing for several seconds. Who recruited Landry to the CIA? It doesn't say, but I'm sure I can find out. There was a knock at the door, and almost immediately the lock clicked open and Kelly Hampton's head poked into the room. Am I interrupting? Not at all, please, Freddie responded. She closed the door and took a seat. Here's what I have on the Arap Mosque. It's actually an old Catholic church that was taken over by the Ottomans. They call it the Arap Mosque because after Spain exiled the Andalusian Arabs in 1492, that's where they settled. Arap means Arab. It's a relatively small mosque that serves the Belu district. One of our local assets worships there. We didn't ask him about Mo because we didn't want to risk tipping him off, but he says that the imam is very moderate. He doesn't think there are any jihadi links with the mosque or its members. It's a western, upscale part of the city, so that's not unusual. Mo can fit in anywhere, Reece said. He also never struck me as deeply religious, so it sounds like his kind of place. He could go through the motions of looking like a young, progressive Muslim. Let's assume he's living nearby. Any recommendations on how to get noticed in that community? You'll be noticed, all right. I'd recommend we put you up at the Tom Tom Suites. I know it sounds goofy, but it's the nicest spot in that area, really modern. It's about a mile from the mosque. We are putting you in as an aspiring novelist doing research on Islam's influence on Turkey. It gives you a reason to be there asking questions and taking notes.
Make yourself seen in the hotel bar and the local cafes. My guess is that an operator like him is going to have a local network, and if we're lucky, he'll approach you rather than you having to work your way into the mosque. I know you've been trained, but that's just really risky in my mind. So much can go wrong, especially in this climate.
Freddie turned to Reece. Sounds like we need to get you some new clothes.
May I also suggest a haircut and a beard trim? Kelly Hampton said with apparent amusement. Give me your sizes and I'll send someone shopping for you.
Chapter 42. Istanbul, Turkey, August. By evening, they had an initial plan in place and Reece had a new wardrobe. It was a bit contemporary for his taste, but he convinced himself that it was a form of camouflage. Freddie had wandered down to the consulate's detachment of Marines and located a lance corporal who served as the de facto barber for the security element. Nearly every military unit had someone who made a few extra bucks cutting hair. Reece was a bit nervous given the high and tight standards of the Corps, but the kid from Chicago did a great job. Reece emerged looking less like a biblical character and more like a dapper city dweller with collar-length hair and a neatly trimmed beard. "You look like a hipster," was Freddie's only comment. The next morning, Reece traded his faded T-shirt for a fitted blue Oxford along with dark jeans, a tan linen sport coat, and brown leather boots. The remainder of his new wardrobe went into a nylon duffel along with some of his casual clothing and workout gear. A tan messenger bag contained various smaller items, including spare magazines and a suppressor for the SIG 365 concealed inside his waistband. A newly issued iPhone was equipped with various useful apps, along with an extremely sophisticated VPN, which made his communications as secure as the NSA could make them. When he climbed into the back of the Mercedes SUV alongside Freddie in the underground parking garage, he made the conscious mental shift from James Reece, former SEAL commando and CIA contractor, to James Donovan, aspiring novelist. The driver, a local CIA case officer, took a circuitous route from the consulate to the Garetepe metro station, making frequent turns to ensure that they weren't being followed. Freddie bid Reece good luck as the SUV approached the curb. "I'll see you when I see you." He rode down the escalator into the modern subway station and made a show of examining the arrival and departure screens. He pulled his phone from his pocket and pretended to read a text message before taking the up escalator back to the street level among a gaggle of arriving passengers. A line of 4 yellow Hyundai taxis sat outside the station's entrance, and Reece motioned for the lead driver to open his trunk. Stowing his duffel inside, he retained the smaller bag, showing the driver a printed reservation for the TomTom Suites. This was Reece's first time seeing Istanbul's grandeur in daylight. The historic city of 17 million residents had been the seat of both the Byzantine and Ottoman empires, bridging the continents and thereby connecting the world. Their route took them from the modern neighborhood with towering high-rises south until they turned to parallel the Bosphorus, connecting the Black Sea to the north with the Sea of Marmara to the south. This side of the water was Europe, the other, Asia. They passed an arena on their right and massive cruise ship terminals on their left. Reece craned his neck like an excited tourist, which, fortunately for him, fit his cover story. After a scenic 20-minute drive, the cab stopped in front of an elegant white structure with black shutters. The TomTom Suites, which was built into the steep slope of the hill on which it was constructed, looked more Dutch than Mediterranean in its architecture and reminded Reece of Cape Town. A young, uniform-clad bellman opened the cab door and welcomed Reece to the property. Reece made a show of paying the driver in U.S. bills, leaving a hefty tip. The man smiled and thanked Reece in vastly improved English, and, seeing the wad of cash, the bellman's eyes lit up too. He scurried to the open trunk to retrieve Reece's luggage and led him through the hotel's glass-canopied entrance. He stood aside as Reece approached the front desk, handing him a U.S. $20 bill. There are few better ways to attract attention than by throwing money around. The hotel staff were efficient and courteous, obviously pleased by the 10-day reservation. When asked if he needed assistance with his bags, he almost spit out his default
no thank you, but decided that a guy like James Donovan wouldn't mind someone carrying his luggage for him. Another $20 ensured that the staff would remain interested. The spacious room was on the third floor with an amazing view of tiled rooftops, minaret towers, and the churning waters of the Bosphorus. The parquet wooden floors stretched the length of the suite, with a living area arranged at the foot of the king-sized bed. A large, impressionistic painting that appeared to depict the city's skyline hung above the headboard, and, through the sliding glass wall that separated it from the living area, he could see that the bathroom was covered in dappled white marble from floor to ceiling. Reece much preferred his humble hooch in Mozambique. The SEAL-turned-intelligence operative took a small device from his messenger bag that was disguised to look like an external hard drive. It was, in fact, a counter-surveillance device designed to detect hidden listening devices and cameras. There was no reason to suspect that he was under surveillance, government or otherwise, but one didn't make assumptions in this line of work. After sweeping the room without any indication of an active bug, Reece returned the device to his bag. He entered the 9-digit passcode into his iPhone and sent Freddie a text message. In room 307, view to the southeast. All good. Within 30 seconds, his phone vibrated. Good copy. 5 minutes out if you need me. Freddie and the case officer who had driven them from the consulate were set up in a safe house several blocks to the northeast. From their position, they could act as backup in case Reece ran into trouble and could also feed him information as it came in from local sources and from the various information-gathering assets at the U.S. government's disposal. Their position was close enough to respond in case of an emergency, but far away enough so as not to arouse suspicion. It was time to rely on the time-honored attribute for which snipers were known: patience. Chapter 43. The Arap Mosque sits in a cluttered neighborhood near the river, with multi-story buildings of assorted vintages lining narrow streets. A wider, more modern 4-lane thoroughfare runs 2 blocks to the west with a parking lane separated by a concrete curb in front of a shopping area that is more Middle Eastern than European. An undeveloped lot sat between 2 apartment buildings and served as a park for the local residents. A direct path to the mosque would pass right through it. A glade of green grass added some color, and several towering trees provided shade from the midday sun. At 11 o'clock a.m., Reece found a bench facing the 4-lane road, removed his sunglasses, and opened a copy of the Times of London. Foot traffic was light, as most of the residents of this working-class neighborhood were busy working at this hour. A mother scrolled through her smartphone as her 3-year-old daughter played nearby. The child quickly turned her interest to Reece, staring at him curiously through big brown eyes. He began to play peekaboo with his newspaper, her soft giggles evolving into belly laughs as the duration of his hides lengthened. The child's laughter brought a smile to his face, but sadness to his heart, as he thought of his own daughter, who had never tired of playing the game. Focus, Reece. By 11:30 a.m., the volume of traffic increased as men began making their way toward Jumu'ah. The oldest men arrived first. Some traditions seemed to transcend culture. As the noon hour approached, the crowds grew thicker and the worshippers younger. The men ranged from business suit-clad professionals to blue-collar workers in more modest dress. They converged on the steps of the mosque and made their way inside. Nothing out of the ordinary. An hour later, the doors opened and the worshippers descended the steps, returning to the jobs and families awaiting them. Reece stayed seated for another 30 minutes before heading back to the hotel. He spent the afternoon reading and rereading everything that the agency had provided him on Mohammed, including the reports of all his unit's operations. Using an agency VPN developed by a company called 7 Tunnels, he linked to a folder on Dropbox and accessed a seemingly benign music file hidden among thousands of similar files. Just as Freddie had trained him to do in Redacted, he used a VeraCrypt encrypted partition hidden within the music file and entered a 26-character password. Nothing was ever downloaded to his computer. Looking over the operations orders and after-action reports from the 10 months that Reece had worked with Moe and his Special Tactics Unit brought back a flood of memories. Their operations had taken place at the height of the insurgency, in some of the worst neighborhoods in Baghdad. Working in conjunction with and alongside Allied Special Operations units, Moe's STU team played a critical role in capturing high-value individuals and rapidly exploiting intelligence to dismantle enemy networks. They had the added benefit of being an entirely Iraqi unit, which gave them some of the best tactical-level intelligence in theater. They also worked for the Iraqi Ministry of the Interior, which put the fear of Allah into those they captured. Iraq's MOI did not give the Geneva and Hague conventions the same weight as their American allies. When Reece returned to the United States and the liaison role transitioned completely to Jules Landry, the scope of the operations shifted. Retaliation seemed to be the motive rather than counterinsurgency. Why would the CIA have kept Landry on after Reece's report on his behavior in Iraq? In Reece's estimation, Landry was not a stable individual and had no business working sensitive intelligence operations. Moe had been the one Iraqi commander who stood head and shoulders above his peers. He excelled in both the planning and tactical execution of direct action missions, spoke English almost fluently, and had the trust of both his men and the senior leadership of the MOI. After Moe's disappearance, the references to his existence became few and far between, all unconfirmed. A mention of one of his aliases on an intercepted phone call emanating from Syria, possible sightings in Greece, and, of course, the intel that had brought Reece to Turkey. The only concrete proof that Moe had left Iraq alive was the photo taken in Italy that Freddie had shown him back in Africa. Are we chasing a ghost? A week had passed, and the routine was beginning to wear on him. At least the hotel had a gym where Reece could crank out some brutal CrossFit and Jim Jones workouts. Each day he followed the same pattern to make it easy for anyone wishing to make contact. He'd wake up, work out, and have breakfast, taking his time to read the paper as he finished his coffee. Then it was a leisurely stroll along the river, eventually ending up outside the Arab Mosque. Still nothing. He wanted to avoid entering the mosque and having to use Majid's lessons. He wasn't sure he could pull it off even if he was going in under the guise of an author doing research for a new novel. He'd give it one more day. If no one made contact with him by then, he'd go the mosque route. At 10 to noon, he saw them. 3 men crossing the road toward the park, their heads on swivels. Predators. 2 of the men appeared to be in their late 20s, while the third was closer to Reece's age. They each had the broad shoulders of athletes. All wore sunglasses, expensive leather boots, and light jackets. They didn't wear rank or unit insignia, but to Reece's trained eye, it was as if they were in uniform. Reece lowered the newspaper to his lap and stared directly at them as they approached. The older man noticed him as soon as he stepped onto the sidewalk, and by the time they were within 20 yards of the bench, all 3 were staring holes in him. The posture of the younger men changed from vigilant to combative as they neared Reece's position, chests thrust upward, a swagger in their step, heads held high. Their physical behavior sent a primordial message. This was their territory, and he was an intruder. Could this be Moe's security detail? Reece made sure to hold their stares until they walked completely past him. Message sent. Reece lingered until noon to ensure that Moe wasn't coming, and then walked toward the front of the mosque on his way back to the hotel, noticing a pair of 10-year-old boys tailing him from a block behind. Perfect. He kept a slow and easy pace to ensure they were able to follow him. Back in his room, Reece rechecked for listening devices before calling Freddie at the safe house. He answered immediately. How'd it go? It went. 3 guys that looked like they could have been extras in a Chuck Norris movie walked right past me, eyeballing me the whole way. They had a couple of kids follow me home, so I think we set the hook. That's great. Just be careful. Hopefully they are Moe's guys and not just some local thugs. They looked former military. I'll be careful. Good. I've got some news on Landry. A buddy in counterintelligence called and gave me some intel from their initial report. It seems as though young Mr. Landry had a criminal record that the agency didn't know about when they hired him. Besides a couple of simple battery-type arrests as a juvenile, he was arrested for rape during his senior year of high school. Somehow, the case went away. I'm guessing he cut a deal to join the Marines. The Counterintelligence Division and the IG's office are still looking into it, but the odd part is that someone made it disappear during his screening. It doesn't surprise me that he's a scumbag, but it is weird that he got in the door with that kind of record. See if you can find out who recruited him and who signed off on his background. I'm already on it. Thanks. I'll hit you up at our next comm window. Reece cut the call and looked out his window over the city. Mo was out there somewhere, one of the most highly trained covert operatives in the world. He had become a terrorist, and somehow Landry was involved. Not long ago, they had all depended on one another to survive in battle. Reece couldn't help but think that the next time they met up, not all of them would be walking away. Chapter 44. How would Mo make contact? Reece knew the CIA had given him some of the same training they give the case officers, but Reece's experience with Mo and his unit in Iraq had been of a more kinetic nature. Reece still had a hard time believing that the Iraqi major he'd trusted with his life was now a terrorist, targeting the same Western nations he had fought alongside in the cradle of civilization. Reece needed to get some air. The coffee bar downstairs had proven to be excellent, so he ordered a to-go cup of their lightest roast. After doctoring it with milk and honey, he nodded to the bellman, who held the door for him as he walked out into the afternoon sunshine. The coffee was too hot to drink, so Reece removed the plastic lid and blew on it as he walked along the steep uphill path. With his subconscious mind occupied by the mountain of intelligence documents he'd read, and his conscious focus on the coffee, Reece noticed and then dismissed the maintenance worker clad in bright coveralls as he walked past him. Mistake. 2 seconds later, he heard the pop of the compressed nitrogen and immediately felt the sting of the metal barbs that penetrated his shirt and embedded themselves into the muscle of his upper back. His limbs instantaneously contracted and cramped as 2,000 volts of electricity surged into his body, dropping him to the sidewalk. His entire body in taut agony, in addition to being burned by the scalding hot coffee. The pain ended nearly as quickly as it began, and he found himself floating above the sidewalk, unable to move his limbs. As his chest hit the floorboard of the Transit Connect delivery van, he realized that he'd been flex-cuffed at both his wrists and ankles. A pillowcase was pulled over his head as the door slid to a close. In a moment of out-of-body clarity, he marveled at how quickly his abductors had planned and executed this operation. It was hot inside the van, and the floor smelled of grease and oil, mixing with the strong odor of the coffee that soaked his shirt. Reece lay still, conserving his energy in case it became necessary to run or fight later, though the objective of the mission was to do neither. Strong hands frisked him from head to toe, covering every inch of his body with no regard for modesty. His subcompact SIG, spare magazine, knife, shoes, and iPhone were taken from him. He assumed that the phone was being placed inside a container that would prevent his location from being tracked. There was no talking among his captors, which made it nearly impossible for him to determine their exact numbers. The driver didn't speed or drive erratically. Instead, he navigated the city's streets as part of the normal flow of traffic, making frequent turns. These men were pros. After what seemed like an hour, but was probably half that, the van stopped. The driver turned off the diesel motor and engaged the parking brake. He heard the sound of chains from outside the van, and a steel service door rolled downward on its tracks. They'd pulled into a garage or warehouse based on the echo of voices in what sounded like Arabic. The van door slid open quickly, and what felt like 3 men dragged him out by his ankles and stood him upright, his stockinged feet landing on the cold concrete floor. Some type of motor hummed in the background. "Walk," a voice from behind him said in accented English. One man held each arm, and a third had him by the top of the head, guiding him forward and away from the direction of the door. He walked 20 paces before his feet felt the threshold of a door and then thin carpeting. After a few more steps, he could hear the sound of a chair being dragged across the carpet behind him. "Sit." Footsteps shuffled away, and he heard the door shut behind him. He slowed his breathing, settled his heart rate, and concentrated on the plastic restraints that bound his wrists in front of him. In a move that he and his teammates had practiced dozens of times in various SEER courses, Reece pushed his arms up and away from his body, then snapped them down across his abdomen. The plastic gave way to freedom. He rubbed his wrists as the blood rushed into his tingling hands and pulled the cloth away from his head. The room was dark. It was a small office, the kind attached to industrial spaces, with a desk, filing cabinets, and dusty stacks of books and papers on the floor. 10 feet away he saw a dark couch against the wall, and a shot of adrenaline shot through his body as his brain registered a human figure seated on it. As he rose to his still restrained feet, a flash of light illuminated the room. The flame burned brightly, and as the man inhaled on his cigarette, the light glowed against his bearded face. "Mo!" Reece shouted. "James Reece. What on earth are you doing here, my friend?" Mo said, as he exhaled a cloud of gray smoke and extinguished his lighter. He turned on a lamp, and Reece saw him clearly for the first time. Dashing as ever, Mo's longish black hair was slicked back, his beard precisely cropped, and his clothing impeccable. He stowed the silver lighter into the pocket of his tailored sport coat, rose from his chair, and embraced Reece in a strong hug. Then, drawing an automatic knife from the pocket of his jeans, he dropped to one knee and swiftly cut the plastic binding from Reece's ankles. Sit down," Mo motioned Reece back into his chair as he turned back toward the couch. "Sorry about the way my men treated you, but I had to make sure it was really you." "Well, you could have just called my room." "No worries, though. No permanent damage, except for the coffee stains." "I have heard so much, Reece. I am so sorry for the loss of your family. May God watch over them. To lose loved ones in wartime is one thing, but to have the peace of one's home shattered is another altogether. I have some experience there, if you recall." "I do. Thanks, Mo," Reece said, feeling the gut-wrenching pain at the thought of his wife and little girl riddled with bullets on the floor of their home. "Why did you come to Istanbul? The way you put yourself directly in my sights, my guess is you came here to find me. I can help you, but if you are looking to hide, there are better places, my friend. The American intelligence services will find you here. You should not have come. I'm not on the run anymore, Mo. The government made me a deal." "Why in the world would they do that?" "Because they needed me to find you." Mo's calm and composed demeanor changed perceptibly. He shifted forward with a puzzled look on his face. "What do you mean by that? They know exactly how to find me." Now it was Reece's turn to look puzzled. "What are you talking about, Mo? You're running a terrorist cell for Amin Nawaz. You're a wanted man with a price on your head." "Reece, you don't understand. I work for the CIA. Remember Jules Landry? He's been my handler for years."
Chapter 45. Tom Tom Sweets, Istanbul, Turkey. "Reece, where in the hell have you been? We lost track of you." "I'm safe, Freddy." He made contact. "We need to talk. ASAP," Reece responded. Reece was back in his hotel room, personal possessions returned, and none the worse for wear. "Roger that. How do you want to do it?" "I'm blown here, so it doesn't matter. I'll get cleaned up, grab my gear, and catch a ride back to the consulate. Meet you back there in an hour or so." "If you're blown, we'll just pick you up." "Check. Give me 15. You got it." Reece changed and packed his bags. There was no sense staying at the hotel any longer. He was exposed here, and though he trusted Mo, he couldn't know whether someone in Mo's private army was playing both sides. An American intelligence officer would be a fat target to a jihadi looking to help the cause.
The agency SUV was idling at the curb when Reece walked through the hotel's front door, the anxious bellman trailing behind him. Reece loaded his own bags and nodded to the confused employee as he handed him a 20 and climbed into the back seat. Freddie turned around in his seat with an extremely worried expression on his face. "You okay, buddy?" "Well, I can't exactly claim to be a super spy. Mo's guys tased me and threw me into a van while I was sipping a latte. That would never have happened to Mitch Rapp or Scott Harvath. Hey man, I'm just a vanilla frogman. I think the Hartleys would disagree, if they were still around. You want to give me the download? Let me have a minute to stew on it. I think I have an idea." "I don't know why that makes me nervous," Freddie replied with a shake of his head. The case officer drove directly to the consulate, and within a half hour they were inside a secure conference room. Reece began to go through the details of the meeting while Freddie scribbled notes on a yellow legal pad. Mo thinks he's still working for the agency. He admitted to coordinating the mortar attack on the British paras and taking out the NATO commander, but he swears he was following our orders. Who gave him the orders? You ready for this? Reece paused for effect. Jules Landry. He's been handling Mo this entire time, first in Syria, then in Europe. You're shitting me, Freddie said in disbelief. Nope. And you believe him? He was genuinely shocked when I told him Landry had gone rogue. I could tell he felt betrayed. Remember, I've been in combat with Mo. We've trusted each other with our lives. I don't think he'd lie to me. Why would the CIA be running a pseudo-terrorist to hit our allies? That doesn't make any sense. I know, Reece said. He's been thinking that Landry was running him against Nawaz, getting him close, having him gather intel, and that Landry gave him CIA-approved targets to hit in order to prove his worth to Nawaz. Kind of like how the DEA assets operate in the cartels. They pass information to their DEA handler, who lets the majority of drug shipments continue into the U.S. to not blow their assets cover as they continue to move up in the organization. Same thing here. Jesus. And think about where he comes from. Iraq. He grew up under Saddam Hussein, who did the unspeakable to keep his people living in fear and in line. He told me Landry was specific with him about hitting military targets. Mo actually thought the supporting effort was to keep our allies involved in the GWOT and ensure they had the public support to do so. He admitted to organizing the attack on the paras, and he took out General Alexander with the drone himself, just like the CIA taught him. What about the Christmas attack in England? Swears he had nothing to do with it. He said he'd only hit military targets, and, again, I actually believe him. He knows that Nawaz has multiple independence cells, but doesn't know specifics. He was working his way up, but he wasn't there yet. That's why he believed that Landry was running him for the CIA. It's actually quite genius. Yeah, but to what end? There is something we're missing. Why would Landry go rogue and run a former STU commando inside ISIS in Europe? He's not employed by the CIA anymore. What's his endgame? I don't know, Freddie. Landry isn't bright enough to mastermind anything. He's not a thinker. Whatever he's doing, he's in it for the money or the rush. I'll pass all that to CIA and have them keep digging on Landry. Past associates, bank accounts, aliases. We'll catch a break eventually. Does Mo know where Nawaz is hiding? He said he moves constantly, but that he can lead us to him. Wait, he agreed just like that? Freddie asked dubiously. Not exactly. What do you mean, Reece? He'll lead us to Nawaz, but only if we give him a shot at Landry. A shot? Like to kill him? I'm sure he'd like to, but he wants answers. I would too. Okay, let me talk to the bosses, but even if they agree, we are going to have to bring Mo in. We don't have a choice, Reece. He's a terrorist, whether he was being run by a rogue CIA agent or not. I have another idea. Just hear me out on this. You ever hear of the Celis Scouts? The Rhodesian guys with the FALs and the nut-hugger shorts? Yeah, I've heard of them. Did you spend too much time in Mozambique? What in the hell do they have to do with this? Reece detailed his plan, and Freddie gave it the critical review that his position demanded. In the end, Reece was able to counter each of his friend's well-directed arguments. Now, it was a matter of selling it to the decision-makers back at Langley.
Chapter 46. Burgas, Bulgaria. September. Andrenov had arranged a French passport for Landry, which made sense given his heritage and reasonably good, though accented, command of the language. He couldn't pass for French in France, but he had no intention of going there. He didn't stay anywhere too long these days, but he needed to be within reasonable proximity of his asset, so southern Bulgaria was ideal. The Grand Hotel was nice, cheap, and right on the Black Sea coast. Landry spent most of his days working out in the hotel gym to maintain his bodybuilder's physique and to sweat out the sins of the previous evening. While most operators had adopted more functional fitness regimes over the past decade, Landry's vanity kept him focused on training individual muscle groups in isolation. Those workouts and a healthy supply of anabolic steroids kept him looking like a heavily tattooed version of a 1980s action movie hero. Too bad it was too cold to lie out by the pool. Landry loved the looks that the wives of the pot-bellied rich men gave him as he strolled the deck in nothing but a small swimsuit. He'd bedded more than a few when they went upstairs to freshen up while their husbands lazed drunkenly in their lawn chairs. There were no such treats available this evening, as it was the slow season. There wasn't much to do here but work out and drink in the clubs, but lately the booze hadn't been enough. The bartender had a source, and soon Landry was adding cocaine to the mix. It took sleeping pills, Xanax, or opiates to come down from the blow in the early morning hours, sometimes all three, and marijuana to take the edge off when the new day came. Jules Landry had found himself in a cycle of stimulants, depressants, benzodiazepines, and sedatives, catalyzed by excessive testosterone levels and a level of alcohol consumption that would have been a problem all by itself. He may have looked like an inked Adonis to the women on the pool deck, but inside he was a mess. The post-dinner hour found Landry drinking in the hotel bar. He'd done a bump of coke after a shower and was 3 vodkas deep, which meant he was at the peak of his chemically assisted relative normalcy. He'd done arms today, and his biceps were pumped with blood. His black t-shirt clung tightly to them. He rolled his right wrist over and admired the vascularity of his forearm before doing the same on his left side. He looked good. He felt good. There was only one thing missing, and he was certain the bartender could arrange it. She arrived an hour later. She was cute. Hot, actually. She had long, straight, jet-black hair that hung down to her mid-back, a decent face, and a body that looked to be flawless. She reminded him a little bit of a girl back home. Her long legs looked great in tight black leather pants, and when she removed her faux fur coat, her glittery gold halter top rode up and exposed a six-pack of abdominal muscles. Her breasts were obviously enhanced, but she hadn't made the mistake of going too big with them. Yeah, she would do for sure. She spoke no French and only a little English. They weren't going to do much talking anyway.
"I am Darina,"
she said, extending her hand.
"Jules,"
he responded, amused by the formality of the introduction. The bartender brought her some type of vodka drink in a tall glass, and Landry reached out his hand with 2 pills in the palm.
"What is?"
she questioned.
"Ecstasy."
"What?"
"Ecstasy. You know, ecstasy?"
Landry said as he feigned dance moves with his fists up.
"Ah, yes."
She took a tablet from Landry's hand and popped it onto her tongue, washing it down with her drink. Landry swallowed the other pill. By the time the MDMA kicked in, both had downed 2 more drinks, and Landry motioned to her to follow him upstairs. She asked for the money as soon as they entered the large suite, and Landry handed her a stack of 100-euro notes. Darina excused herself and disappeared into the bathroom to get herself ready. Jules made them each a drink from the bottle he'd brought from the bar and snorted a fat line of cocaine. He heard the toilet flush and then the click of the bathroom door opening. He pulled off his shirt and sat on the bed, holding his drink and waiting anxiously for what would come next. Darina walked seductively into the room wearing only her black thong panties and high heels. Her body was even better than he thought it would be. He motioned to the nightstand where her drink sat next to several more lines of cocaine. She skipped the drink and went for the powder.
She climbed onto the bed and straddled the muscle-bound man who owned her for the next few hours. Minutes later, they were both naked, and he was doing another line of blow, this time off the small of her back. Landry was in heaven. Landry's head pounded. The sun was beating through the windows. He'd forgotten to close the curtains in all of last night's excitement. What time was it? He rolled over and pulled a second pillow over his head, trying to go back to sleep. His foot slid to the right, and he felt something solid on the other side of the sheet. Is she still here? He took the pillow from his head and rolled over far enough to see a nude female lying face down, her head toward the footboard of the bed. Something about her didn't look right. Landry kicked her in the thigh in the hopes she would wake up, gather her things, and head out. Nothing. He kicked her again, a little harder. "Get the fuck out," he said, kicking her a bit harder with each word. Instead of responding, she slowly slid off the bed and slumped onto the floor. Landry squeezed his eyes together in an attempt to quiet his pounding head. He reached down and touched her arm. Her pale body was unnaturally cool. He rolled her over and brushed her tangled mess of dark hair out of the way, exposing a large bruise on her cheek. Her eyes were wide open and lifeless. A path of dried blood led from her nose to her upper lip. He leaned in closer and saw that she had swollen purple marks on her fragile throat. Instead of revulsion or horror, Landry looked at her in curiosity, trying to remember the events of the previous evening. He'd hit her, but it was just with an open hand. And he'd choked her, he recalled that. Her bulging eyes had filled with fear as he continued to fuck her. He liked that, being inside a prostitute as he took her life. Luckily, shithole countries the world over were filled with young girls for him to punish. He was upset with himself, though, not that he'd killed an innocent woman, but that he couldn't remember how he'd killed her. He'd cheated himself out of that pleasure. Landry took a moment to admire what he could see of her breasts and abs, before leaning over the nightstand to do the last line of cocaine. Then he grabbed her under the arms and positioned her on the bed, for one last dance with the devil. Chapter 47. CIA Station, Istanbul, Turkey, September. Freddie and Reece went over the pitch several times to ensure that they'd covered all the angles. Freddie knew the internal politics of the agency well enough to realize that their concept had a better chance of gaining approval coming from him rather than Reece. To many back at Langley, Reece was a murderous loose cannon whose only use was his relationship with Mo. This needed to be about the operation. Reece excused himself from the room when the time arrived for Freddie's video teleconference with his superiors back in Northern Virginia. Victor Rodriguez, a former Army Special Forces officer and current head of the Central Intelligence Agency's Special Operations Group, appeared on the screen, joined by the agency's Deputy Director of the National Clandestine Service, Janice Motley. The tailored blue suits worn by both Rodriguez and Motley and the frosted glass interior of the Langley skiff were in sharp contrast to the shaggy-haired and polo-clad SEAL in the Spartan conference room in Istanbul. At least he'd taken off his ball cap. Despite climbing the ranks at the agency, Rodriguez hadn't forgotten where he'd come from and could be counted on to watch the backs of his men in the field. Motley was an unknown quantity among the spies and trigger-pullers whom she oversaw in her new role. Her background as the lead staff attorney for the Senate Intelligence Committee didn't exactly fill the operatives with hope when it came to a review of paramilitary work. "Mr. Strain, good to hear from you. Nice work in..." Redacted. Rodriguez began. "Let me introduce you to Deputy Director Janice Motley. Pleasure to meet you, ma'am. I appreciate both of you making time on such short notice. We have some extremely time-sensitive intel that needs attention," Freddie said, putting on his most charming smile as he transitioned from covert operator to salesman. "Please go on, Mr. Strain." Motley clearly wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. "Yes, ma'am.
As you both know, we successfully recruited James Reece and brought him in to attempt to make contact with Mohammed Farouk, a former Iraqi Special Operations commander who worked with Commander Reece back during OIF.
We are well aware of that, Mr. Strain, and you should know that decision was made over my objection, Motley added.
Understood, ma'am. Earlier today, James Reece made contact with Farouk, who acknowledged his role in planning the attacks on the Colchester garrison in England and the assassination of General Alexander in Brussels. He denied any role in the Christmas attack in Kingston, but did say that Amin Nawaz operates multiple independent cells that do not have visibility of the other's missions for operational security purposes. Did Reece make any arrangements with him relative to Nawaz? Rodriguez interjected. No, sir. There was an unforeseen twist in Mohammed's story. He claims to have been directed to carry out these attacks by a former agency contractor named Jules Landry, who has been running Mohammed under the auspices of a legitimate CIA operation. Landry has been missing since 2013, and we have recently discovered that he may have entered the agency's employ under fraudulent circumstances.
Is Farouk's story credible? Motley asked.
We believe it is.
So you're saying that we have a Green Badger who has gone rogue and is running terrorist networks under the guise of an official United States government paramilitary operation?
Yes, ma'am, that is our assessment.
To what end?
We don't know at this point. As I said, we just became aware of this a few hours ago. My gut instinct is that Landry is running Mohammed at the behest of another entity, either a rogue state, terrorist organization, or what's termed a super-empowered individual or entity.
I'm not interested in what your gut tells you, Mr. Strain, and I know the term.
What I believe Mr. Strain is trying to say, Janice, is that there isn't evidence that Landry's defection was ideologically driven, Rodriguez interjected.
So what are you proposing we do with this information? Motley continued without addressing Victor's comment.
Strain exhaled before responding. Ma'am, are you familiar with the pseudo-terrorist operations carried out by the Rhodesian Celis scouts in the 1970s? Strain could see his boss's eyes widen at the mention of Rhodesia. Motley was African American, and the racial implications of the Bush War made Rodriguez immediately uncomfortable. Motley showed no reaction.
I am not, Mr. Strain.
Well, they were arguably the most effective counterinsurgency unit in history. They used pseudo-terrorists who were either undercover Rhodesian soldiers or actual former insurgents to infiltrate enemy networks so that they could be targeted by conventional forces. We feel that we have a unique opportunity to utilize Mohammed Farouk in a similar role, and not only take out Amin Nawaz, but also infiltrate additional networks to include ISIS.
You are proposing that, instead of incarcerating Mohammed Farouk for planning the murder of a U.S. general as well as killing and maiming numerous Allied troops, we bring him in to work for us?
Yes, ma'am. As horrible as it is to have a rogue CIA agent running an asset against our allies, it also gives us a unique opportunity. As much as I hate to say it, we can take over from Landry and have a highly placed and legitimate asset in a leadership position of a major terrorist organization, not unsimilar to how the DEA infiltrates the cartels. After a pregnant pause, Motley continued.
How exactly would this happen, Mr. Strain?
What did they say? Reece asked, his impatience evident. Well, they didn't shoot it down. They said they need to think about it. Vic seemed on board. I'm just not sure how to read Motley. So, what do we do now? You had a long day of getting kidnapped, so I say we call it. And then? Let's plan as if we're going to get the go-ahead. By noon the following day, the two operatives had come up with a basic concept of operations that involved a direct-action mission to capture, kill Amin Nawaz, and the apprehension and rendition of Jules Landry. Either one of these tasks would be tricky to accomplish individually, let alone simultaneously. With multiple unknowns, this was a tough sell, and would be even harder to pull off once Murphy's Law inevitably came into play. They didn't know the location of either Landry or Nawaz, and wouldn't be sure of the latter until hours before the operation had to be executed.
The entire plan revolved around their absolute trust in Mo, something that both of them hoped was not a naive sentiment. They had plenty of leverage to motivate him, but it was possible, perhaps even likely, he might disappear. Mo had been used by what he now knew to be a rogue CIA operative and had committed atrocities for reasons yet unknown. Reece and Freddie were counting on him, wanting to find out why. A military chain of command would never greenlight such a hair-brained operation, but the agency wasn't the U.S. military. By the following morning, Freddie received word from Vic Rodriguez that the plan was tentatively approved on several conditions. That the hit looked like it was done by another Islamic entity, that the United States Department of Justice would formally charge Mo with terror-related crimes, both to cover asses in Washington and to bolster his bona fides as an international terrorist, and, finally, that Landry would not enter U.S. custody at any point during the operation so that his civil rights would not be violated by any U.S. agency or asset. Well, any agency other than the CIA. With those boundaries in place, Reece and Freddie dug into the details of their tactical planning. They were going back to war. Chapter 48. Tirana, Albania, September. The tiny apartment had been abandoned by its occupants, who took little more than the clothes on their backs and what they could fit into a few plastic shopping bags. After years of waiting, their application for asylum in the United Kingdom had been mysteriously granted on the condition that they make the trip within 24 hours. As one of 600 families packed into the squalid conditions of this communist-era housing project with no running water, they didn't have to be asked twice. Institute was arguably the worst neighborhood in Tirana, which was saying something. It smelled of trash, human waste, and terrible food cooked in cramped and poorly ventilated one-room apartments. The unpaved streets were strewn with refuse, and the drab concrete buildings' lone decorations came from the clothing that hung from nearly every window and balcony. The sights and smells reminded Reece of Sadr City and 100 other places he'd fought in since 2001. The only things green were the weeds. Nestled between the Republic of Macedonia to the east and the Adriatic Sea to the west, Albania was struggling with its national identity. Now a market-based economy, member of NATO and candidate for membership in the European Union, Albania continued to distance itself from its communist past. Montenegro and Kosovo to the north and Greece to the south allowed for ample trading of goods and services as the small Balkan nation worked to shed itself of its former status as North Korea's lone satellite state. Albania's majority Muslim population was not traditionally radical or even particularly devout, and though the country was well known for exporting criminals, it wasn't a breeding ground for terrorism. That changed somewhat as a result of the killing and mass expulsion of Bosnian and Kosovar Muslims during the Balkans War in the 1990s. There is no better way to unite a people than to victimize them by identity. Attempted genocide drew many Muslims in the region closer to their religion. As one of the agency analysts put it during the pre-mission brief, the Albanians became more radically Islamist during the 1990s the same way that the Irish became more radically Catholic during their conflict with the English in Northern Ireland. Because some Albanians were sympathetic to his cause, and because the government was improving but still dysfunctional, Amin Nawaz found the nation to be a perfect sanctuary on the European Union's periphery. In addition, the terrorist leader had a fondness for prepubescent boys, and one of the destitute families in Institute had offered their son in exchange for what, to them, was a vast sum of money. American troops had been shocked by the pedophilia that they witnessed first in Afghanistan and later in Iraq. Known as bakhabazi, or boy play in Pashto, this modern-day sex slavery was abhorrent to Westerners, but accepted, or at least tolerated, by many in Central Asia and the Middle East. When drone strikes targeted the meetings of terrorist leaders, young entertainment boys were often found among the dead. As a cell leader, Mo wouldn't ordinarily have knowledge of Amin Nawaz's whereabouts. Sometimes even the inner circle wouldn't know travel plans, until the last minute. This was a basic security protocol for a terrorist organization. However, Mo had known from the start that Landry's request for him to run a terrorist cell was outside of protocol, even for the CIA, and had recognized early in their relationship the need to create some leverage. While still in Syria, Mo had worked to infiltrate Nawaz's inner circle with his own asset, just as the CIA had taught him to do in Iraq. When Nawaz's operations chief was killed in an airstrike by the Assad regime, an Iraqi with impeccable credentials stepped up, one of Mo's team leaders from the stew who had followed him to Syria. Mo was running his own small penetration operation to ensure he remained a valuable asset to who he thought was his CIA handler. This Thursday evening, Nawaz would be visiting with a 9-year-old boy on this muddy street in Tirana's worst slum. Reece and Freddie had been inserted into the city in a baby blue minibus known locally as a furgon. A local driver, who happened to be an agency asset, parked the bus a block from the apartment building at 10 o'clock p.m. and walked inside to visit a girlfriend. Any later, and they may have aroused some suspicion by the local residents. Reece and Freddie took turns napping intermittently under blankets on the van's floor until 3 o'clock a.m. They were both dressed in drab local clothing, over multicam combat uniforms worn by Albania's Special Operations Battalion that had supported Allied operations in both Afghanistan and Iraq. Freddie had worked alongside one of the Eagle companies on the Pakistani border and, as a gun and gear nut, knew their weapons and equipment firsthand. Fortunately, most of it was German-made and all of it was good. Reece carried a suppressed MP7, a weapon also conveniently used by the Albanians, inside his jacket. The helmet-mounted night vision devices didn't match their disguises, so they kept them concealed until Mo's hand-drawn map led them to the second-story apartment without incident. Once inside, the two men cleared the small one-room dwelling, confirming they were alone and that the place wasn't wired to blow. A set of jerry-rigged brackets on either side of the door jamb held a 2x4 that Strain quietly slid in place to secure the door. They confirmed their line of sight to the target building and began constructing their urban hide site. Freddie opened his pack and removed a 16.5-inch barreled HK-417 rifle that had been broken down into its lower and upper receivers. He snapped the two halves together and pushed the takedown pins into place to secure them. A Silencer Co. Omega sound suppressor ratcheted onto the muzzle brake, and he loaded a 20-round magazine of Black Hill's 175-grain match ammunition into the weapon. To avoid the clang of slamming the bolt home, he slowly worked the charging handle and pushed the receiver's forward assist to ensure that the bolt was seated properly. A small ANPS-13 Golf 1 L3 LWTS thermal optic was mounted to the rifle's top rail, in line with the Schmidt-Bender 312x50mm rifle scope. The Albanians had better long-range sniper rifles in their inventory, but this would be a 250-yard shot at the most, and the Select Fire 7.62 would be plenty of gun to get it done. If the operation went south and turned into a firefight, a bolt-action sniper rifle would become a liability, whereas the HK would be an asset. An Atpial PEQ-15 was attached to the rail. Be prepared. All the recent years of urban combat had taught the SEAL sniper community a great deal about life and death by the gun. The apartment's former occupants had been fully debriefed on the interior of their residence, and the notes from that interview had been passed to the sniper pair. A handmade rug, the nicest item in the room, covered the concrete floor from corner to corner. A tattered couch sat against the sidewall, facing a small television with a built-in VHS player. 2 mattresses lay on the floor with their sheets neatly folded, and a heavy wooden table with 3 chairs occupied the room's center. A gas burner rigged to some type of fuel tank alongside 2 empty buckets served as the kitchen. A bathroom was conspicuously missing. A set of heavy blue curtains hung over a clothesline strung between the barred windows facing the street. Reece drew the curtains apart to allow a 12-inch view between them, and attached a dark, lightweight see-through cloth to the curtain rod using metal binder clips. He unrolled it at an angle, securing it under the legs of the table. The 45-degree angle of the dark, yet thin material allowed a sniper to observe a target area in an urban environment through what appeared to be just another empty window from the outside. The two snipers had a clear view to their target building. Freddy took a seat on the opposite side of the table from the window and unfolded the legs of the HK's Atlas bipod. Using the table as a bench rest to support the rifle, he adjusted his position in order to have a better view of the target area. Satisfied the sight was ready, they removed their NOD-equipped helmets, stripped off their hot outer layers of civilian clothing, and settled in for a long day of waiting. Freddy took first watch on the rifle while Reece sat on one of the mattresses and took charge of their communications. The Harris AN-PRC 163 Falcon 3 radio on Reece's vest was an incredibly capable piece of equipment. More of a computer, really, that did the work it would have taken two radios to do just a few years earlier. With it, he could talk to other units on the ground, satellites in orbit, and even UAVs loitering overhead. He plugged a ruggedized Android tablet into an L3 Technologies Rover 6 and powered it up. Within seconds, a satellite image of their location appeared on the 7-inch screen that looked like a higher-resolution version of Google Earth. Reece selected a menu that brought up a real-time ISR feed from an MQ-4C Triton drone operating high over the city. Confident all systems were working and were in the correct location, Reece sent an encrypted message to their operational commander on a vessel in the Adriatic Sea that was also received by higher headquarters back in Virginia. Reece and Freddy had worked out a schedule in advance. Each man spent an hour on the gun, observing the target area and working on a sketch that included ranges to potential enemy positions, while the other monitored the communications gear and slept. By Reece's second shift, the dark skies turned to gray and then pink as the new day began. He unclipped the thermal optic from the rail, visualizing possible shot scenarios. Nawaz wasn't expected until that evening, but his plans could change at any moment, and often did, by design. Since most of the terrorist organization's communications were designed to avoid electronic intercept, and were therefore slow, it was unlikely that Mo would be aware of a change in time to adapt. They needed a bit of luck. Reece smiled, remembering an old commanding officer who preached that luck was the residue of preparation. It was 184 meters to the front of the L-shaped building where the young boy lived, and 213 to the side entrance. Both were well within the capabilities of a modern rifle and optic with a trained shooter behind the glass, but the target would likely be moving quickly and could be among a gaggle of other people, some of whom might be civilians. This was where experience and wisdom entered the picture. There was no such thing as an easy shot in the real world. Reece dialed 0.7 mils of elevation into the scope, which would put the bullet's point of impact dead on at 200 meters. At 175 meters, the shot would be 2 inches high, and at 225, it would be 3 inches low. Not knowing exactly where Nawaz would be clear for a shot, Reece would make the slight adjustment at game time. That was one of the differences between a marksman and a sniper. By 7 o'clock a.m., most of Institute's residents were out and about. Old women with handkerchiefs tied over their heads carried water in 5-gallon buckets or limped toward the city's markets. Elderly men stood in small groups and smoked, while children in brightly colored jackets and backpacks walked toward what must have been their school. Like nearly all children around the world, these seemed oblivious to the poverty in which they lived. This was simply all they knew. As he watched them, Reece wondered whether the privileged children of the Western world would be able to compete in the 21st century marketplace with kids like these. Kids who would grow up with hunger, with grit. He fleetingly thought of what amazing assets these children could be to the world, if only they could escape the radicalization efforts of those like the man he hunted. When it was Freddy's turn on the rifle, Reece did a quick check of the radio and tablet before closing his eyes. He smiled to himself, barely able to suppress his laughter, as he thought about a strikingly similar urban sniper hide more than a decade earlier. He and his platoon had been tasked with training and advising an element of Iraqi snipers. His element had made their way into an apartment, similar to the one in which he now found himself, and began the painstaking process of setting up a proper urban hide. Reece was sitting behind the spotting scope, confirming that they had a good perspective on the street below, when an overwhelming odor filled the room. He turned and was shocked to find one of the Iraqi snipers squatting a few feet behind him, defecating on the floor. The Iraqi had no regard for the fact that they were expecting to spend the next 24 to 36 hours living and working in this small space. He had to go. A CIA reports officer summed it up with a saying that gained some traction in theater: "The Hajj does what the Hajj does." Maybe Iraq hadn't been as ready for Jeffersonian democracy as U.S. leaders may have hoped. One of Reece's enlisted SEALs took a digital photo of the offending turd on the floor and later displayed the print on the plywood wall of their makeshift bar back at base, above a handwritten caption that read, "Real world shit." Reece managed a few minutes of sleep, and at the top of the hour he and Freddie traded places again. All communication was done using hand signals and facial expressions, since the neighbors would expect the apartment to be empty, and any noise from inside would arouse suspicion. The day dragged on, one rotation after another, observing the landscape of poverty like voyeuristic assassins from the First World. The room grew hot and stuffy, and by midday they had stripped down to T-shirts and removed their low-vis body armor. At dusk they changed to a sniper-spotter arrangement with one operator on the HK rifle and one seated just behind and to the left, so that he could spot using an additional L3 LWTS thermal. 2 is 1, after all. Because the optics used thermal rather than traditional night vision technology, they worked in both daylight and darkness. Reece was on the rifle when an aging Mercedes microbus parked next to the target building's side entrance, and 6 military-age males got out and took up security positions around the structure. One of them quickly disappeared into the apartment building. The locals gave them a wide berth. Everything about their behavior indicated that they were an advanced security detail. No weapons were visible, but there was little doubt they were armed. At 7:18 p.m., the ISR feed began tracking an Opel Monterey SUV trailed by a small pickup truck as they steered their way toward the area at a high rate of speed. The two-vehicle convoy fit the profile Moe had described, and the timing was right. The SEAL sniper team observed the area, sending photos back to Langley via the Falcon radio. An hour after their arrival, Reece and Freddie noticed a perceptible shift in the advance team as they assumed a more aggressive posture. A man who appeared to be their leader re-emerged from the side entrance along with another man in his 30s and a young boy. They both deduced the second man to be the boy's father. There was no sign of his mother, which was unsurprising in the Muslim world and likely also due to the nature of the transaction that was about to take place. The boy was dressed in a white cone-shaped Chalesha cap, fustanella dress-like shirt, and Shamadan vest, and wore an embroidered brez sash around his waist. His parents had clad their young son in traditional Albanian dress, like he was some type of doll to make him a more hospitable sex toy for the visiting terrorist leader. The sight of it sickened both men, and Freddie was happy to be the one who would be able to put a bullet into the pedophile before he could violate this innocent child. He suppressed the urge to put a second bullet into the boy's father. Reece began whispering updates from the ISR feed as the SUV approached the target. 5 minutes out. 2 minutes out. 30 seconds out, he's passing our position. Both men watched the silver SUV and pickup pass down the gravel roadway below and to the right of their position as they steered toward the target building's side entrance. It stopped next to the curb along with the truck, the back of which was filled with armed men. The headache hit Reece with blinding speed and a pain worse than he'd yet experienced. An audible grunt and the thud of the handheld thermal hitting the floor took Freddie off the gun. "Reece, you okay?" Reece pushed as hard as he could on his temples as the pain continued to radiate and blind him. "Reece," Freddie whispered, looking back to the scene playing out in the streets below. "Reece, shit!" Then he was gone. "I'm okay. It's all right," Reece said, regaining his senses. "Get back in the game, buddy. How far to the SUV?" his visibly concerned friend asked. Reece picked up the thermal and consulted the range card they'd built in daylight. 210 to the SUV, he reported. Taking a breath, he studied the laundry hanging from the building's windows. Wind is swirling, less than 5. Hold dead on. A half-dozen men piled out of the truck's bed carrying a mix of Kalashnikov-style rifles that varied in barrel length and national origin. Some carried them slung over their backs, and all of them had their stocks folded to make the weapons more compact. They surrounded the SUV with 4 on the side near the building and 2 remaining on the street side of the vehicle. All 4 doors of the SUV opened, and Reece heard the metallic sound of strain moving the selector switch to fire. An overweight man in his 50s stepped from the back seat of the Opel and was immediately flanked by the 4 security men. Though they saw him for only a brief moment, both Reece and Freddie were confident that he was their target. Amin Nawaz knelt by the vehicle, becoming totally obscured from view by his detail. He must have waved the boy over as he was prodded forward by his father, and then walked sheepishly toward the stranger. The boy disappeared into the rugby scrum of terrorists until his head popped up. Nawaz had him seated on his shoulders like a father carrying his child at a carnival. Shit, no shot. What's the situation? Over? The radio headphone cackled in Reece's ear. What asshole in Langley thinks this is a good time to be on the net? He did not respond to the ridiculous query. Freddie exhaled deeply as he struggled with what had effectively become a hostage situation and the ultimate sniper's dilemma. The gaggle of men began to move toward the door, the SEAL shooter tracking the position of Nawaz's head as it bobbed among the men of his security detail. Between the risk of hitting the boy and the low probability of a clean hit on the target among his security men, there was nothing the snipers could do but watch. 10 seconds after placing the boy on his shoulders, Nawaz and his detail were safely inside the building. Fuck, Freddie whispered a bit too loudly, putting the weapon back on safe. You didn't have a shot, buddy. You did the right thing. Okay, 2 options. Assault the building, or wait to take him out when he exits. There's what, 12 bad guys that we know of? Yeah, I counted 12. We wait him out. Damn it. I can't stand the thought of what's going to happen to that kid while we wait. Fucking savages, Freddie hissed. I know, Freddie, me neither. But there isn't a damn thing we can do about that at the moment. Why in the hell wouldn't they authorize a drone strike on this vehicle on its way here in the first place? Freddie said, even though he knew the answer. Politics with, in this case, a heavy dose of practicality. We need to protect Mo's cover to keep him a valuable asset to the U.S. government. A drone strike would look like exactly what it is, a U.S. assassination. We need this to look like an Albanian operation. We have to sit tight and take him on the way out. Chapter 49. Edirne, Turkey. September. Mo had signaled to Jules Landry that he needed to meet in person. The method was a simple one, a cryptic message left in the draft folder of the private messaging system on a web forum dedicated to stamp collecting. Both men had a shared login and accessed the system on a regular basis to check for unsent messages left for each other. The same method was commonly used on webmail services, but the NSA was doing a better job of monitoring accounts with no incoming and outgoing emails, so the Swiss-based Philately server provided an extra layer of protection for those who adapted in a tech-based world. General David Petraeus had used a similar technique with his mistress, until a random series of events led to its discovery by the FBI. Landry set up the meeting just outside the Greek-influenced city of Edirne, near Turkey's border with Bulgaria, so that he could use one of his EU passports to escape westward if something went wrong. He walked down the gray and white mosaic sidewalks of the city and climbed into his small rental Mercedes sedan. He'd spent the night locally and had scouted the route and the meeting site. Even in his chemically altered state, he remembered his tradecraft. The road from town headed north across a narrow stone bridge. Landry breathed easier once his car was past the choke point and over the wide-open swamp beyond. He turned right at the intersection and could see the ruins of the Ottoman palace ahead. Pulling the car off the road, he parked on the grass, choosing to walk the last 100 meters of open farmland. The twilight air was cool, and Landry was glad to be wearing a jacket. He had found that black leather made you all but invisible in this part of the world. His dark hair didn't hurt either. He saw little sign of activity as he approached the ruins. It was primarily an agricultural area, not prone to crowds of tourists. Unlike most of Europe, or anywhere in the United States, this historical site was open to the world with no fences, gates, or price of admission. It was simply part of the town. He saw someone leaning against the opening of the Felicity Gate, a preserved doorway of what was left of a crumbled brick palace wall. Even at this distance, he could tell it was Mo. The man smiled as he approached. Mo jerked his head toward the larger labyrinth of ruins, Landry following a few steps behind. They passed under a columned archway and into one of the few standing rooms among the remains of the once imposing structure. Mo lit a cigarette. That was the signal. As Landry stepped inside, an electric stun baton emerged from the shadows and administered 2.5 microcoulombs and 30,000 volts just below his hip. He fell forward without the ability to raise his arms and crashed face down onto the rocky ground. Mo and his paid accomplice worked quickly and had Landry flex-cuffed, with duct tape added for good measure, gagged, searched, drugged with a heavy dose of benzodiazepines, and rolled into a thick rug within minutes. They carried him into a delivery van filled with local carpets and hid him among the cargo. Mo powered off Landry's phone and zipped it into a bag designed to block all incoming and outgoing signals to prevent tracking, and pocketed his car keys to dispose of along the route. Mo handed his accomplice an envelope of cash and bid him farewell before hoisting himself into the van and turning the key to begin the long trek toward the Ibrahim Khalil border crossing. Mo was headed home.
Chapter 50. Tirana, Albania, September. The waiting was brutal. Not only were Reece and Freddie under the stress of the mission and the breakdown of the original plan, but they had to effectively stand by while an innocent child endured unspeakable abuse. The men's thoughts wandered to their own children, both living and deceased. Reece knew that Freddie would be thinking of his son Sam. He couldn't switch off being a father, no matter how hard you trained. At 9:00 p.m., Reece took his place behind the rifle. Dusk had turned to darkness, but the clear visual through the thermal optic turned night almost to day. The security men outside the building glowed bright white through the scope, the warm concrete standing out against the cool ground beside it. Reece turned on the illuminated mil-dot police reticle of the S&B rifle scope, the glowing red crosshairs giving him better contrast against the grayscale thermal image. Despite a population of 3,500 residents, the grounds surrounding the apartment buildings were all but deserted. No children playing, no old men smoking, no women walking to or from the nearby shopping areas. The locals knew that something was going on. They didn't need to be told. This was home. They could sense it. The only signs of life came from televisions flickering in windows and the sounds of conversations echoing down the hallway outside their door. 35 minutes into Reece's shift, the perimeter guard's behavior changed. The boss was coming out. 4 men emerged from the building's side entrance and walked to the SUV, opening the doors. Now that darkness had fallen, the men were brandishing their weapons openly. 6 at the truck, 6 on the perimeter. Reece moved the rifle's selector back to fire and steadied the toe of the buttstock against the beanbag-like rear rest on the table. 2 more armed men emerged from the building and stopped halfway to the vehicle, facing outward. Reece took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and prepared himself for a precise shot. The security detail lead emerged next, with the shorter and heavier Nawaz trailing behind him. Reece took another breath and exhaled as he began to track the white-hot moving target with his crosshairs. The leader waved his hand toward the 2 men standing in front of them. They began to walk back in his direction. Reece had mere seconds before the target would be surrounded by security men. He continued to track the target, holding the crosshairs on the front of Amin Nawaz's chest as he increased pressure on the trigger. Even suppressed, the shot was loud inside the confines of the room, especially after the men had worked in near silence for hours. The 175-grain open-tip match bullet passed across the open courtyard in a quarter of a second before slamming into Nawaz's right arm. The bullet shattered the humerus on its way into his thoracic cavity, where it center-punched a rib, sending shards of bone into his lung like shrapnel. The bullet continued its slightly downward path as it shredded its way through both lungs and exited on the offside of his body, spraying blood, bone, and even bits of his ample body hair across the graveled ground. His security men heard the sickening thwack of the bullet's impact an instant before the supersonic crack of the bullet's travel reached their ears. Nawaz lunged forward and down, crashing into his chief bodyguard. The security detail quickly became disoriented in the darkness, unsure how to react. They'd obviously spent their time intimidating civilians instead of rehearsing immediate action drills. Amin Nawaz lay face down, gasping unsuccessfully for breath as his lungs filled with blood. The two men closest to him finally reacted and began dragging his limp body toward the idling Opal. Reece and Freddie could hear the men yelling at one another as the rest of the team raced to surround their fallen leader. "Hedgehog down, I say again, hedgehog down, over," Freddie reported over the radio in a calm, even tone. "Roger that, hedgehog down," a distant command voice responded. "Spartan, this is Renegade 2-2, over," an animated voice joined in. "I've got you, Renegade, preparing to move." "Roger that, I'm 10 mics out." "Good copy." Within 10 seconds of Freddie's radio call to Langley, the entire city of Tirana went dark. Agency hackers had breached a firewall for the Albanian Power Corporation, known as Kesh, a week earlier, and, with the target down, they signaled the servers to discontinue distribution of electricity to that sector of the nation's power grid. The hydroelectric plants continued to make power. The distribution points simply stopped relaying it. With Institute now thrown into absolute blackness, save for what came from the quarter moon, the terrorists' panic level increased exponentially. As Reece and Freddie worked swiftly to ready their gear, they heard shots ring out. At first it was a few isolated bursts, but the rest of the men caught on, and soon full auto gunfire was spraying in almost every direction. The suppressor had eliminated the rifle's muzzle flash and had muffled the report, so it was doubtful the men outside knew from which building the shot had originated. Their reaction was to wildly pump rounds into every structure in the vicinity in what professionals referred to as a death blossom. "Renegade 2-2, this is Spartan, hot extract. I say again, hot extract, over." "Roger that, Spartan, 8 mics out," a voice responded, over the sound of a screaming diesel motor in the background. Both operators had put on their helmets with the distinctive four-eyed NODs in place. Freddie had the magazines for the 7.62mm HK sniper rifle in his vest, so he carried the larger rifle. Reece checked the Atpal laser on his little MP7 submachine gun and nodded to his partner, who removed the 2x4 blocking the door and opened it, allowing Reece to creep into the deserted hallway. The sniper pair moved quickly but quietly toward the stairwell at the end of the hall, hearing animated voices from the apartments they passed. The residents of Institute were apparently unhappy with the power being shut off during their prime TV watching time, not to mention the hail of bullets just outside their doors. They made it to the stairs and took the 2 flights down in seconds, pausing at the bottom to ensure that the hallway was clear. Halfway down the narrow ground-floor hallway, a beam of light washed out their night vision and they heard a female scream. A surprised young woman dropped a flashlight and sprinted down the hall. The men raced to catch her, but she had too much of a head start. "Police! Police!" she screamed as she burst through the metal doors and out into the open area between the buildings, pointing back the way she'd come. Reece rounded the corner just in time to see a burst of tracers cut her down, the fire shifting to the doors. He dove back inside as the bullets impacted the concrete walls and metal doors, sending shards of dust and debris across the small entryway. Back on his feet, he and Freddie made their way swiftly toward the building's only other exit. When they reached the side door, which was propped open with a rock the size of a soccer ball, they saw the headlights of a pickup truck racing toward their position. One of the terrorists riding in the bed of the truck had a belt-fed PKM machine gun resting over the cab and began firing toward the open doorway.
Both men dropped to the ground, and Freddy began firing methodically toward the PKM's muzzle flash, while Reece put a long burst into the truck's windshield. The firing stopped, and the engine's whine slowed to an idle. The truck's momentum carried it forward as the pace slowed, while both operators shifted their fire to the headlights. The lull in the fire was temporary as the enemy began to zero in on the Americans' location. Within moments, more small arms fire impacted around the doorway. "I'll cover the other door," Reece yelled over the gunfire. "How far out is Ox?" "Renegade 2-2, what's your ETA, over?" Freddy called over the radio. "Under 5, I say again, under 5. Reece heard the transmission and flashed Freddy a thumbs up as he jogged down the hallway. Rounds still passed through both of the building's openings, preventing either man from returning effective fire. Green tracers from a belt-fed weapon ricocheted as they impacted the walls of the hallway, and 5.45mm AK rounds hit in a less frequent but equally deadly tempo. Reece slowly worked an angle on the doorway, firing short bursts as enemy muzzle flashes worked their way into his line of sight. "I need a window," Reece heard his frustrated teammate call out. Seconds later, he heard the sound of a door being kicked in and the screams of the residents inside. The window gave Freddy a better position, and after he dropped 2 terrorists with as many shots, the firing from that side of the building abated as the survivors took cover behind the bullet-laden pickup truck. "Moving your way," Reece said into his radio. Freddy fired repeated rounds into the truck to keep the enemy's heads down as Reece moved to exit the side door, scanning the area outside to ensure that he wasn't going to walk into a burst of machine gun fire. Satisfied that it was as quiet as it was going to get, he sprinted through the door and ran around to the back side of the apartment building, where he took a knee to cover Freddy's exit. He didn't have to say a word. Instead, he fired short bursts from his MP7 under the pickup, his laser dancing across the open ground. 2 of the rounds caught a shooter in the shin, and he fell to his side, grasping his leg. The next burst hit his face. Freddy moved past Reece and took cover behind a small car, firing toward the enemy. They leapfrogged slowly, putting distance between themselves and the terrorist gunmen. The scene was First World versus Third, trained versus untrained, disciplined versus undisciplined. Reece and Freddy moved, fired, and changed magazines with practiced discipline, while the terrorists sprayed rounds wildly on full automatic. The technological advantage of the NODs and IR laser-equipped former frogmen was almost unfair. The terrorists fired at fleeting sounds and shadows, while Reece and Freddy could clearly see not only the enemy but each other's lasers. To the commanders and analysts stateside watching the scene from the black-and-white UAV feed, it was like watching a video game with the sound muted. IR strobes blinked on top of the helmets of the good guys, while the bad guys' muzzle flashes identified them with nearly equal clarity. Rick Ox Andrews had earned his nickname as a 19-year-old Ranger Private First Class by running across the runway of the Port Salinas Airport in Grenada under fire, laden like an ox with a mortar tube across his shoulders and belts of linked M60 ammunition crisscrossing his chest. He'd fought in nearly every armed conflict since that October day in 1983 and had served as a sergeant major in the Army's premier Special Operations Unit before going to work for the CIA's ground branch in 2004. The Special Operations world was a small one, and he and Reece had crossed paths more than once in both Iraq and Afghanistan. 30 seconds out, Ox called over the radio as he wove the green Land Rover Defender 90 toward the firefight around parked and slower-moving cars. He flipped his NODs down as he neared the target, his path illuminated by the vehicle's IR headlights. As soon as he did, he saw the beam from the powerful laser co-witnessed with the sights of the machine gun mounted on the Rover's roll bar. He hit the brakes, careful not to bounce his gunner around too badly, and turned sharply. The turn put them perpendicular to the pickup with the enemy totally exposed. Ox winced as the 12.7mm Dishcom machine gun came alive above his head, its 855-grain armor-piercing incendiary bullets tearing the men, their weapons, and the truck behind them to shredded bits of flesh and metal. Ox steered past the pickup and caught sight of the IR beams from Reece's and Freddy's Atpials 200 meters ahead. He accelerated in their direction and saw one of their flashing IR strobes emerge from behind a compact car as he closed the distance. As he rolled to a stop, Reece opened the passenger side door and climbed inside. He heard Freddy tumble into the truck's bed, and the massive gunner, whom they'd nicknamed Django after the movie character, slapped the truck's roof. Ox consulted the night vision-compatible LCD screen attached to the truck's dash as he accelerated away from the objective, confirming over his Peltor headset that their ride was inbound. Reece changed magazines in the passenger seat and looked through the Rover's back window to see Strain covering the truck's rear with his rifle. Full head count. He let Ox handle the navigation as he ran through a mental checklist and subconsciously checked over his gear with his left hand. Full mag in the gun and one more in the vest. All Reece could see were buildings lining the darkened city streets as Ox wove his way toward the extraction point, his goggled head shifting between the road ahead and the screen to his right. "Good to see you, buddy," Ox said as he drove. Reece could see his trademark grin below his NODs. "Damn good to see you, Ox. We appreciate the ride." "No worries, man. Somebody's got to keep you Navy guys out of trouble." Ox steered the truck off the road and drove through a side yard between two houses at 50 miles per hour. As they crossed the open field, a black shadow descended before them out of the heavens. The sound came next, the twin blades roaring through the night sky, the rotor wash forcing the high grass flat against the ground. Ox hit the brakes but was still moving at a faster pace than Reece had expected when he steered the Land Rover up the metal ramp of the MH-47G Chinook. It was a tight fit, too tight to open the truck's doors, but the Defender fit into the helicopter's cargo bay like it was made for it. Ox engaged the parking brake and shut off the engine, flashing a thumbs up to the flight engineer. Seconds later, the pilot from the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment added power and lifted off. As the helo gained altitude and turned west toward the Adriatic Sea, Amin Nawaz's dead body lay cooling in the back seat of the Opel, his frantic driver speeding to exit the city. Within an hour, cable news outlets were reporting that the terrorist leader had been killed in a raid by Albanian commandos, and an hour after that report, the actual commandos from Albania's Eagle 5 arrived on the scene of the firefight in their dishcom-armed, olive-green Land Rover Defender 90s. Thanks to a tip provided to the nation's state intelligence service, the Albanian Shish recovered the terrorist leader's abandoned body in a discarded vehicle a few kilometers outside Tirana. Chapter 51. Turkey-Iraq Border, September. It took the two-vehicle convoy 10 hours to reach the border. After passing through the town of Silopi, Turkey, Mo and his men crossed the Khabur River and approached the arched frontier gate at Ibrahim Khalil. The men manning the border were Kurdish Peshmerga, the most pro-U.S. troops in Iraq. Despite guarding an international border on behalf of their nation, they wore the sunburst flag of Kurdistan on their U.S.-made woodland BDUs, rather than the flag of Iraq. Kurdistan was a nation within a nation, a place the CIA never really left after 1991. The officer in charge of the checkpoint pointed toward a white Ford F-250 with a PKM machine gun mounted in the rear, operated by a balaclava-wearing Kurd dressed in desert tiger stripe. CIA. The skids had already been greased, and Mo passed through the checkpoint unhindered. Two Ford trucks with gunners manning the big guns in their beds fell in with Mo's van, one in front and one behind. Mo gave them a nod and a thumbs up, following the lead vehicle in what was now a CIA convoy, returning to a country he had vowed never to set foot in again. Mo briefly wondered if Landry would survive the journey. It was a long distance to travel wrapped up in a rug with feet, hands, and mouth secured with duct tape, and decided this was an appropriate time for an inshallah. The agency operated with absolute autonomy in Kurdistan even during the Saddam years. They had organized a coup there in 1995, one that was thwarted not by Hussein or his secret police, but by the National Security Advisor in the White House. The CIA and Iraqi dissidents had planned the coup early in 1995, but, at the last minute, the White House lost its nerve. Despite having 2 divisions and a brigade of the Iraqi army ready to defect to the anti-Saddam forces, agency personnel received a last-minute cable from Washington ordering them to stand down. Mo had no idea whether the plan for a coup would have succeeded, but having seen far too much bloodshed in the chaos that followed Saddam's removal in 2003, he believed the risk would have been worth it. He briefly wondered what his life would be like had that coup succeeded, but quickly brushed the thought aside. He had work to do in the present, an assignment to break and question his treacherous cargo. The tables were turned, and soon Landry would answer for his sins. Chapter 52. Aboard the USS Kearsarge, LHD-3, Adriatic Sea, September. The Chinook landed on the deck of the amphibious assault ship under the cover of darkness, the only illumination on deck coming from a strip of green landing lights. Reece, Strain, Ox, and Django climbed out of the Defender through the top of its roll cage and down the helo's rear ramp, while the aircraft and deck crews worked swiftly to move the MH-47 onto the elevator that would take it to a hangar below decks. A desert cami-clad Marine First Lieutenant from the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit led the men across the deck and inside through a steel hatch. All four commandos squinted as their eyes adjusted to the bright fluorescent lights of the ship's interior, while their escort led them through the labyrinth of corridors. Members of the ship's crew stepped aside to let the visitors pass in the narrow space, eyeing the mysterious armed men with curiosity. The beards, nylon chest rigs, and salt-stained multicam combat clothing worn by the agency men contrasted sharply with the blue and gray aquaflage worn by the clean-cut sailors of the conventional Navy. Wonder what admiral ever approved that uniform, Reece thought. Reece hadn't been able to catch up with Ox much during the flight due to the noise. Now he was directly behind the Army legend as they moved through the bowels of what Reece often termed a big gray ship, due to his mysterious inability to tell them apart. Aren't you getting too old for this, Ox? Happy 70th birthday, by the way. Sorry I missed it. Easy, Reece. I'm not even 60. Besides, the way my wife spends money, I can't afford to retire.
I can still drive and shoot as long as I don't forget my glasses.
Well, you must be the Dorian Gray of Redacted. Who? Ox asked. Never mind.
Just don't ask him how to work the comms,
the usually stoic Django deadpanned over his shoulder. Yeah, I need to start bringing one of my grandkids along to work the radios, Ox shot back at his partner. Why do they make those things so complicated? Their Marine escort motioned to a closed hatch, and the men shifted to a more professional demeanor as they entered the room for the mission debrief. The room was fairly large by ship standards and was one of the ready rooms for the LHD's helo pilots. A Marine Helicopter Squadron logo adorned the hatch, as well as the podium at the front of the room, where two men and a woman, all dressed in civilian clothes, waited.
Great job, boys. Fantastic work. Mr. Strain, you and your friend here are going to make me take back all of the bad things I've ever said about SEALs. Mr. Reece, I'm Vic Rodriguez. Very nice to meet you.
Reece was never a great judge of height, but he guessed Rodriguez at 5'6". He was a handsome man with short salt-and-pepper hair and olive skin that made his age hard to guess. Dressed in khaki pants, hiking boots, and a black polo shirt, he was fit and had an energetic air that made him immediately likable. The two men shook hands, Rodriguez smiling warmly. He motioned toward the other individuals in the room and introduced them. Reece recognized Nicole Fan, the analyst from the video conference in Istanbul. She looked even younger in person.
Guys, this is Major Dave Harper. He's a liaison from
Redacted, Rodriguez said, introducing the thin man with the high and tight haircut.
Great job out there. I'm just here to coordinate the air, ground, and sea assets for this. Here to help however I can.
Those helo pilots were nothing short of incredible, Reece said. Please thank them for us.
Will do,
the Army Major said with a nod. The ship's galley had the room catered, and the food, true to Navy form, was actually not bad, though Reece hadn't forgotten the differences between eating in the officer's mess and the enlisted one. Night and day. Reece and Freddie ate like they'd been shipwrecked for weeks before beginning the hot wash. He led them through each phase of the mission, answering questions from Rodriguez, Fan, and Harper as they went. The UAV images were displayed on the room's LCD screen, and the men gave play-by-play narratives from their perspective on the ground. Reece had been through hundreds of similar debriefs during his time in special operations, though none were as sensitive or as classified as this one. Following the 3-hour meeting, Harper called for an escort to show the men to their assigned sleeping quarters. Rodriguez shook Reece's hand on the way out and spoke in a muted voice. "Great work, Reece. Get some sleep. There's something I want to discuss with you in the morning." Reece bid him good night, wondering what the morning's conversation would entail. Chapter 53. Reece slept well. The ship's gentle roll a muted reminder of his time at sea aboard the Beneteau. That voyage seemed like years ago now. He dreamt of the ocean, how it offered him refuge, tested him, and delivered him to what, he wasn't yet sure. Voices passing outside the hatch of the small stateroom rousted him from a deep slumber. Reece stared silently into the pitch-black darkness and tried to remember where he was. After realizing that he hadn't failed buds and been assigned to the fleet, he swung his feet onto the deck and felt for his Navy-supplied shower shoes with his toes. The ship's company had left a package of new white T-shirts and a blue coverall jumpsuit for him on the bunk. He couldn't bring himself to put on the coveralls, but he put on one of the fresh T-shirts and pulled on the Cry multicam pants that he'd worn on the Albania op. He brushed his hair back with his hands as best he could and put on a sweat-stained Padres cap he'd found under the bed. Heading out into the passageway and into the bustling heart of the ship during the morning watch, Reece asked directions to the wardroom and wandered in that direction. Navigating the internal passageways of a ship had never come easily to him. Reece eventually found it with the help of a seaman apprentice who looked about 12, and he wasn't surprised to see Ox already there when he arrived. He caught some strange looks from the khaki uniform-wearing officers seated at one of the tables and begrudgingly took off his hat. He wasn't sure why he worried about it, the normal decorum of the officers' mess having already been shattered by the pasty white former Army NCO clad in a tight T-shirt and a pair of black Ranger panty PT shorts. Far too much of his anatomy on full display. The ship's officers apparently knew better than to say anything to the barrel-chested operator sitting by himself. "Ox, you still wearing those Speedos in public? I think there's a regulation of some sort against that in the 21st century military. You realize there are women on Navy ships now, right? You remind me of the old chiefs at Coronado who were still rocking UDT shorts when I showed up as a new guy." "Nothing more comfortable, brother. I'm not giving these things up. Get some coffee and come join me." Ox motioned to an urn full of the Navy's best jet fuel on a table nearby. Reece filled his cup and doctored it carefully with sweetener and milk, a bit disappointed at the lack of honey. "Good thing they do have women on ships now, Reece. Otherwise you'd have to drink it black, like a man." Reece gave his friend the one-finger salute over his shoulder, then took a seat at the round table, where his friend read a computer printout of a news story through a pair of half glasses. "What's happening in the world today, Ox?" "Well, it says here that some Albanian commandos killed the most wanted terrorist in the world in a firefight last night." "No kidding. Good for them." "Yeah, pretty crazy. Says here in all that chaos, somebody put a single round through his lungs." "Wow. Kinda sounds like when Colombian forces killed Pablo Escobar," Reece said with a conspiratorial smile. Ox looked at Reece over his glasses. "Very similar, my friend. Very similar." "Are we the only ones up? What time is it?" "Ha! It's 0930, Reece. Everyone has been up for hours. Freddie and Vic are off somewhere doing admin, and Django is in the gym, staying huge. He must have eaten a dozen eggs this morning. You need some chow?" "No, I'm good with coffee for now." Reece drank his Java in silence, still trying to clear his mind from the fog of sleep while Ox droned on about something. 20 minutes later, Vic Rodriguez walked into the wardroom dressed in pressed casual clothes, showered, shaved, and looking sharp. "Good morning, Mr. Reece. Ox, glad to see that you haven't moved in 2 hours." "Just catching up on the news, boss." Rodriguez rolled his eyes. "Reece, is this a good time for us to talk?" "Good a time as any, I guess." "Let's head topside. Top off your coffee if you'd like."
Reece nodded to Ox, who flashed him a grin as he refilled his coffee, and followed the agency man toward the upper deck. The irony was not lost on him that, as a career naval officer, he had to follow a former soldier to find his way through the ship. Vic led him through a hatch and onto the windswept flight deck. A crew member nodded to him and pointed toward the stern. This had obviously been arranged ahead of time. The two men stopped aft of the ship's superstructure, a few feet from the deck's edge, the chained railing the only thing between them and a long drop into the Adriatic Sea below. They were mostly out of the wind, but it was still present enough that no one standing more than 10 feet away would be able to eavesdrop on their conversation, and no member of the ship's crew was within anything close to that distance. They had complete privacy. Rodriguez got right to the point. "Reece, I want to thank you for what you've done. Because of your efforts, the most wanted terrorist in the world is a corpse. Global markets are reacting to the news as we speak. We had a deal. As far as the U.S. government is concerned, you're a free man." "I appreciate that, Vic. I get the feeling there's a but here, though." "You're right, Reece. There's a but. You don't owe us a thing, but we sure could use you. I am offering you a job, no strings attached. You'd be a green badger, a contract guy. You know what that means. It's not a bad deal, and you get to see this thing through." Reece took a sip of coffee and stared out at the choppy green water on the horizon. Rodriguez continued. "Okay, I guess you're going to make me sell it. You know what kind of evil is out there. You've been in these countries. Amin Nawaz was a big get for us, but someone is going to take his place tomorrow, smarter and even more determined. We need people we can count on to hunt these assholes down to the ends of the earth. And here's the other part. That plan that you came up with to flip Mo and use him as a pseudo-terrorist? It's brilliant, but I need you here to run it, or else it'll get fucked up. You know that. Major Farouk, Mo as you call him, is on his way into Iraq with Landry right now. This isn't over by a long shot." Reece nodded and took another sip of coffee, glad his friend was still alive and well. "Listen, Reece, I don't know you personally, but I know your reputation. I've read all your evals, fit reps, and medal citations, but more importantly, Freddie and Ox think the world of you. Come work for me. You do what you're good at, and I deal with the politics and the red tape." Reece looked Rodriguez in the eye. "You really think they're going to let me go? They're just going to forget about all the people I killed?" "Reece, all I know is that I can't protect you if you're not under my wing. Give me a few months on the job, focus on the mission, and I'll provide top cover. If you decide later that you want to walk, I won't try to stop you." Reece was silent for a full minute as he weighed the different scenarios. He started to say no, but stopped himself, looking out to sea, remembering the voyage from Fishers to Mozambique, his family, the tumor, and Katie. In the end, he made the decision for Mohammed, his friend with whom he had shared the bond of combat. This wasn't over. Mo had been played. He'd been played by a sociopath who had found his way into an intelligence agency that gave him the freedom to feed his sick fantasies, and somebody, possibly in the agency itself, was running that sociopath. This wasn't over, and Reece couldn't walk until it was. He couldn't leave Mo halfway through the operation. To Reece, that was the same thing as leaving him behind on the battlefield. Vic was right. Reece needed to see it through. "You forgot to mention something, Vic." "Oh, what's that?" "That you read my psyche, Val. That you knew I'd say yes." Vic smiled. "Well, true. There is that." Reece paused. "I'm saying yes to finishing this operation, and then I'm out." Vic Rodriguez smiled again and extended his hand. "Welcome to the team, Reece. Surgery is planned either at Bethesda or at your clinic in La Jolla as soon as this is over. And by the way, you've got some money coming your way. We made it a condition of you coming on board that you got to keep the reward money for Nawaz. It was coming from the British government, so we worked it in as a term of your employment. It's a sizable chunk. Figured you could use it to get a fresh start. That might just about cover my old Land Cruiser, and I owe more than a few people beers. I do have one request to make, though." "What's that?" I need you to track down a phone number for me. After a pause and some clicks and beeps as the Iridium satellite phone connected, Reece heard it begin to ring. He was more nervous than he thought he would be. He hoped she'd answer the strange number. Come on, pick up. He thought of all the times he'd called Lauren on the same type of phone, the same clicks and beeps followed by the strange, satellite-transformed voice that made loved ones sound like aliens from another world. He'd always told her that everything was okay and not much was going on, even as he looked up at the night sky following a mission in which everything was not okay. No matter how tired he was, he always made time to call, feeling it was his responsibility to use the technical advantages afforded him that were not available to his late father in Vietnam or his grandfather in World War II.
This is Katie.
Pause.
Katie? Yes? Hello, anyone there?
Even through the Iridium satellite link, he could detect her slight hint of an accent that most people wouldn't even notice.
Shit, what am I, in junior high? Hello?
She said again. Paralyzed, Reece remembered her on her knees with det cord twisted around her neck, with the thumb of a SEAL-turned-CIA operative turned mercenary on the detonator.
Reece, how did you know Ben didn't have that detonator connected? How did you know he wouldn't blow my head off?
Shit, Reece said out loud, hitting the end call button. I didn't. Chapter 54. Kurdistan, Iraq. September. Landry thought he was going to die. As whatever drugs they'd given him wore off, panic began to set in. It didn't help that he was beginning to experience withdrawal symptoms from the cocktail of recreational and prescription drugs that had become his mainstay. His wrists and ankles were bound, there was tape over his mouth and eyes, and he was wrapped in something heavy. The heat was stifling, and the pillowcase over his head only exacerbated the claustrophobic conditions. The only sounds he could hear were those of tires on various combinations of asphalt, gravel, and dirt, as the vehicle traveled for what seemed like days, his brain having no reference points to maintain his sense of equilibrium. He dry-heaved repeatedly from motion sickness, his clothing soaked in sweat and urine. His brain raced to process what had happened. He lived a paranoid existence as it was, expecting betrayal at nearly every moment. He struggled to make sense of what had gone wrong. Betrayed by Mo, but to who and for what? Had Mo found out he wasn't really a CIA asset continuing his work for the United States government he'd started in Iraq? This was more than misery. This was pushing Landry into the land of the insane. He squinted his eyes shut, trying to make this nightmare end, only to open them to the darkness of the tape and hood. His muffled screams the only outlet for what had turned into an anxiety attack without end. The van accelerated over gravel, made several sharp turns, and finally came to a stop, brakes squeaking. The driver was speaking to someone outside, and Landry heard the doors open. Whatever he was wrapped in was jerked from the vehicle. He landed on the ground with an unceremonious thud and rolled sideways as the rug unraveled. The effect was dizzying. Landry attempted to gasp for air, thwarted by the tape across his mouth. It must be night, he thought, feeling the cool air against his skin. He could hear the distant hum of generators. The scrape of a metal door penetrated the darkness, and he was carried face down by what felt like 4 men into a building of some kind. The footfalls of boots sounded as if they were walking on a concrete floor, and he heard various doors open and shut in front of and behind them. No voices. The movement stopped, and he was dropped onto the hard floor, his chin splitting on impact. He heard a strange sound that he couldn't identify until he realized it was a pair of EMT shears cutting the clothing from his body. The room was freezing cold, and he felt increasingly chilled as his skin was exposed to the air. His boots were pulled from his feet, and he was left totally naked on the cold, hard floor. The door slammed shut, and hands still bound with zip ties and duct tape, he curled up in a ball, shivering and convulsing, on the verge of madness. Chapter 55. Over the Mediterranean Sea, September. Their flight took close to 3 hours and nearly maxed out the V-22's fuel capacity. It was Reece's first time riding in the tilt-rotor aircraft, and though part of him thought it was an incredible feat of engineering, the almost 40-something part of his brain couldn't help but remember how many times these aircraft had crashed during development. He and Freddie sat in the folding seats that lined the walls of the aircraft's cargo bay, which, to Reece's untrained eye, looked like a smaller version of the Chinook's interior. The inside of the fuselage was covered in an endless tangle of wires, metal lines, and hoses like something out of some steampunk artist's fantasy. Reece thought of one of Ox's favorite sayings: "If you get in a helicopter and it's not leaking, get ready to crash, because that means it's out of hydraulic fluid." He looked up to see whether anything was dripping. The Marine pilots steered them over the open Mediterranean before going feet dry over Turkey and finally passing into the airspace of northern Iraq. Their landing at Erbil International Airport was conventional by Iraqi standards, unlike the dive bomber-like landings they'd all endured during approaches into Baghdad International Airport. The surface-to-air threat must be pretty light here these days. Their headsets allowed them to hear the chatter on the bird's intercom, which mainly consisted of the pilots conveying information to the crew chief riding with them in the cargo bay. It was all very routine. Reece was curious whether the Osprey would land vertically or horizontally, but due to the generous runway, it touched down like a traditional fixed-wing aircraft. Probably safer that way. After a short taxi, the twin-turbine engines shut down, and the rear ramp was lowered. Reece and Freddie went forward to thank the pilots and crew for the ride before unstacking their assorted gear strapped to a pallet on the aircraft's metal floor. The crew chief helped them carry the kit bags and Pelican cases to the tarmac, where a white F-250 had pulled up behind the Osprey. A small group of Peshmerga troops, armed with Scar-17s and dressed in surplus U.S. desert camo and black body armor, stayed by the truck, while a tall, blonde-haired American wearing jeans and a tan polo shirt approached, looking like he'd just walked off the Norwegian ski team. "Freddie, good to see you, buddy," the man said in recognition of Reece's partner. "Hey, Eric, appreciate the pickup. Meet James Donovan." "Donovan, huh? Okay, well, welcome to Kurdistan, James. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Eric Spur. I've heard good things." Reece shook the man's extended hand. "Good to meet you as well. Let's get you boys loaded up and out of here. Your guest is waiting." Spur waved to the Kurdish troops, who moved quickly to help retrieve the men's gear and load it into the truck. Reece and Freddie insisted on helping. They both noticed that Eric left the work to the Kurds. They loaded into the crew cab pickup, Spur behind the wheel, and drove east through the city. "What's that?" Reece asked, turning in his seat to take in the huge fortress that occupied the high ground to his right. "That's the famous citadel of Erbil. They say it's been inhabited continuously since people first lived in this part of the world," Eric informed them. "Good tactical position," Freddie observed. "Probably a good strategic one as well if it's been inhabited that long." An hour east of Mosul, which had only recently been retaken from ISIS occupation, Erbil was the capital of Kurdistan, a relatively safe and quiet city of just under 1 million residents. It was an eclectic mix of modern and ancient structures and boasted beautiful green spaces, towering fountains, and winding, mosaic-tiled streets. Cars jammed the avenues, men sat and smoked outside coffee shops lining the sidewalks, families walked together in public. Commerce was in full swing. Leaving the historic city, they hit a main road that took them north. In contrast to much of Iraq, it appeared to Reece that the north was a virtual paradise. It reminded him of the Napa Valley wine country where he had been married. "So, tell me about your crew," Freddie said, bringing them back to the present. "All Yazidis," Spur began. "They're not Muslims, and they've been heavily persecuted by Daesh. You know, ISIS.
They hate the bad guys more than we do, so they're extremely loyal. Aren't all Peshmerga loyal to the U.S.? Reece asked. Yeah, that's true for the most part. They have a chip on their shoulder, which is useful. They've been the ethnic and religious minority here forever. Actually, they're a minority within a minority. I have them on loan from Qasem Sheshto, the old tiger of Mount Sinjar. He's the commander of the Yazidi Pesh forces. What's the mission up here? Asked Freddy, his eyes scanning the road ahead. We're running a strike force against what's left of Daesh, ISIS, ISIL, whatever you want to call them this week. We have 2 commando squadrons of Yazidis trained up, and we're doing a lot of direct action work. We use their HUMINT networks along with all of our SIGINT assets and are hitting the enemy hard. Sounds like Baghdad 2006, Reece commented. Yeah, but this time we're not getting Americans killed. These people need to win back their own country. Reece had seen plenty of Iraqi troops get killed or wounded fighting for their country, particularly from Moe's teams, but he didn't press the point. As they traveled farther from the city, the flat terrain transformed into rolling hills. Their journey led them into a wide valley where a modern compound had been built into the remote landscape. The exterior perimeter of sand-filled HESCO barriers, the modern-day equivalent of the lodgepole forts of the American frontier, screamed, U.S. Outpost. The force protection detail was a mix of local forces and Western security contractors. Inside the perimeter was a complex of concrete and steel structures at odds with the natural world outside its walls. The CIA had built its own fiefdom in this autonomous zone, a place where even the Iraqi army was prohibited from entering by law. Freddy, does this remind you at all of Apocalypse Now? Reece whispered, referencing the classic 1979 film by Francis Ford Coppola. Yes, and I expect we've already met our Kurtz. Landry lay shivering on the floor, his body convulsing in its attempt to stay warm. With his hands bound behind his back, the best he could do was to draw his knees up to his chest. Without the stifling heat and claustrophobia of the rug, he'd begun to calm down and re-enter the land of the sane. He'd tried scooting himself around the room to get his bearings and build up some body heat, but the abrasive floors quickly rubbed his skin raw. He'd established that the room was roughly 10 feet by 10 feet, and had a metal drain in the center of the floor. It was well built, almost clinical. The only ambient smell was that of the dried urine and feces that clung to his skin. He was sure of one thing: his captors were state-sponsored. Terrorist groups didn't run detainment facilities with massive air conditioners and clean concrete floors. He had to be within 1,000 or so miles of where he'd been snatched. It wouldn't have made sense to take him deeper into Europe, which probably meant somewhere in the former Soviet Union, Syria, Iraq, or Iran. Pakistan, maybe? The Brits would want him desperately for the Christmas market attack in London, but, despite the effectiveness of their military, their government no longer had the stomach to operate in places like this. Too many colonial memories. Could the French have picked him up? They didn't play games when it came to terrorism. Instead of keeping their citizens from going to fight the infidel in foreign lands, France let them go. They let them go so that French special operations troops could hunt them down and kill them on foreign soil. But the French didn't have a footprint in this part of the world. That left the United States, the Russians, or maybe the Israelis. Please don't let it be the Russians. His thoughts were broken by a brief sound that was audible over the air conditioners, and seconds later his body was shocked by a blast of freezing cold liquid. The water hit him like icy daggers, and he curled his body tighter into a more protective position. He tried worm-crawling away from the cold stream raining from above, but it appeared as if the entire ceiling was equipped with shower nozzles. There was no escaping it. After an excruciating 60 seconds, the shower stopped as abruptly as it had started. A minute earlier, he hadn't thought he could be any closer to hypothermia, but that now seemed like a warm summer day by comparison. He knew this playbook. They were going to keep him on the verge of hypothermia coupled with sleep deprivation. For someone raised on the hot, steamy bayous of the Gulf Coast, This was torture. Yet he knew what was coming, and could play this game as well. If it's the Americans, I still have a chance.
Chapter 56. Yazidi Strike Force Compound, Kurdistan, September. "Would you like to observe?" Eric asked Reece and Freddie with a tad too much enthusiasm, both men having stowed their gear in the dormitory-like rooms to which they'd been shown. "No thanks," Reece responded without hesitation, remembering his last experience with torture, extracting information from Saul Agnon in a Palm Springs hotel room for his role in the murders of Reece's wife and daughter. "Me neither," Freddie chimed in. "I'd prefer to maintain some plausible deniability if this thing hits the news cycle. Remember what the last president did to the guys who interrogated Abu Zubaydah?" Neither man had any moral objections to whatever interrogation techniques were being used on Landry. They simply weren't interested in watching. Landry was a traitor, a sellout, who had become a terrorist due to a currently unknown motivation. His actions had taken innocent lives, and he'd joined forces with his nation's #1 enemy. On top of all that, he was a sadist who had tortured detainees under the guise of a CIA team leader. No, Jules Landry wasn't going to get any empathy from either of them. "Suit yourselves. I'm going to go see how it's going," Spurs said as he walked out. They had been lounging in the team room, a combination clubhouse, living room, and meeting space used by small units around the globe. This one was nicer than most, but lacked the photos, captured enemy weapons, and other mementos that usually lined the walls and infused the space with the character of the occupying unit. With no such decorations, this room looked more like something you'd see in a nursing home or college dorm. It occurred to Reece that he hadn't watched television since he'd hastily departed the United States months ago, so he turned on the flat screen to see if he could catch the news. He found CNN International, and, ironically, the segment was covering the killing of Nawaz by the now famous Albanian Eagle Commandos. He and Freddie exchanged eye rolls as a series of counterterrorism experts and retired military officers speculated wildly about how the mission had gone down. How these officers with high-level security clearances could spout off about ongoing military operations just days after they'd retired was beyond them both. The freezing water soaked him at seemingly random intervals, leaving Landry constantly on edge in anticipation of the next icy blast, his body jerking uncontrollably. Then, just when his mind began to slip into delirium, the powerful air vents in the room started blowing warm air. The warmth was heavenly. As his body temperature began to rise, he was reminded of just how thirsty he was. He hadn't had anything to drink since before his capture, and he was losing track of how long ago that had been. Every part of his body was soaking wet, save the inside of his mouth. Had his lips not been covered by tape, he would have licked the floor. His head rose at the sound of the heavy metal door unlocking and quickly tucked it back against his chest, expecting a beating to begin at any moment. Footsteps sloshed across the wet floor. Whoever had entered the room smelled like cigarettes and was standing directly over him. The man pulled the wet cloth sack from his head, and the duct tape that had covered his mouth was torn swiftly away, the sharp pain only slightly diminished by the numbness of his face. His eyes were still taped over, so when something touched his lips he jerked away, causing water to spill on his chin. Water! His natural fear of physical pain was suppressed by his overwhelming thirst, and he extended his face toward the bottle. The cold liquid instantly brightened his mood as he gulped it down. The bottle was pulled away and something small was pressed into his mouth. It had a plastic taste to it. He tried to spit it out, but the water returned and his thirst was too powerful. Whatever it was, he'd just swallowed it. He pushed the thought aside and drank the water as fast as it was poured into his mouth by the plastic bottle. The pleasure was short-lived. As quickly and abruptly as the water had come, the man left the room. Still, his body was shivering less as the room warmed, and he was no longer quite as dehydrated as he'd been just moments earlier. He'd learned, during the various schools he'd attended in the Marine Corps, to relish the brief moments of rest and relief
when they came, without thinking too much about what might happen next. He exhaled a deep breath and tried to put himself in a different place mentally. A happy place. Just as he began to relax, his skin was blasted once again by the cold rain from above. It was like they were reading his mind. A sensor in the interrogation room's wall relayed the telemetry from the RFID device inside the detainee's body to the desktop monitor in the observation area. Roman Evdal, a Yazidi physician's assistant trained in the United States under an exchange program, watched the detainee's core temperature rise to 37 degrees Celsius and his heart rate slow to 65 BPM. Rome, as he was called by the Americans at the facility, nodded to the man seated next to him, who touched his computer screen, activating the water pumps that fed the shower nozzles that covered the ceiling of the interrogation room. Rome couldn't hear the detainee scream through the thick plexiglass with the speakers muted, but he could tell by the man's agonized facial expression that that was exactly what was happening. He looked over his shoulder toward the handsome Sunni, whom he'd been instructed to address as Major, and received an almost imperceptible nod in response. The Major didn't look like he was part of the Iraqi army, and Rome suspected that he was part of the more powerful and secretive Interior Ministry. Not that it mattered. Whoever he was and whoever he worked for, he was clearly in charge of this interrogation. RFID-equipped body temperature monitors had been used for several years to monitor students' core body temperatures in the U.S. Navy's brutal basic underwater demolition SEAL training program. Breaking the will of would-be SEALs required keeping the men on the verge of hypothermia while going through Hell Week, the crucible of SEAL training that tied every generation of frogmen to the next. Men sometimes died as a result of this delicate dance, and the RFID monitors allowed instructors to instantly assess a trainee's body temperature by pointing a digital reader device at his torso. Having experienced the debilitating effects of cold firsthand as a BUDS student and later as an instructor, one of the agency personnel involved in the construction of the interrogation facility had the bright idea of applying the technology in conjunction with room temperature manipulations as a method of breaking detainees without laying a hand on them. Not only could they keep them teetering on the edge of hypothermia, but they could prevent them from sleeping. Cold, exhaustion, and hunger are three of nature's most powerful forces, and they could use all three simultaneously with almost no risk of long-term physical harm. A healthy, fit male of Landry's age was unlikely to suffer a cardiac event under such stress, but a crash cart was available just in case. This was the first time this comprehensive system had been attempted on a real prisoner, and, so far, it was working just as advertised. Chapter 57. "Has he seen your face yet, Mo?" Reece asked across the team room's dinner table. The food here was exceptional, just like he remembered from his time attached to the agency in Iraq, and they always had honey for his coffee. "Not yet. I think we'll give it another day or so before I try to talk to him. The longer he goes without human interaction, the better. The cold and lack of sleep will break him. The isolation only helps exacerbate it." "Mo, it always kills me that you have a better command of the English language than I do," Reece smiled. "And that British accent of yours makes you sound like an Oxford professor." "You love to play the surfer boy, Reece, but I know better. I remember the stack of books in your room in Baghdad. No one has brought that much reading material to war since Churchill," Mo observed. "Just trying to learn as much as I could about counterinsurgency and your country's history and culture. If you think I read a lot, you should see Freddie's book stack." "I just look at the pictures," Freddie interjected. Mo turned the conversation back to the issue at hand. "So, what do you want me to find out from Landry? He's almost ready to break." "The big question is, who is he working for and why, but more who than why, if that makes sense," Freddie responded. "And how many other agents and teams he's running," Reece chimed in. "We know he was handling at least 2 parallel teams, yours and the stew from your old unit who hit us in North Africa." If he was also behind the Christmas market attack in London, that would bring us up to 3 at a minimum. There could very well be more we don't know about. Mo scribbled some notes in a small, spiral-bound book. Reece leaned forward, his mind working the problem. And we need to know how he knew to attack us in redacted. No one outside of the agency should have had that info. It's not like we got hit by some local militia group who found out there were some random Americans living down the road. That team was brought in specifically to target us. We've obviously got ourselves a leak, and Mo, your future depends on us finding out where that leak is.
Chapter 58. Fairfax County, Virginia, September. Oliver Gray hated Dulles Airport. Its architecture was, to him, a glaring symbol of Cold War dominance, an obnoxious vision of America's arrogance during a period when so many in the world were rebuilding and suffering. He had a more practical reason to hate it as well. One never knew whether the Transportation Security Administration line would take 5 minutes or 2 hours. He found some ironic amusement in the fact that he used the pre-check lane, though with the number of regular travelers in the D.C. area, it was barely faster than the normal security line. The CIA analyst ordered a large Dunkin' coffee and picked up the latest Brad Thor novel while he waited impatiently for it to cool. "Spymaster," he said silently to himself, already imagining himself in the lead role. Surely he'd be able to secure a good roast in St. Petersburg, but he assumed that there would be very few afternoons spent at his beloved sidewalk cafes in the immediate future due to the weather. It maddened Gray that he would have to transfer in Newark, in a middle seat, no less, in order to make his connection to Europe. But it was a minor inconvenience on his way to his new life, a life of meaning. After this mission was complete, he would be the brains behind the rise of a new Russia. Andronov appreciated his talents in a way the CIA never could. The short flight was relatively painless, but for the giant man and his filthy dog seated next to him. The figure was bearded and muscular, every inch of his arms covered in a web of tattoos. He had the military look so common these days, his service animal undoubtedly part of some silly veteran counseling program. Gray spent the flight leaning toward the old woman in the window seat who reminded him of his maternal grandmother with her knitting and constant jabbering. Gray relaxed when he saw the Atlantic from the window seat of the United Airlines 757. There was no sadness even as he left the country of his birth for the last time. Thankfully, the middle seat next to him was empty, which allowed him to stretch out just a bit. He ordered a vodka soda from a middle-aged flight attendant who had the cheerful demeanor of someone working in a prison cafeteria. It wasn't very Russian of him to add the soda, or the ice for that matter, but at least he was making an effort. After 2 more drinks and a terrible movie, the cabin lights were extinguished. He put on his eye shades and drifted off. He slept surprisingly well for being in coach. The relief of finally slipping the bonds of his cover life had helped him relax. An announcement from the cockpit roused him, and he motioned to the annoyed-looking woman in the aisle seat that he needed to use the restroom. 40 minutes later, he was shuffling impatiently through the crowded aisle of passengers, anxious to deplane after the overnight flight. The pale Portuguese customs officer eyed him with boredom and stamped his worn United States passport, a document he was using for the last time. The morning air was cold when he walked out onto the sidewalk in front of Humberto Delgado Airport, but the sun was shining and the sky was pure blue. Gray had never felt so alive. Chapter 59. Eastern Turkey, September. They were more like artillery than small arms. The rifles weighed nearly 30 pounds each, even without the massive telescope-like optics. Both weapons had been waiting for them in the farmhouse, packed carefully in crates hidden under blankets. They didn't look like any rifles that Nizar had seen before. Tasho must have requested them. The stock looked almost skeletal, and the bipod mounted oddly above the long, thick barrel. The scope was as large as his forearm and would look right at home on the enormous rifle. Nizar spoke some English and was amused by the name of the scope, the Beast. After his assassination of President Haddad in Syria, Nizar had received his next assignment from General Yedid. That assignment had brought him to this remote land in eastern Turkey to prepare for a long-range shot, the longest Nizar had ever attempted. The two men painstakingly mounted the U.S.-made optics, using machinists' levels to ensure that there was absolutely no cant to the reticle before torquing down the screws. The scope mount itself had a small bubble level attached, so that the shooter didn't inadvertently cant the rifle while making a shot, something that could cause serious problems at extreme distances. Packed with each rifle was a large amount of ammunition, hundreds of rounds from the looks of it. Nizar removed one of the cartridges from its white cardboard box and examined it. He had never seen a rifle cartridge so large. It looked like something an anti-aircraft gun would use. Tasho appeared to be familiar with the equipment and worked quickly and efficiently. When he was done mounting his optic, he made sure that Nizar's was set up correctly as well. The scopes were secured using Era tack adjustable mounts, so that they didn't run out of vertical adjustment. Nizar didn't know who their target was, but from the looks of the sniper weapons systems, the shot was going to be a long one. Nizar didn't care for the Shishani, as Tasha was nicknamed, despite his reputation. He was too cold, too solitary, too serious. But more than that, Tasha made him uneasy. He looked younger than Nizar had expected for someone with such a storied past. A pale face and red beard had become part of his calling card. When conventional forces in the Eastern world heard rumors of sightings of a sniper with red facial hair, they all prayed it was not the Shishani. Nizar was not naive enough to believe everything he had heard about the man with whom he now worked. Not all of it could possibly be true. But if a fraction of it was... Still, he decided not to ask too many personal questions, though he called him only by his first name. To Nizar he was still the Shishani, as per his legend. It was said that Tasho had begged his father to let him fight the Russians in the first battle for Grozny. Though he was old enough to fight at age 15, his father would hear none of it, leaving him at home to care for his mother and two younger brothers. Tasho's father did not return that New Year's Day, 1995, nor any day after. He was killed by the Russians early in the fighting, inadvertently causing exactly what he had attempted to prevent. Tasho now knew his life's calling: to kill Russians. Choosing service in the Georgian army over life as a sheep herder, Tasho proved himself adept at shooting and stalking. Showing such promise as a tactical leader, he was recruited by the Georgian Special Reconnaissance Group, distinguishing himself in the Second Battle of Grozny in 1999. He killed 50 Russian soldiers in a single week. To Tasho, each was the Russian who had killed his father. The war also taught him his first practical lesson in asymmetrical warfare, guerrilla tactics being the order of the day. IEDs, suicide bombings, urban warfare, a war of the rats. His youngest brother's death at the hands of the enemy in what became known as the Novye Aldi massacre only sealed Tasho's resolve. When he buried his mother after the official end to hostilities, his last ties to his hometown of Shali were severed. Arrested for selling weapons to Chechen rebels, he served close to 2 years in prison. Identified as a prime target for recruitment and radicalization, he emerged as a full-fledged jihadi, committed to the cause. From 2004 to 2011, the cause was Iraq, where he plied his deadly skills against the infidels. He worked primarily in Ramadi, Fallujah, and Mosul, targeting coalition troops and civilians as the insurgency reached its deadly climax. As his reputation grew, so did his responsibilities in the organization known as Al-Qaeda in Iraq, or AQI. One of Abu Musab al-Zarqawi's most respected fighters, he led cells of insurgents against the occupiers. With AQI's transformation into ISIS following the expulsion of U.S. forces, The Shishani turned his attention to Syria, where he fought Assad's forces under the new Black Flag. The battle for Aleppo in 2012 cemented his status as one of the most respected jihadist warriors in the Eastern world. What his masters leading ISIS couldn't know was that Tasho's allegiance was to something other than Islam. Every time he pressed the trigger, regardless of the target, he was killing Russians. Captured by Assad's special security forces in a raid in 2016, he was interrogated by the one man who had studied him enough to figure him out. He still remembered General Yedid's offer as he lay strapped to a metal mattress, car battery, cables, and water at the ready. "How would you like to work for me?" the general had asked politely. "Come work for me, and I'll give you a chance to kill Russians." Nizar couldn't care less about politics or revenge. To him, this was just a job. He had joined the Syrian army to appease his father and found success in the ranks. He was recruited by the Interior Ministry thanks to his intellect and physical stamina, and had been trained as a sniper. As the political uprisings in his country escalated into all-out civil war, Nizar played a key role in suppressing the insurgents by actively targeting their leadership. He preferred headshots, as they had a devastating effect on the enemy's morale. There's nothing quite like having your commander's brains splattered on your face to suppress your will to fight. He felt neither joy nor sadness in taking the lives of his targets, only the satisfaction of a successful hit. As established media outlets fled the war-torn nation, freelance journalists from the new media tried to document the fighting using their own video cameras and smartphones. They became his targets of choice. He racked up an impressive record of one-shot kills at increasingly greater ranges. Syrian arms and training were relatively crude compared to First World armies, but what he lacked in technical training and equipment, he made up for in real-world experience and predatory instinct. Nizar's skills caught the attention of General Yedid as he built his network of mercenaries to operate outside Syria. With the money that he would receive from this off-the-books job, Nizar could walk away from Syria before his luck ran out and make his way into Europe, where opportunity awaited. That Nizar and Tasho had fought on opposite sides of the Syrian civil war didn't seem to bother either of them. They were snipers, and they had a job to do. Nizar had painted the steel target with orange spray paint and driven back to the farmhouse in the small pickup truck. These trips were getting longer as he moved the heavy steel plate increasingly farther across the open field. They had begun at 500 meters, which Nizar had protested was too easy a shot, and had steadily increased the range as they'd learned to release their rounds simultaneously. He climbed onto the flat roof of the house and found Tasho lying prone, already staring through his scope toward the target. "Did you have me in your sights?" The other man grinned in a rare signal of emotion. "Never miss an opportunity to train, Nizar," the elder sniper offered. "I read that on social media in a post from one of the infidel military social media influencers." Nizar looked quizzically at the legendary sniper with whom he now trained. Though they were both part of General Yedid's network, Tasho was the lead. What he didn't know was that General Yedid had entrusted Nizar with a follow-on mission known only to the two of them. "Never mind, Nizar. On my mark, at 2,000. Nizar climbed behind his own rifle, identical to Tasho's, and moved the towel that he'd used to cover his ammunition. At first, they'd blown primers as they fired, which was an indication of excessive chamber pressure. They'd discovered that keeping the loaded rounds in the sunlight during the heat of the day was getting the cartridges too hot and raising the pressure. Tasho was no fun to be around, but he was a competent professional and had passed along the towel trick, which had eliminated the problem. Nizar found the tiny target in the scope as Tasho entered the range and environmental data into his handheld computer. The software accounted for everything from bullet drop to temperature, barometric pressure, wind, Coriolis effect, and even the spin drift caused by the barrel's right-hand rifling. The rifles were zeroed precisely at 1,000 meters, which was only halfway to their current target. "Come up 13 mils.
13 mils up, Nizar repeated as he made the elevation correction using the dial on top of the optic. Hold 3 mils right. 3 mils right. Nizar placed the appropriate hash mark on the scope's reticle at the target's center to account for the wind call. Ready. Ready. Nizar began to exhale. On my count. 3, 2, 1. Both rifles spoke in unison, sending a combined 700 grains of copper across the plowed field. Even with the long tubular sound suppressors attached, the rifles' reports were still quite loud. It took the bullets nearly 3 seconds to reach the target, and an additional 6 seconds for the sound of their impact to echo back to the shooter's position. 2 hits. A few more days' training, and they would be ready. Chapter 60. Yazidi Strike Force Compound, Kurdistan, September. Landry's nerves were completely shot. He wasn't sure which was worse, the exhaustion or the cold. The hunger was bad, but it didn't compare to the lack of sleep and constant state of near hypothermia. He hadn't eaten in days, and his metallic breath indicated that his body was in a state of ketosis, burning his fat stores to stay alive. As his body transitioned to fat as a fuel source, a blinding headache was added to his list of agonies. Keeping track of time had become impossible, but Landry estimated that it had been close to a week since his captivity began. He knew that the bitter cold and the sleep deprivation were part of a well-scripted interrogation regimen. He also knew that it was working. He simply didn't have much will to resist at this point. Whatever it is they wanted to know, they would soon find out. Besides, he was in this for the money, not some ideology. His best plan would be to cut some kind of deal. At least they'd traded his wrist and ankle restraints for hand and leg cuffs that provided some level of circulation to his extremities. He'd been afraid that he would lose his hands and feet due to the lack of blood flow. The door opened, and Landry heard the familiar sound of boots on the wet floor. They'd entered the room more than once a day to give him water, and, as best he could tell, he was due again. The water was the only thing that he had to look forward to in this hellish cycle of cold and heat, and his dry lips pursed to accept his drink. To his surprise, instead of the liquid refreshment he'd been craving, he was jerked aloft by strong hands on both sides and found himself seated on the cold steel of a chair that had been carried into the room. Each leg was secured to the chair with restraints, and the same was done with his hands. That he didn't hear the multiple sets of boots enter the room was yet another sign that he was losing his grip on reality. The door slammed, but Landry could tell that he was not alone. He could smell the food, some type of fresh meat with onions coupled with nicotine clinging to his captor's clothing. The smell caused him to salivate. He sat in silence for what seemed like minutes before the tape that had covered his eyes since his capture was torn from his face. His skin was as soft as tissue paper from the constant cold water soaking, and he was sure that he'd lost some skin as well as his eyebrows when the tape was removed. Strangely, it didn't hurt. The room's bright lights were blinding to his senses, and he squeezed his eyes shut, bowing his head to avoid the shocking LEDs that ringed the room like crown molding. "Look at me," he heard the man say. He knew the voice instantly. Landry blinked his eyes and tried to focus on the floor, his naked body brutally exposed by the room's illumination. Slowly he turned his squinting gaze upward and took in the slim figure of Major Mohammed Farouk, formerly of the Iraqi Interior Ministry's Special Tactics Unit. Farouk was dressed in winter clothes, toasty warm in a room that felt like a walk-in freezer. Landry had worked for years to trick Mo into working for his employer under the ruse of helping the American government, and now the shoe was on the other foot. Mo had Jules Landry by the balls. Landry had seen the calm, sophisticated Iraqi officer display serious brutality toward his enemies, and knew that he would show no quarter. Now was the time to make a deal and preserve what was left of his physical self before Mo decided to cross the line from enhanced interrogation to downright torture. "Tell me,"
About the girl that you raped, Jules.
What? What girl? I didn't rape any girl. Why does he want to know about some stupid girl? The girl in Louisiana, Jules. Before you joined the Marines to stay out of jail. How in the hell? Oh, that was a long time ago, Mo. Mohammed Farouk rose from his chair without saying a word, and as the steel door slammed shut behind him, the room went totally dark. A second later, the cold shower was activated. All Landry could do was scream. Chapter 61. Lisbon, Portugal, September. Gray was fluent in Spanish, having spent many years working in Central and South America. The bad news was that, as he discovered in Brazil many years ago, Portuguese was not as close to Spanish as many would have you believe. He struggled to communicate with locals who did not speak Spanish or English, relying mainly on common words and gestures in order to get by. His train would leave that evening, so he had an entire day to kill in Europe's second-oldest capital city. He took a taxi to the Hotel Jerónimos, where he checked his bags and washed his face in the lobby's restroom. Lisbon was physically attractive with its gray, black, and white stone mosaic streets, bright buildings with red-tiled roofs, classic streetcars, and waterfront views. The city's mood was, to Gray, relatively bleak. Citizens shuffled the streets with little joy, and many of the buildings appeared dingy and neglected. Lisbon had the feel of a city whose best days were behind it. Joy radiated from the faces of the numerous immigrants he saw, undoubtedly former residents of Portugal's many former colonies, places like Mozambique, Angola, and Equatorial Guinea. A once mighty empire that had mastered deep-water navigation, commanded the seas, and spanned the globe, was now one of the smallest economies in Europe. Only its language left as a mark on its former territories, a faded tattoo as a reminder of what once was. After a cafe breakfast, Gray wandered to the waterfront to see the 14th-century Belém Tower, the small Gothic castle that guarded the narrow waters leading to the city. He took some photos with the old green Leica in his shoulder bag before making his way toward the train station for a rail ticket. Purchasing the ticket online was out of the question, since this was the point where Gray would abandon his old identity and assume a new one. As he strolled along the walkway that led from the tower to the shoreline, he tossed his iPhone into the choppy waters of the Tagus River. No part of him felt like turning back. The olive felt fedora on his head and Wayfarer sunglasses on his face would help hide him from the prying eyes of the security cameras and their facial recognition algorithms. His beard, though patchy, was starting to come in. After a frustrating conversation in bad Spanish and even worse English, he was told that he could buy his rail pass only online or at the station from which his train would depart. The ticket agent pointed animatedly at a pamphlet for the Estação de Lisboa Oriente, a station east of the airport and well beyond walking distance. He triple-checked the departure time as 9:34 p.m. local and decided that he would buy his ticket at the station that evening rather than make 2 trips across the city and back. Gray impatiently explored the city as he passed the hours until his departure, his body adjusting slowly to the time difference. Walking had always helped him fight jet lag, and he logged many miles afoot as he saw the sights, cataloging them with his camera as he went. He bought 2 bottles of Capitulo, a local red wine, along with some fresh bread and butter for the train ride. After retrieving his larger bag from the hotel, he waited for the afternoon traffic to subside before hailing a taxi to the station. The Oriente station was a modern marvel of white metal arches, illuminated by artificial lighting as the sun set on the opposite side of the city. Gray paid extra for a private compartment on the Renfe train and bought the ticket from a wad of euro notes he'd accumulated over many years of travel in the employ of the United States government. When asked for his passport, he proudly produced a red jacketed book identified in Cyrillic and ISO Latin letters
as belonging to the Russian Federation. Thanks to the colonel's contacts, the passport was entirely authentic, but for the name, Adrian Volkov, a man who until this moment had never existed. He ate a small dinner in the station as he waited for the train to arrive, having traded his sunglasses for a pair of prescription eyeglasses. Glancing at the steel Rolex on his wrist, he thought for a moment about the man who had previously worn it, a man who had almost stopped all this from happening before it had even begun, a man he had bested, not with brawn, but with intellect. Boarding his train, he found his way to his small but clean first-class compartment, locked the door, and poured himself a paper cup of red wine, savoring the flavor and the civilized nature of rail travel. The city lights dimmed in their wake as the train made its way into the quiet countryside, small cities and tiny villages visible along their path. Drinking through all of the first bottle and most of the second, he then pulled down both the bunk and the window shade. The train rocked rhythmically along the rails beneath him, and he quickly fell asleep. Chapter 62. Yazidi Strike Force Compound, Kurdistan, September.
Her name was Amy Bertrand.
When the water stopped, Landry began speaking to the empty room, confident that it was wired for sound and that they could hear him. The thick Louisiana accent that he'd worked for years to suppress had returned.
She had long, beautiful black hair and green eyes, stunning. She always wore dresses. She never paid me no mind. Rich girls like that don't even notice white trash like me. Rich bitch is what we called her type. Everybody in school was getting into college, kept hearing her talk about Tulane and how she was going to join her mama's sorority. Tulane. I had a better chance I ended up in Angola like my dad. He was doing hard time. Girl like Amy Bertrand don't know nothing about no hard times.
Landry paused. His eyes fell to the floor and his voice dropped to a whisper.
She was working in the nursery at the church, holding babies and changing diapers. It was after Mass on Holy Thursday, the day before Good Friday. Everybody's Catholic where I come from except for the black folks. I snuck in the room behind her where she was in there cleaning up after all the parents had picked up their young'uns. I locked the door real quiet, and she looked up and seen me when she heard the door click. She smiled and called me by my name. I didn't even know she knew my name. Soon as she saw me walk toward her, she stopped smiling. I was a pretty good linebacker. Before she knew it, I tore that pretty little dress right up the back, had my hands over her mouth so she couldn't scream. I told her I'd kill her and her baby sister if she told anybody, especially the cops. She was down on her knees crying when I left. Guess I should have felt bad for what I'd done to her, but I didn't. I just ain't that way. Never did see her again after that night.
The room was bathed in light as the white LEDs were switched back on, once again shocking Landry's darkness-adapted vision. The muscular and tattooed man who was ordinarily physically intimidating now looked like a shell of his former self. He sat with his shoulders hanging forward, his chin resting on his ink-covered chest. The steel door opened and Mo closed it behind him as he entered, taking a seat across from Landry in silence. Landry kept his eyes on the floor.
"What happened then, Landry?"
Mo asked calmly.
My uncle worked for the sheriff's office, and Amy's parents had reported it. Her Miss Perfect reputation would have been shattered in a small southern town like that. No more sorority, no more rich boys lining up to marry her. My uncle and the sheriff made a deal with her old man. I joined the Marines and never come back to town, and they don't press charges. I signed the delayed entry papers the next day, and 2 months later, the Monday after graduation, I'm on my way to Paris Island.
Who do you work for now?
Now, hold on, Mo. You know I need some assurance that I'm not going to prison if I sing.
Want me to turn the water back on?
Just listen, Mo. Just listen. I'm low-hanging fruit. If you want the main enchilada, you know I need something.
Mo took a breath and produced a paper from his coat pocket. Landry's eyes lit up like it was the golden ticket. A way out.
Verbal acknowledgement is enough. This is the best deal you are going to get. It's not immunity, Landry, but It puts you in a minimum security U.S. prison and gives you the possibility of parole in 20 years. It's a country club. But it's got to be everything. If you leave out one detail, you are going to the deepest, darkest prison we can find. It won't be a U.S. prison. It'll be an Iraqi one. You might even know a few of the prisoners. They'll treat you like you treated Amy Bertrand for the rest of your miserable life. When you're not getting gang-raped, you'll be in solitary confinement until your ass heals enough for another round. Landry's eyes scanned the document. It looked official, and he wasn't in a position to push his luck. "I accept," he said, nodding at the corners of the room where he assumed there were cameras. "I accept." "Talk." "I was working embassy duty after a couple of Afghanistan deployments down in Buenos Aires. I got to know one of the agency guys there. He wasn't a field spook, just an analyst. I ran into some trouble with a local girl. We was on a date, and she come back to my hotel room knowing what was going to happen. Anyway, this little CIA guy offered to fix it, to make that problem go away. After that, he helped get me the CIA job. He smoothed over my trouble back home and in Argentina when nobody could see the paperwork, and he taught me how to beat the poly. I was making good money working as an agency contractor, and he was getting me cash on the side in a Swiss account. He had me start recruiting you once Reece left the unit." "Who was the agency man, Landry? What was his name?" "He had me just call him Bond. Ha! Pudgy paper pusher fancies he's 007. "So he never told you his name?" "He didn't, but I figured it out. I'm not as dumb as people think. We both worked for the CIA, after all." "Name, Jules. What's his name?" "Gray. Oliver Gray." Mo looked up at the camera and nodded. "Does Gray still work for the agency?" "Sure does. He's working in Langley." "Was he running this entire operation, or was he working for another intelligence service?" "Not for another country, Mo. He worked for a person. Some Russian, but he don't live in Russia. He's Swiss now. They call him the Colonel." "Do you have a name?" "No. Gray just called him the Colonel." Mo didn't pursue it, moving from topic to keep Landry on his toes. "Who is your contact in the Interior Ministry now?" "Major Saeed, from your old unit. I just pass along the messages from Gray. We set it all up before I left Iraq." "Who gave you the target in Redacted?" "Gray did. He gave photos with the layout of the compound and arranged the transport. All I was supposed to do was get Saeed to put his crew in motion and make sure they knew to kill everybody on target. Whoever was at that place must have known they was coming, 'cause them boys never came back." "Where is your other team? The ones you used in London?" "I only dealt with one guy, a Syrian. There's cells all over the West now. Their handlers put them to work cheap. They get to get their jihad on, so they're all happy." "What Syrian? We were both there after Iraq. Do I know him?" "General Yadid. General Qasim Yadid." Mo's face betrayed no recognition, but he knew the man, if only by reputation. Formerly one of Assad's inner circle. It was rumored he had left Syria to act as a private broker of mercenaries to places and causes that benefited Assad's regime. "Where does General Yadid live now?" "I don't know, I swear. I don't know." Landry groaned as he thrashed against his restraints. He was a broken man, and he was beginning to lose it. "How many teams do you have left out there?" "None. I got nobody out there but you, Mo. I swear it. Yadid. He's got teams all over Europe, maybe even some in the U.S. All I was supposed to do was those attacks to scare the shit out of everyone. Gray had some other stuff going for sure, but I wasn't part of it. He told me to lay low and just keep running you like I was doing." "Who set up the Christmas market attack in London?" "I told you. The Syrian. I was just a go-between." "Landry, I'm going to be very clear here," Mo stated. "And I'm going to speak slowly so that even you will understand. Your deal depends on your telling us everything you know. If we find out later that you left anything out, the deal is off, and you become a bitch for life. Imagine how they'll treat an American CIA officer in an Iraqi prison. I almost feel sorry for you, so scan your brain. Is there anything else you want us to know? No, I've told you everything. Wait! A few months ago, Gray decided he wanted to go direct to Yedid and take me out as the go-between. I'm not sure why. It just exposed him to more risk. Why do you think that is, Landry? I don't know. I got the impression that he needed a lot of guys for whatever he was planning, something major. Maybe even 9/11 major. Tell me more. Chapter 63. The two SEALs watched the video in the team room, Reece taking notes while Freddie paced the room anxiously. They had watched it in real time, but now reviewed it segment by segment with Mo. Mo pressed the pause button when Landry mentioned General Qasim Yedid. I know this man, know of him, I should say. He was in charge of finding members of the various resistance factions in Assad's army. His tactics were brutal. If he even suspected someone of being a traitor, he would order the family rounded up and torture the wife and daughters. If the man didn't have a wife, he'd find the mother, or even the grandmother. I'm probably not as squeamish about such things as you Americans are, but even I am disgusted by this man. It was also rumored he was a primary advocate of using chemical weapons against villages with questionable loyalties. Why would Gray take the risk of going straight to this Syrian? Why not continue to use Landry as a cutout? Trust, Freddie guessed. He was losing confidence in Landry? Maybe. Or maybe because whatever they're planning is big enough to blow Gray's cover, Reece speculated. Maybe it's both. Gray is a highly placed agent in the CIA. That would have to be one big mission. That's not typical for a long-term plant. Remember, we are not talking about a foreign intelligence service here, Reece reminded his friend. Now we know that we are dealing with an individual, a super-empowered individual. This is bigger and more complex than we've suspected so far. See what else you can find out, Mo. Landry has to have more in that head of his that can help us. This is potentially actionable intel on a major attack. We need details. Gladly. Mo put down the remote and left the room. What do we do about Gray? Reece asked. I'll call Vic. He'll get the counter-intel guys on him and start working things from his end. 5 minutes later, Freddie was talking to Rodriguez from the facility's secure conference room. Gray is a senior analyst at the Russian desk, confirmed Rodriguez. He's had overseas postings in Central and South America. He's currently on leave in Portugal. We just checked with the hotel on his approved leave papers, and he never checked in. No one has heard from him. He's disappeared. Hanging up the phone, Freddie relayed the new information to Reece. I don't like this, Freddie. It smells like something moving into a final phase. Gray left before he knew we had Landry, so he wasn't spooked. This was deliberate. Whatever it is will happen soon. I agree. Vic is going to do some more digging on Gray. In the meantime, he suggested that we talk to a guy named Andy Danreb. I don't know him, but Vic says that if anyone is going to know anything about some Russian they call the Colonel, it's Andy. Let's call him. That's where it gets prickly. Andy's old school. He's an analog guy. If we want him to help us, we've got to go to him. He's at Langley. They're really going to let me, the guy that blew up the Warcom commander and shot the SecDef, into CIA headquarters? Yep. Guess I better find those nice clothes they bought me in Istanbul. Chapter 64. Madrid, Spain. September. The Plaza Mayor was busy, even well after the summer tourist season. Gray had been here a handful of times over the years, but had never seen this much of an armed security presence. Municipal and national police officers, soldiers, and even a pair of the nation's Guardia Civil, mounted on horseback, patrolled the large public square and its surrounding streets wearing their distinctive tricorn hats. The security forces were out in a show of force to deter would-be terrorists. As he sipped his café con leche, he took in the sights and sounds of Spanish life and was reminded of his days in Buenos Aires. He ordered in lisping Castilian Spanish and, despite a slight Argentine accent, could pass as something close to a local. All the trains for Paris departed in the morning, and after overnighting on the Lisbon to Madrid route, Gray needed a day to stretch his legs. His room at the nearby Hotel Carlos V would not be ready for a few hours, which gave him a chance to stroll the sidewalks of one of his favorite cities. He spent the day window shopping and practicing his Spanish. He dined at Sobrino de Botín, a favorite of Hemingway's and reportedly the oldest restaurant in Europe, and devoured the roast suckling pig along with a nice bottle of Reserve Rioja. His train would leave early in the morning, so after just a couple of glasses of house red at a cafe on the plaza, he retired to his room. The hotel was nothing special, but their security cameras looked old, and they didn't ask too many questions. The morning train to Paris left at 7, and Gray spent his day staring at the countryside as it rolled by. He overnighted in La Ville Lumière before traveling, again by rail, to Strasbourg, where he boarded one last train for the final leg of his long journey. Flying would have been faster and more direct, but this method was far more secure and allowed him to spend time with his new identity. He was shaking with excitement as he walked through the doors of Basel's SBB station in search of his contact. It didn't take long to spot him, a severe-looking man with a shaved head dressed in all black. The man's dead eyes were locked on him from across the room, and when Gray finally met his gaze, the man nodded without smiling. He didn't offer to take Gray's bag, but led him to a black Mercedes AMG G63 idling in front of the station. The driver, who looked about as friendly as his partner, stepped out of the SUV and loaded the bags into the rear cargo area. Gray climbed into the back seat and shut the door. After the long journey on public transportation and among so many strangers, the feel and smell of the soft leather interior was another indication that he had almost arrived. Chapter 65. The Royal Jordanian Airlines flight left Erbil at 4 o'clock a.m., which meant that both Reece and Freddie hadn't slept a wink all night. Shouldn't a possibly imminent terrorist attack qualify them for a Gulf Stream? Reece wondered. Their diplomatic passports got them through the check-in process quickly. Neither had checked a bag. The guns all stayed behind, making Reece feel naked, even in jeans and a dress shirt with suit coat. The business-class seats on the Airbus 319 were comfortable, but Reece's sleep was soon interrupted by their approach in Amman, where they would have 3 hours to kill until their Frankfurt flight. They drank coffee and put a serious dent in the Royal Jordanian Lounge's breakfast spread before boarding the late-morning flight to Frankfurt. Located in Germany's fifth-largest city, Frankfurt Airport was Europe's hub to the Middle East, and had certainly seen its share of American trigger-pullers and spooks pass through over the years. Reece got a few more hours of sleep on the next flight and was starting to feel almost human again when they touched down in London. Another 4-hour layover, another airport lounge, another pot of coffee. At least this airport had an international bookstore with some interesting titles. Reece always enjoyed perusing international bookstores, as he often found interesting military non-fiction written by Brits, Aussies, Kiwis, and South Africans. In this particular bookstore, he found a copy of 3 Sips of Gin by Tim Bax, about the Celis Scouts and pseudo-terrorist operations in Rhodesia. Catchy title, Reece thought. They boarded the United 777 at 4:30 p.m. local and found their seats for the 9-hour flight to Dulles. Reece read his new book, dozed off a few times, and switched back and forth among the cable news channels available on the in-flight monitor, hoping, subconsciously, that he might catch a glimpse of his favorite journalist. The sky stayed in a perpetual state of sundown as they flew west across the time zones, nighttime teasing but never quite falling. The big Boeing touched down right on schedule at 8:05 p.m., startling Reece out of his slumber. He was more than ready to get off the plane after nearly 2 days of constant travel. Fortunately, their business-class seats put them near the exit. Reece was expecting to ride on one of Dulles' Chrysler-built mobile lounges, the obsolete aircraft boarding buses that looked like something devised on a 1950s-era drawing board as the future of passenger comfort. Instead, they docked at a jet bridge at Sea Concourse that dumped the passengers directly into a federal inspection station, where bored but alert U.S. Customs and Border Protection officers were waiting in their dark blue uniforms. A man with a clean-shaven head and an ID lanyard hanging outside his light gray suit was standing off to one side as the bleary-eyed returning tourists and stoic business travelers shuffled off the aircraft. Freddie spotted him and gave him a quick wave, showing the man both of their credentials. The slightly portly man motioned for them to follow, and he swiped his ID card and punched a 4-digit code into a nondescript doorway that led to an elevator. If this was some type of trick to get Reece back to the United States so that he could be arrested, this was where it would go down. Their path allowed them to bypass passport control and customs as their escort showed them to an uncrowded stop on the airport's Aero train. Moments later, they were walking through Dulles' unique concrete and glass wing-shaped terminal, another relic of Draper-esque 1950s design. I guess I really am a free man. It was late enough that the legendary D.C. area traffic was light, especially heading toward the city. Their CIA driver didn't say a word as he negotiated the route. Reece was amazed by all the new tech and defense-related office buildings that lined the Dulles toll road. This area had been built up significantly since his last visit. It was strange, being back home. Reece felt like he was getting away with something. He'd pocketed a pack of gum from a 7-Eleven as a kid, the only time he'd ever stolen anything in his life. This feeling was oddly similar. The Tyson's Corner Hilton was their destination for the night, and both Reece and Freddie, whose bodies were operating on the assumption that it was long past midnight, opted to skip dinner and head to bed. Thanks to the time difference, Reece was wide awake at just after 4:00 a.m. and couldn't make himself go back to sleep. He hadn't packed workout clothes or athletic shoes, so he made do in his room wearing the t-shirt and boxer briefs he'd slept in. After a few minutes of stretching, he knocked out 100 burpees, leaving him soaked in sweat. It felt good to move. Fitness is perishable. He watched cable news with the volume low, all the channels obsessed with a tropical wave off the coast of Africa that they expected to become a hurricane. Meteorologists clad in raincoats bearing the logo of their respective networks had been pre-positioned all over the Caribbean, waiting to report on the storm's violence that was still days away. Outside of terror attacks, bad weather seemed to be the only thing that tore people away from television's many streaming services and back to watching the news. The networks responded by hyping up every storm as if it were the next big one. Reece turned off the giant LCD screen and hit the shower. He and Freddie were both downstairs and waiting when the hotel's restaurant opened for breakfast at 6:00 a.m. The normally scraggly operators looking almost dapper in their business suits. Neither man said much, as what occupied their minds wasn't something that they could discuss in public. They did make sure to get the U.S. government's money's worth from the $26 breakfast buffet. Their ride pulled up just before 8:00 a.m., and the traffic was at its peak as they made the short drive through McLean to their destination. They were cleared through the security gate, the black Tahoe stopping in front of the 6-story George Bush Center for Intelligence. Reece wasn't impressed by much, but he was wide-eyed as they approached the entrance to the old building, which was completed in 1961. As they made their way past the doors and through the electronic security turnstiles, Reece spotted something in the lobby and asked Freddie to stop for a moment. On a wall of white Alabama marble were 129 stars, flanked by the flags of the nation and the agency. Each star carved into the wall stood in silent testimony of a CIA officer or contractor killed in action. Reece read the inscription. In honor of those members of the Central Intelligence Agency who gave their lives in the service of their country. A black goatskin book sat in a glass case below the stars, listing the names of 91 of the slain officers. The remaining names still classified. His eyes took in locations and dates from Vietnam, Bosnia, Somalia, El Salvador, Ethiopia, Iraq, and Afghanistan. 2 had even been killed when a Pakistani national opened fire at the line of cars waiting to enter headquarters in 1993. He saw the names of Glenn Doherty and Ty Woods, men he'd known in the SEAL teams, who had died defending the U.S. consulate in Benghazi, and of Redacted. He searched for his friend Redacted, killed by an EFP doing agency work, Redacted, just after Reece had left the unit, but didn't see it. Along with 37 others, Redacted's star still kept its secret. Reece looked at all the names of those killed in 2003. The one he was searching for had only a simple star, followed by a blank space where the name should have been. He took a moment to reflect, to remember. Then, exhaling deeply, he turned to Freddie, who gave him an understanding nod, before leading him to the elevators. Chapter 66. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, October. Andy Danreb was a big man, taller than Reece, with broad shoulders and large Slavic hands. He wore his graying hair short and carried himself in a way that suggested he'd once served in uniform. Though his Oxford blue dress shirt was neatly pressed and his pants were clean, he wore the exhausted expression of a man who'd been beaten down by the government's bureaucracy for his entire career. He greeted his visitors with little enthusiasm. His small office was cramped thanks to the stacks of books, papers, and files that sat upon every surface, including the floor. Without apology, he cleared stacks of books from the 2 chairs opposite his desk and motioned for Reece and Freddie to sit. He was one of the agency's foremost Russian experts, a relic of the Cold War, kept on ice for occasions such as these. Break glass in case of war. "We came a long way to see you, Andy," Freddie spoke first. "Probably a giant waste of your time, but we'll see. What can I do for you?" There was a slight Chicago accent there that Danreb hadn't shaken. "We need your help on something. Have you ever heard of a Russian expat living in Switzerland who people in intel circles call the Colonel?" "Kukunyik Meister, the puppet master. His name is Vasily Andronov." Danreb switched between Russian and English effortlessly. "Who is he?" "He was a colonel in the GRU, Soviet military intelligence. If there was a tin pot insurgency or coup during the latter half of the Cold War, he was there, stirring the pot and handing out weapons. He specialized in spreading chaos and misery around the world." "So, the KGB didn't run those operations?" asked Reece. "No. Military-specific operations were always GRU. KGB was busy fucking off in the capital with all the embassy intrigue BS, regardless of what all the 80s spy movies would have you believe. GRU was out doing most of the wet work in the field." Danreb spun his chair and dug into a stack of files cluttering the top of his inkjet printer. Within seconds he turned back around and opened the folder to an 8x10 black and white photo of a young Andronov standing among some soldiers holding Soviet weapons in what looked like Africa. A shock of sandy hair hung below the brim of the dress cap worn pushed back on his head, the distinctive striped undershirt of the Soviet airborne and Spetsnaz forces visible inside the open collar of his camouflage jacket. "This is him in Mozambique, I think. No, maybe it was Angola. No, Mozambique. He almost single-handedly provided the weapons for all the African insurgencies in the 70s and 80s. "Would he have been the one who supplied the man-pads that shot down the 2 Rhodesian airliners, one in 78 and the other in 79? Reece asked. "I'd bet on it." Reece's eyes narrowed, thinking of Rich Hastings' sister, who had perished in the second attack. "How did this guy get to be such a player?" asked Freddie. "The same way everyone does in a communist system. His father got him the job. Oh, he was a real monster, that one of the orchestrators of Stalin's purges. He coordinated the Katyn massacre in Poland during the war." "I'm not familiar with it," Freddie admitted. "I'm not surprised to hear that. What's 20,000 dead among 60 million?
Basically, the Russians had a long-term plan to take over Poland after the war. They didn't want to leave anyone who was going to make trouble, so they did what they always did, killed everyone with a brain. They rounded up officers, lawyers, professors, anyone who could organize. They marched them one by one into a soundproof room and shot them in the back of the head. They had a door on the other side of the building where they'd sling the bodies into the back of a truck. The bodies were dumped in the Katyn forest, hence the name of the massacre. That's what happens when you don't have a Bill of Rights. The German army actually discovered the bodies when they invaded. The Russians tried to blame it on them. The Nazis documented it in typical German fashion, and the Russians finally fessed up to it at the end of the Cold War. He paused. I'm rambling. Anyway, Andronov the Elder came out of that as a big shot, and his son's path was set early. No muddy plows or greasy factory work for young Vasily. What a legacy. Is Andronov still working for the Russians? Reece asked. No, not for the government, at least. Russian President Zubarev is a moderate, at least by their standards. Andronov is a hardcore Russian nationalist trying to stoke the fires of the empire's last gasp. What does that mean? Russia is a dying nation, literally. Their life expectancy is so bad that the average Russian never makes it to retirement age. Booze, drugs, HIV, heroin, TB, overall bad health, they are in rough shape as a people. On top of that, their birth rate has been in the shitter for generations. Don't you guys read Zion? Who? Forget it. Anyway, ethnic Russians are dying off in droves, and there's no one to replace them. The only group that's growing in Russia is the Muslim population, and to folks like Andronov, they aren't real Russians. The nationalists want the Russians to push their boundaries out to places like Ukraine and Poland to grab both their people and resources. If they can annex those people, Mother Russia will live on. A land grab to save a dying empire, Reece stated. That's it, Danreb confirmed. Look at human history. It's what nations do. Stalin forcibly relocated people in an attempt to grow the empire. I actually think they're going to push south as well, into places like Azerbaijan and maybe even Turkey. What about NATO? Freddie asked. It's already begun in Crimea. What did NATO do about that? Don't get me wrong, they've got Europe nervous. Sweden has reinstated their draft, which has everything to do with this, but without U.S. leadership, no one, except perhaps the Germans, are in a place to oppose Russian expansion. Remember, they shot down an airliner full of Europeans over Ukraine, and the world shrugged its shoulders. But the current Russian administration didn't invade Crimea. That was the last guy, Freddie said. Exactly, he was one of Andronov's people, and with him out of power, the colonel is out of favor with the current administration. Andronov would love nothing more than to see Putin or someone like him back at the helm. Would Andronov be bold enough to attempt a coup? Reece wondered aloud. He's spent his entire career doing just that around the world, so I wouldn't doubt it for a minute. Sounds like someone could scoop up Andronov and charge him with war crimes or something to get him out of the picture, Reece offered. Yeah, good luck with that. Between his bullshit charity and all of the K Street suits he has on retainer, he's untouchable. I've been sounding the alarm on him for years, but it all falls on deaf ears. This asshole should be behind bars, but instead, he's throwing galas that are attended by half of the U.S. Senate. What do you mean? Reece asked. Andronov runs a foundation focused on helping the downtrodden across the globe or some such nonsense. It's really a front for influence peddling around the world. You want to drill for oil in Nigeria or mine for lithium in the stands, you give the foundation 8 figures, and their people on the ground open those doors. The funds are cleaned up and distributed to politicians through Stuart McGovern's lobbying firm. Money makes a lot of friends in D.C., especially in an election year. Sounds like someone we should talk with, Reece observed. Any idea who he might use as hired help if he were going to make a move? Impossible to say. Between his GRU days and his foundation, he has endless contacts around the world. We have some single-source intel that he may be using an ex-Syrian general to hire mercenaries, Freddie added. I'll buy that. I think his fingerprints are on both sides of the Syrian civil war, but that's not my area. If I were in your shoes and had that information, I'd be waterboarding Syrian generals until I could link Andrenov to something concrete." He paused. "But that's probably why they don't let me leave this building." Reece was starting to like this guy. "We'll do our best. On another topic, do you know Oliver Gray?" Reece asked. "What about him?" Andy replied, his demeanor stiffening. "What are your thoughts on him?" 100% off the record. "I've never trusted that little weasel. I brought up some questionable behavior of his a few years back and was told to stay in my lane. You wouldn't believe the PC bullshit in this place." "Any chance that he's somehow associated with Andrenov?" "It wouldn't shock me in the least. I'd honestly be surprised if Andrenov didn't have a minion somewhere in this building." "Appreciate your candor. What are they going to do to me? Put me out to pasture in a tiny office somewhere and bury me in paperwork?" Danreb waved his hand around at his surroundings. The two frogmen exchanged looks. "We seriously appreciate your help," Freddy said. "Don't let your guard down with Andrenov," Danreb warned. "He's evil, but more importantly, he's a capable son of a bitch." "We won't. Thanks again for your time," Freddy said. "Hope it was worth the trip. Call me if you need anything." Danreb handed each man a business card. "So we could have called you instead of flying halfway across the world to meet with you?" Reece couldn't resist. "That was before I liked you guys." He rose and extended his hand. "Welcome home, Mr. Reece." Chapter 67. Basel, Switzerland, October. Colonel Andrenov welcomed Gray into his opulent home like a returning son, something that meant a great deal to someone who had grown up without a father. Gray wasn't naive, but he wanted to think that he was more than a mere asset to Andrenov. Nonetheless, he was relieved and excited to have finally arrived. He had never felt more important, more needed. A lavish lunch had been prepared for them by Andrenov's staff, and Gray's appetite met the challenge, putting down roast beef, lobster, and a variety of desserts. Andrenov was unapologetically Russian, but his world travels had expanded his taste in cuisine far beyond the steppe. Chilled vodka, Russian, of course, was served with the meal, and Gray's head swam as he followed his mentor into the library. The room was nearly 3 stories high, with an elaborately carved and paneled bookcase rising to the ceiling. A black and gilded wrought iron staircase allowed access to the upper levels of the collection, where leather-bound editions of Russian literary classics and treasured manuscripts pilfered from third-world libraries and museums lined the shelves. Andrenov's desk sat opposite the books in front of a large granite fireplace, where flames danced around the logs as if trying to escape. Above the mantel hung a masterfully done copy of his favorite painting, Reply of the Zaporozhian Cossacks. The 1891 oil depicts a crowd of laughing men composing a profane and insulting reply to Sultan Mehmed IV of the Ottoman Empire's demand as the son of Mohammed, brother of the sun and moon, grandson and viceroy of God, that they voluntarily and without any resistance submit to Turkish rule. The Cossacks' irreverent response read, in part, "O Sultan, Turkish devil and damned devil's kith and kin, secretary to Lucifer himself, what the devil kind of knight art thou, that canst not slay a hedgehog with your naked arse? The devil shits and your army eats. Thou shalt not, thou son of a whore, make subjects of Christian sons. We have no fear of your army. By land and by sea we will battle with thee. Fuck thy mother." Ilya Repin's original painting hung in the State Russian Museum in St. Petersburg, but it would soon find its way into Andrenov's home if his plans came to fruition. The painting, as well as the Cossack's letter to the Sultan, epitomized Andrenov's disdain for his enemies. It was an ever-present reminder that the struggle between East and West was an enduring one. Gray admired the painting, as well as its surroundings. It was a grand and masculine room. It had been 3 years since he had seen the Cold Warrior. He had aged visibly, but wore his years well for a man who had seen and done so much.
Gray guessed Andrenov's age at 70, but couldn't be sure and would never dare ask. He wore a brown custom suit of what looked like fine cashmere, with a starched white shirt underneath, open at the collar. The Edward Green country boots on his feet were highly polished, and he looked every bit the wealthy European gentleman. A paisley pocket square completed the ensemble. His hair was salt and pepper, and his neatly trimmed beard matched, framing an unremarkable face. His eyes, though, were anything but unremarkable. A hypnotic gray, nearly silver, in their luminescence. They could calm or strike fear, seduce or amuse. Gray wondered what mood Andrenov's eyes would betray next.
"Let us drink to your journey, Oliver,"
the Russian offered. The men raised their glasses and toasted to victory.
"You have come so far and are at my side, where you belong at long last."
"You will soon lead Russia back from the brink," affirmed Gray.
"This is your home, at least for now. You are safe here. You have worked hard for me, Oliver, for Russia. You have brought us the keys to our country's future."
"You believed in me when my own country didn't."
"That's because that was not your country, Oliver. Just an unfortunate place of birth. Their oceans and their wealth make the Americans arrogant. They are like the rich man's son who thinks he's earned his wealth. They would never see in you what I see. You recruited one of our very best assets, Oliver, and the mission that you planned in London was executed beyond our expectations. I am proud of you."
"Thank you, Colonel. What can I do now? How can I help?"
"You must be my eyes. You must travel where I cannot. We are close, Oliver, so close, but only you can get us there. I say this without exaggeration. Russia's future depends on you. Islam is destroying us from within. The Muslim population continues to grow, while our ethnic population is in a steady decline. President Zubarev is too weak to stand up to them, too weak to do what must be done. We need justification, Oliver, justification to liberate the ethnic Russian people of Ukraine and push all the way to Azerbaijan in the south and Poland to the west."
"Are the snipers ready?" Gray asked.
"They are, and they are en route to the site as we speak."
Gray nodded. He was finally part of the varsity team, and it was almost time for the championship game.
"Oliver, I fear that a simple assassination will not be enough to achieve our goal. It is not 1914 anymore. Assassinating Archduke Ferdinand was enough to plunge the world into the Great War back then. Today, it will take something more."
"I see."
"Today, the assassination of a world leader would be met by days of mourning and sanctions. The Chechen, Pasha, will help give us the justification we need. But that will not be enough. We require something that cannot be ignored."
"What is that?" Gray asked, though he already knew the answer.
"The West calls it a CBRN attack for chemical, biological, radiological, and nuclear. We are going to focus on the chemical."
Chapter 68. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, October. Reece was glad to have Freddie for a guide as they made their way from the den of analysts where the agency had stashed Andy Danreb to the executive level, where Vic Rodriguez's office was located. Unlike Danreb's broom closet, Rodriguez's space was large and uncrowded, with natural light pouring in from windows that lined an entire side of the room. Photos, plaques, and memorabilia from Vic's days as a Special Forces and
paramilitary operations officer lined the walls and adorned the bookshelves. "Gentlemen, welcome to Langley. Reece, do you believe me now that this wasn't an ambush?" "I'm beginning to," Reece smiled, looking around the office, a faded black-and-white photograph on the wall catching his eye. The image was of a group of proud-looking young men wearing World War II duck hunter camouflage uniforms and carrying a variety of U.S.-made weapons, including a 1941 Johnson semi-automatic rifle. "Is this what I think it is?" Reece inquired, walking toward the framed photo for a closer look. "Brigade 2506 and 61. That is my father's squad, just before leaving for Bahia de Cochinos, the Bay of Pigs. He was the only one in that photo to survive," Vic explained. "Brave men," was the only thing that Reece could think to say. "That they were, Reece. Just like the operatives we have in the field today. We need all the good people we can get," he continued, directing his comments at Reece. "Let's take this into the conference room." Vic motioned for the men to follow. Reece and Freddie removed their phones, storing them in the designated small safes that looked like tiny post office boxes outside the door to the secure room. "Can I get you guys anything? Coffee? Water?" "I'm good, Vic. You want anything, Reece?" Reece shook his head in response, not wanting to slow things down to doctor up his coffee. Everyone took a seat, and the men gave Rodriguez an update from Jules Landry's interrogation and Andy Danreb's thoughts on Vasily Andrenov. Vic took it all in and looked at the ceiling for a moment before responding. "Andrenov sure makes a compelling conspirator. We need to figure this out, but I want it done quietly. I don't want Andrenov's friends on Capitol Hill sticking their noses into this and tipping our hand. I also have some disturbing news on Oliver Gray. The counterintelligence team is putting a picture together that isn't going to boost any careers at the Office of Security. It's clear that he's been turned. What isn't clear is how much damage he's done. This breach could be on the Aldrich-Ames level. As you may know, he passed multiple polygraph examinations while spying for the Soviet Union and Russia. We're keeping it compartmentalized for now while we figure out how to play it. We need to know when he was turned and to whom he's been passing intelligence. Any ideas on how we pursue this Syrian general lead in Greece?" Reece responded first. "Assuming we can find General Yedid, the second that we or the Greeks snatch him up, the network will go to ground and the trail will go cold. So, things are going to have to happen fast. If this is big enough for Andrenov to burn a CIA asset, then it's 9/11 big," he continued. "We need to get the geographic combatant commanders to recall their deployed SOCOM components, particularly their CIF companies, CRF or whatever we're calling them now, and have them on standby. Spin up Redacted back here and get the standby squadrons ready to roll. In the meantime, we will keep pushing Landry for information while you get your analysts and assets turning over every stone for a location of General Qasim Yedid. We also need you to start working for approvals to wrap him up, so whatever channels you need to manipulate or favors you need to call in, do it. We need SecDef or POTUS approval to capture him regardless of where he is, and it needs to be us. We'll have a short window to extract information and act on it, so it can't be a partner or allied force. This has to be unilateral. And while all that is going down, we need to ensure Mo doesn't get burned as working for U.S. intelligence. Am I forgetting anything, Freddie?" "That's some good officer stuff, Reece. Very impressive." Freddie smiled. "Well, I used to get paid for that sort of thing." Reece grinned back. "You still do, Reece," Rodriguez interjected. "I'll get the ball rolling on my end. The approvals are going to be a pain in the ass. They always are. And having seen my share of high-level missions over the years, I can tell you this one might take a while." "Well, do what you can, Vic," Reece said. "We'll be standing by to stage for a mission to capture Yedid as soon as you give us the approval. From there, we'll flex based off his intel." "I can do that. But we have a problem," Rodriguez said. "What's that?" Reece asked. "While you guys were in the air, Mo disappeared." Chapter 69. Kurdistan, Iraq. October. Landry's blindfold was removed to reveal his worst nightmare. He had been dragged out of the sterile interrogation room and was in some type of storage building. It was hot, and he was beginning to sweat out what little moisture his body had left. He was naked, standing on an uneven, rickety wooden stool with his hands cuffed behind his back. A piano wire had been tied to the rafter above and looped around his genitals in a way that ensured it would tighten like a noose if more downward force were applied. He had to stand on his toes to prevent the wire from tightening painfully, which was exhausting after days without food, little water, and constant cold. One slip from the stool, and he would be instantly separated from his testicles and penis. He was familiar with the technique because it was one of his favorites. He had used it against more than a few Iraqis and Syrians, both militants and civilians, over the past decade. One night, after more than a little gin, Landry had used it on a suspected insurgent as the man's wife was forced to watch. When the man refused to admit to any wrongdoing, Landry shoved him off the stool and forced his wife to watch him bleed out. It was later determined that he'd been snatched from the wrong house. Landry had murdered an innocent man, radicalizing his wife in the process and ensuring their children would become the next generation of determined jihadis.
It's just you and me, Landry. No soft Western interrogation room, no water and temperature fluctuations, no Americans, no supervisors, no doctors, no CIA. No rules.
Landry's eyes darted around the room as he struggled for balance.
I don't have to tell you how this could end, Landry. I need you to tell me everything there is to know about General Qasim Yedid. Where he lives, how you contact him, security, everything. Or I'm going to turn you into a woman.
Mo, please don't do this. I'll draw you a map. I'll take you there myself. I'll do anything. I've got money, Mo. Lots of money that the Russian gave me. We can go to Switzerland. I'll give you all of it. It's enough money to disappear on Mo, and it will all be yours. Yedid lives in Athens, but spends a lot of time on a boat in the Med. He's still brokering jobs.
Why didn't you tell us any of this back in the official interrogation cell?
Landry stayed silent, focusing on his balance. Apparently he was more afraid of Yedid than he was of years of incessant gang rape in prison.
What kind of jobs?
Mo continued, after he'd given Landry enough time to think.
Whatever someone needs. Kidnapping, hits, car bombs, you name it.
Like sending my old unit to Redacted to attack a CIA compound?
Landry's mouth went dry.
Yeah.
Tell me more.
There are Syrian refugees in every city in Europe, former fighters, and General Yedid has connections to all of them.
What's the next target?
I honestly don't know, Mo. I swear to God. Gray asked to be put in touch with him, and I told him where to find him.
Why would Gray want to do that, Landry?
I don't know. I figured it was none of my business,
Landry squeaked as he caught his balance.
Take an educated guess for me.
It's got to have something to do with the Russian.
The one in Switzerland.
Yeah, that's him. He and Gray have got to be behind all of this. I'm just a small part. I'm a nobody.
Oh, I know that, Landry. What was the last thing Gray asked of you before he took over comms with Yedid?
He asked me to have General Yedid track down a sniper.
Sweat poured from the former CIA man as he did everything he could to steady his quivering legs on the shaky stool.
A sniper?
Yeah, the best in Syria.
Who is that?
I don't know exactly. They call him the Shishani. It means like day shooter or day Chechen or something. Red beard. That's all I know, I swear to you, Mo. I'd tell you if I knew anything else. Please cut me down.
Mo took notes as Landry continued to talk, wobbling on the decrepit stool, almost losing his balance, and begging for Mo to cut the wire that encircled his manhood. He explained details of the operation, providing descriptions of those involved along with dead-drop locations and security practices. Landry was becoming increasingly helpful the longer he balanced. Mo left the room, walking outside to make a phone call, leaving Landry trembling on the stool.
I'll be back. Don't go anywhere.
Mo, don't leave me here.
Mo dialed Reece's number and conveyed the new information from Landry. Minutes later, the analysts at the CIA were adding Landry's information to the growing target package they were putting together on one General Qasim Yedid. Mo ended the call and walked back into the room where Landry's muscular and tattooed physique was perched on the tiny stool like a circus elephant.
Please, please,
Landry pleaded, looking into the deep, dark, unforgiving eyes of his former asset.
I've told you everything I know.
I believe you, Mo stated, before quickly kicking the stool across the room and sending Jules Landry straight to the ground. All 215 pounds of him hit the gravel-strewn concrete floor with a brutal thud, less a few ounces of tissue that hung for a moment on the wrong side of the piano wire until landing beside his body. An animalistic scream followed. With his hands secured behind his back, Landry could do nothing to stop the massive bleeding from what was left of his groin. As the bright red arterial blood pulsed out in spurts, the volume of his screams decreased, eventually becoming a mere groan. He lost consciousness within a minute and was clinically dead before Mo had his truck in drive. Part 3. Redemption. Chapter 70. Washington, D.C., October. What began as a calculated late-night leak to select reporters was confirmed as true by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence the following day. The cable news channels devoted all their coverage to the story, and even the networks preempted their daytime broadcasts. Terrorism, it seemed, trumped both soap operas and Judge Judy. U.S. and European intelligence agencies had identified a former Iraqi major from the Ministry of Interior, Mohammed Farouk, as the mastermind behind the recent terrorist attacks across Europe. Farouk had served as a cell leader for Amin Nawaz, using his skills as a trained special operations commander against both civilian and military targets. Farouk had slipped through the net that had led to Nawaz's death by Albanian commandos and was believed to be on the run somewhere in Turkey. A dated, pixelated image of Farouk was broadcast to an international audience, giving terror a face. The United States would supply Allied intelligence and law enforcement agencies with both assets, including classified biometric information that would aid in his capture. What Allied intelligence services did not know was that the human and signals intelligence provided by the United States would be intentionally misleading, and that the biometric data, facial recognition, fingerprint, and voice recognition, did not match Farouk's. Within hours, Mo was the most wanted man in the world. He had instant cover for status with any Islamic terrorist organization on the globe. Chapter 71. Odessa, Ukraine, October. One of Andrenov's security detail could certainly have completed the task, but Gray insisted upon doing it himself. He'd been kept mostly behind a desk for his entire career, and would suffer that fate no longer. He would be out in the field where the action was. He would prove himself to his Russian master. Andrenov's contact had arranged the safe house, which was a simple but clean apartment on Hretska Street. Its location put him near the Philharmonic Society and the Museum of Art, in addition to numerous bars and restaurants. Nearly everyone here spoke Russian, in addition to the national language, which gave him ample opportunity to improve his latent skills. It didn't take much cash to get him access to the docks, euros being the local preference. Andrenov had provided him with enough currency to bribe half of Ukraine, which made the tiny favor of parking a certain ship at a specific berth quite simple. He was shown where the ship would be tied, and he walked down to the exact site to inspect it himself. It took a few minutes for the GPS unit to locate a sufficient number of satellites to obtain the accuracy that this mission required. This was not a consumer handheld GPS, but a large dual-frequency OmniStar-capable commercial unit designed for mapping and surveying. While a consumer GPS was accurate to within a few meters, this system provided both horizontal and elevation information within 5 to 10 centimeters. So long as the ship was moored as directed and the container placed in the proper position, The assassins would be within range of their target. That evening, Gray carefully recorded the distance and elevation information onto a spreadsheet and printed it along with digital photographs that he'd taken from various vantage points at both the firing and target positions. Everything was checked and triple-checked before he sealed the documents into a DHL Express envelope. He was not going to let this operation be compromised by electronic communications. The information would be in Turkey in 2 days, and his contact there would deliver it personally to the farmhouse. Gray was about to change the world. Chapter 72. Washington, D.C., October. All Reece and Freddie could do now was wait. Wait for the CIA analysts to build a target package on General Qasim Yadid and wait for Rodriguez to get approvals to detain him. Freddie rented a car and made the 8-hour drive to Beaufort, South Carolina to spend a day with his family. It was Sam's birthday, and he had missed too many of them already. Reece had turned on the TV as he got ready for a workout when he heard a familiar voice. Turning his attention to the screen, he saw Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Katie Buranek on Fox News Sunday talking about unwarranted surveillance. She is right down the street. After his last disastrous attempt, he decided that now was not the time to surprise her with the news that he was alive over the phone. But knowing she was just a few miles down the road at Fox's D.C. bureau, he was having second thoughts. He grabbed his phone from the nightstand and stared at the display. Should I try this again? What do I even say? Hi, Katie, it's Reece. I'm not dead, and I knew that detonator wasn't going to blow your head off last time I saw you. Want to meet up for dinner? Shit! He tossed the phone on the bed, trying to focus on what she was saying in the interview. Should I surprise her at the station? He could be there in minutes. Reece looked at his Resco watch. Yes, that's it. In person would be way better than a phone call. He quickly changed back into his best clothes and headed for the lobby. Reece had his taxi drop him off at a Starbucks catty-corner to the Fox News D.C. bureau, located just north of the Capitol and surrounded by America's traditional institutions of power. Reece had always liked D.C., even though he wasn't a city guy by any means. D.C. was different. There was an energy in the air. There was a sense that, no matter how bad things were, this was still the United States. This constitutional republic had weathered storms that would have destroyed most nations and had prevailed. As Reece ordered a venti blonde roast and asked that the barista leave room for honey and cream, he couldn't help but think that not long ago, all these instruments of federal power had been focused on finding and killing him. He exited onto E Street Northwest and found his way to North Capitol Northwest. Reece strolled toward the parking lot across the street from the cable news giant, pretending to look at his phone while he observed the front of the building. Fox News Sunday should be finishing up any minute. Wonder how long she stays after taping. What are you doing, Reece? You are going to scare the living daylights out of her if you surprise her. What if she doesn't want to see you? What if she leaves by a different door? Is this going to creep her out? You are overthinking this, Reece. His thoughts were broken by the sight of Katie's blonde ponytail swinging behind her as she exited the building and walked toward the parking lot where Reece waited. There was no mistaking her, even at 200 yards. As he stepped toward her, he felt his phone vibrate. Not many people had this number, so he resisted the urge not to answer it. A number with the local 703 area code was displayed on the LCD screen, and he swiped the icon to answer the call. Yeah? Reece, it's Vic. Where are you now? I'm in D.C., getting a cup of coffee. The hotel coffee not good enough? Well, they didn't have honey, Reece said, frozen in his tracks, watching Katie take a left on Capitol and walk north away from the parking lot. Okay, well, I need you on a plane ASAP. We have actionable intel, we have approvals, and we are moving resources to respond. Can you be at Dulles in 30 minutes? I'll be there, Reece said without hesitation. Better yet, I'll have an agency car pick you up at the hotel. Get back there, grab your stuff, and meet the car out front. Reece ended the call. Shit. He took one last look at Katie as she walked away, before jogging toward the street to flag down a ride.
Chapter 73. Virginia Beach, Virginia, October. The pagers had gone off at 11:42 a.m. on Sunday, catching what appeared to be ordinary families in the middle of the most mundane of Sunday morning tasks: church services, mowing the lawn, playing with kids. Many of those without wives and children, and a few with, were nursing hangovers from a late night out in a series of Virginia Beach bars. To the untrained eye, this group could be mistaken for a rugby team. Upon closer examination, a few dead giveaways betrayed them as anything but normal, least of which were the odd-looking cigarette pack-sized pagers that were never more than an arm's length away. Though most people had turned in their pagers for mobile phones in the mid-1990s, a few elite special operations units still used them as a secure way to connect via satellite with a very select group of lethal men, always on standby for an emergency just such as this. 45 minutes later, they had assembled in the team room of the most exclusive club on Earth. There would be no more contact with families, friends, or loved ones. The sole focus was now the mission. The families whose lives had once again been interrupted by the now familiar buzz of the iridium pagers were acutely aware that this might be the last time they saw their husbands and fathers off to work. They shared them with a larger, and oftentimes more demanding family, that of the Naval Special Warfare Development Group. "Team leaders, do we have everyone?" called out Master Chief Pete Millman in a commanding tone to silence the small talk. "One's up, two's up, three's up, four's up." "Roger, okay, guys," Pete continued, looking around the huge table, flanked on either side by individual desks, adorned with computers connected to a net even more secretive and secure than the SIPR computers usually found in military briefing rooms. Pete was all business, and he suppressed an urge to smile, looking out at the assaulters and team leaders, redacted. This was likely to be one of his last times briefing the guys as their troop chief. He'd been around for a long time, graduating the redacted in the first post-9/11 class, and he'd been deploying ever since. His body had taken more abuse than an NFL lineman over the years, and though he hated the thought, he had a GS position in the operations shop that would start up next year. His first marriage had ended in disaster, before kids had entered the picture. His second marriage was to the command, and he couldn't quite bring himself to separate from her, even after 23 years in the Navy. "Quick turnaround on this one, gentlemen. The NSC just green-lighted the redacted package to capture a Syrian general, one Qasim Yadid, on a yacht in the Med between Libya and Malta. He's not someone on our HVI or war criminal top 10, but he just moved up to the #1 spot. The agency has him pegged as a key player in a plan that's already in motion and a direct threat to the United States. This is time-sensitive and has visibility at the highest levels." "Yeah, Smitty," Pete said, acknowledging his newest team leader. "Direct threat? As in we need to exploit him for additional information?" "That's right. This is a capture-kill mission, not a kill-capture. It was stressed to me in no uncertain terms that we need to take Yadid alive. The intel folks are putting the final touches on the target package, which will include a list of questions to which we need specific answers. Everyone will have a photo of the target and the list of questions." "How rough can we get with this guy, Master Chief?" "Don't get excited, Smitty. We are also jumping in an interrogator from Langley, Dr. Rob Bellinger, who will take care of that part. He's flying down from D.C. now. If something happens to him, then we take over." "Bit guys," Pete said, using the acronym for Battlefield Interrogation Team. "You'll have it from there. Just be aware that this is not some hovel in Afghanistan. This will have a lot more eyeballs on it, so act accordingly." "I think it's called TQ now," Smitty smiled. "That's tactical questioning for you older guys?" "Ah, yes, I keep forgetting, much more PC." "What's the general's background?" asked a SEAL, who looked more like an endurance athlete than one of America's top frogmen. "Interesting cat," Pete continued. "He was a general in Assad's regime, earned his stripes carrying out chemical weapon attacks against the populace not supportive of Assad's policies. Somewhere along the line, he was connected to Al-Furat, Syria's main oil producer. At least it looks like that's where his money comes from. He's listed as one of their security consultants, but that's just to muddy the waters. The CIA has him as essentially a broker of talent." "What the hell does that mean?" Smitty asked. Well, Syrian forces have received training from Russian advisors, and they've gotten a lot of experience exercising that training and putting down rebellions. Remember, Syria is one of the only countries to escape the Arab Spring. Yeah, and look how well that worked out for everyone. As far as we've been able to tell, he has a line on military talent and parlays it out to governments, rogue regimes, terrorist organizations, as long as their interests are in line with those of Syria and, you guessed it, Mother Russia. Need an explosives expert, a sniper, an assault team, a chemical weapons specialist? General Yadid will set you up. I thought Russia had a moderate in power right now. They do, Smitty. But some of the policies from the old president are still in place, as are leaders of powerful institutions, both private and the government agency type, that don't agree with their current president's more progressive stance. Like the FSB and SVR? Exactly like that. Russia's reincarnation of the KGB and GRU.
What's security on the yacht look like, Pete? Another team leader asked.
It's a 135-foot super yacht called the Shore Thing. I know, it's an awful name. It looks like a damn spaceship and rents for $175,000 a week. Specs are for 8 crew and 10 guests. CIA estimates there are 4 to 6 Syrian bodyguards on board with the general and probably a couple of guests. Apparently, the general doesn't like to party alone. CIA doesn't have eyes on board, so this is all a best guess. He's rented it before. Sometimes he brings friends. It's the usual fare: girls, vodka, and your drug of choice. Agency managed to get a prostitute in the mix last year, which is why they have a good idea of his PSD and profile. Are the hookers included in that $175,000? Smitty asked. Seems a bit high. Pete rolled his eyes. I think they're extra. Let's finish this up and get to the bird. It's waiting on us at Oceana. So let's review. Bad guy general contracts out Syrian military specialists to those willing to pay and those that advance Assad's agenda. We need information about one of those specialists. In this case, we need information on a sniper. 52 minutes later, they were wheels up over Virginia in 2 C-17s on standby for just such a contingency. It had been 97 minutes since the first pagers started beeping. Chapter 74. Somewhere over the Atlantic Ocean. October. Smitty watched his troop chief huddled in conference with their squadron commander. The squadron commander was new to Redacted, but he seemed like a good enough guy. Smitty could tell that his troop chief was mentoring the cake eater into his new role. Officers just rented lockers at this command. Enlisted assaulters ran the show. As leader of one of the 4 assault teams split between 2 aircraft and 4 boats that would jump in to take control of the motor vessel Shore Thing to capture-kill Syrian General Qasim Yadid, Smitty took a breath and thought through the contingencies for the next phases of the operation. He had done more than a few shipboarding operations in the northern Arabian Gulf to enforce the UN embargo on Iraq just prior to the U.S. invasion in 2003, but this was the first time he would do it as part of his current command. What if a boat burned in? Aside from being a multi-million-dollar loss, it would not be the end of the mission. They could lose 2 boats and still accomplish their task. What if, God forbid, an operator burned in? 2 boats would stay to recover the body with minimal assaulters, while the other 2 moved to the target vessel. They would still get it done. They would owe that to their fallen brother. His troops carried an assortment of HK-416s and MP7s. The breachers had torches and saws, but those heavier tools would stay on the assault craft. Intel suggested that Benelli shotguns set up to breach should be able to get them through any doors on the expensive yacht. Paragraph redacted. Second paragraph redacted. Underway maritime interdiction operations were a prime mission set for this elite unit. If there was an opposed boarding that needed to be done to protect the national security of the United States, Naval Special Warfare Development Group got the call. The warriors in its esteemed ranks were the most highly trained in the U.S. arsenal, and though most of their missions since the towers fell had been against land-based targets, they kept their shipboarding skills sharp.
It had been years since Dr. Rob Bellinger had fired a weapon, and he didn't have so much as a handgun on him tonight. He didn't know much about boats, nor had he ever jumped out of a plane, certainly not at night, into the ocean. Tipping the scales at 140 pounds, with a thick mane of graying, unkempt hair, and a smile that kept those around him wondering what he was thinking, he had established himself as one of the CIA's best interrogators. The U.S. Air Force had paid for his medical school along with follow-on training in neuroscience. Rob had started working his way up the military medical corps chain when the world changed forever on a sunny Tuesday morning. With the country's appetite for retribution at a peak after the brazen attack on the homeland, administration lawyers issued a classified memo giving the CIA authority to research, test, and evaluate interrogation techniques that went beyond those labeled enhanced. Those techniques would be the subject of scrutiny in op-eds, debated on panels, and argued on the political and legal fronts for years to come. At the recommendation of the head of neurosurgery for the Air Force, Rob found himself detailed to a covert CIA research facility buried 4 stories underground in the arid mountains outside Monterrey, Mexico. While pundits, politicians, activists, and talking heads were focused on sleep deprivation and stress positions of detainees held at the detention facility in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, Rob and his team of doctors were experimenting, studying, refining, and documenting the most effective and efficient ways to extract information from the most senior and hardened al-Qaeda prisoners. Whatever mixed emotions Dr. Bellinger had felt about the coupling of politics and ethics beneath the Mexican soil were guided by his devotion to country. He didn't want to cause these prisoners any undue pain, the key word being undue. To Dr. Bellinger, it was like the challenge of a complex puzzle. How could he extract the necessary information from a religious fanatic, causing him the least amount of pain possible while ensuring that the intelligence gleaned was accurate and reliable? He couldn't pick up a weapon and charge into battle in defense of his country, but he could help the war effort in a different way, and the doctor intended to do just that. With the change in administration and the nation feeling the fatigue of what some had termed the Long War, Dr. Bellinger was reassigned to the medical staff of the CIA in Northern Virginia. The interrogation files from the team's experiments in Mexico existed only in hard copy in the depths of a vault deep in the bowels of an off-site medical clinic with no discernible clientele. It existed in name only as a shell corporation for a company that didn't exist. As one of only a few doctors in the United States with the knowledge and experience to extract information from a non-compliant subject, Dr. Bellinger was a valuable commodity. On very rare occasions, he would pack a Pelican hardcase with the tools of his vocation and be flown to a foreign country to ply his trade. This was the first time he would be jumping out of a perfectly good airplane. He knew he could not be in better hands than those of the SEAL senior chief seated next to him, but he was still nervous. Who wouldn't be? He wasn't even a very good swimmer. The doctor's black hard case would be jumped in by another SEAL. He would be reunited with it once the assaulters had secured what he heard them refer to as the VOI, or Vessel of Interest. Then it would be his turn to work. Dr. Bellinger watched as the SEALs went into what looked to him like the well-rehearsed movements of a team that knew their business. Chutes were donned, weapons and gear secured, then double and triple checked by teammates to ensure multiple sets of eyes were inspecting every detail of the life-saving equipment that would guide them safely into the waters of the Mediterranean Sea. The doctor stood and turned around as his harness was clipped to the tandem rig of the large SEAL next to him. His life was now in the hands of the blonde-bearded Viking he'd met only hours earlier. There was nothing he could do now but consign himself to fate. The roar was deafening, even through his foam ear protection, as the ramp of the C-17 opened to the unforgiving elements. With the adrenaline, Dr. Bellinger felt something that he hadn't experienced since the early days of the war, when the first al-Qaeda prisoner was delivered by a team of CIA operatives. Purpose. A gray pilot chute shot from the palletized assault boat,
violently pulling it from the cargo hold and out into the night. No sooner had the first boat been pulled from view than the second followed closely after. Dr. Bellinger knew a second C-17 would be going through the same sequence right behind them, just like he'd been told in a quick brief in the hangar before they launched. As his jumper moved with him, closer to the open door, he barely noticed the steady stream of assaulters and boat drivers piling out the back of the aircraft in quick succession, following their sleek, high-speed assault crafts falling from the sky. The edge of the ramp was suddenly before him, and they stepped off into the abyss. Chapter 75. Mediterranean Sea, October. General Qasim Yadid's first indication that something was wrong was when the door to his stateroom flew open and smashed into the bulkhead. His second was when his security detail lead burst in waving his Makarov 9x18mm pistol, frantically yelling at him to get out of the bed he was occupying with a tall Ukrainian redhead who had a penchant for cocaine. Yadid sat up just in time to watch his head of security cut down as he took a burst of bullets to his upper back, dropping to the floor just shy of the bed. The general had the lights dimmed to enhance the mood but still illuminate the lithe body of the beautiful young Ukrainian, who had her head between his legs until the first two apparitions from another world shattered the sanctity of his domain. He knew instantly they were Americans. The four-eyed night vision devices attached to their helmets were a telltale sign that his life had just irrevocably changed. Popularized by the military-inspired television shows and movies in the wake of the Osama bin Laden raid that made them famous, these technological wonders were tilted slightly up so the predators could use the light of the room as they searched for more targets. Yadid had never been on the receiving end of an assault. He'd ordered plenty, but always left the deed to others. He was more of a planner. He felt a paralyzing fear unlike any he'd ever known. Even if he had a pistol nearby, he would not have reached for it. He was unceremoniously thrown to the floor by the larger of the two intruders and flex-cuffed with an efficiency he had seen only from the Russian advisors to the Mukhabarat, the military intelligence unit controlled by Assad. His female friend was cuffed as well, but was given a bedsheet to preserve some of her dignity, and was gently led from the room, her initial screams having subsided. Even though the patch was subdued gray and black on the shoulders of the invaders, she recognized the stars and stripes of the United States and knew her night was not going to end at the bottom of the Mediterranean Sea. She wasn't quite as certain about the general. Still face down on the deck, Yadid was roughly turned on his side as someone grabbed his chin, twisting it to get a better view of his face and comparing it to what Yadid correctly guessed was his most current photo. A flashlight blinded him as another commando approached, comparing it to another photo on his wrist coach. Nodding to his teammate, he pressed a button on his chest and said a word that Yadid knew did not bode well for his future. Jackpot. Chapter 76. Over the Atlantic Ocean. The Gulf Stream was in the air less than an hour after Reece had received Rodriguez's call. At least he'd finally made his way onto a private jet. The G-550 landed briefly to pick up Freddie at Marine Corps Air Station Beaufort before heading eastward over the Atlantic. Reece could tell by the look on his partner's face that it was crushing him to fly out in the middle of his son's birthday party. Things like that never got easier, especially with a special needs child like Sam. As the standby squadron from Dam Neck hit the target, Reece and Freddie would be airborne and able to flex as necessary based off exploited intelligence. Their weapons were being stored at the agency base in Kurdistan, so a basic weapons package from the ground branch armory had been loaded onto the plane for their use. Strain opened a Black Pelican case and inspected the HK-416D assault rifle inside. "Just one?" Reece asked. "Looks that way," Strain responded. "Maybe they don't trust you yet." "Terrific. Hey, with what I've experienced in my short time at Langley, we're lucky to even have that. Here," Strain said. "You take the two pistols, I'll take the rifle." "Wonderful. No extra magazines?" Reece commented, inspecting the 9mm SIG P320 X-Carry and P365. "What kind of operation are you guys running over there?" At least they included 2 nice holsters, Freddie countered, tossing Reece an ankle rig for the 365 and a Black Point Tactical Mini Wing for the larger handgun. I like these L-cans, Freddie remarked, referring to the expensive optic mounted on his HK as he broke the weapon down into its upper and lower receiver and placed it in a low-vis backpack. No armor? Reece asked. Doesn't look like it. Guess we better not plan on getting shot. While they were loading magazines, the jet's onboard satellite phone system chirped. The conversation was mostly one-sided, and Freddie jotted down some notes before hanging up. Redacted. Just hit Yadid on his yacht. He survived. We have an agency interrogator working on him now. They said the general was scared shitless when the boys interrupted his party. We should know more soon. Any theories, Freddie? It's quite a cast of characters. We've got a former Russian GRU colonel clearly at odds with the current regime and very connected in D.C., a turned CIA Russia analyst on the run, a Syrian general tied to Assad and essentially brokering mercenaries out of Syria and Iraq and God only knows where else, all connected to a rogue CIA ground branch sadist running a former friend of yours who thought he was working for the U.S. government. They certainly aren't doing it because they have nothing better to do. The 2 former frogmen-turned-intelligence operatives began discussing various scenarios when another call came in. This is Strain. Mr. Strain, this is Andy Danreb at the Russian desk. I've come across something that I think you need to know about. Hey, Andy, what time is it there? I'm not sure. It's late. This idea hit me, so I came back to the office. My wife was thrilled. I bet. I'm putting you on speaker with Reece. What do you have? After our conversation, I started thinking more and more about Oliver Gray. We know he's dirty. What I couldn't figure out, though, was why now? Why, after what must have been years of working for Andrenov, did he do something he knew would blow his cover? We've been asking ourselves the same question, Andy, Reece chimed in. Well, I think I've found the answer. I started looking through some of the raw intelligence coming across his desk. He was looking at a ton of signals intercepts, which is really well below his pay grade. I've been searching all weekend, but I didn't find anything that made any sense. It hit me tonight that he would have hidden whatever it was, that he would have removed it from the system so I couldn't pull it up. He couldn't hide the raw feed, though, so I went back and found an intercept that wasn't in message traffic. What was it? It's the Russian president's itinerary. NSA intercepted some communication between the Russian FSO, the Federal Protective Service, and the President's Executive Office. The FSO is their version of the Secret Service. We have a 30-day snapshot of where President Zubarev will be hour by hour. It's this month's Strain. We are halfway through the calendar that we have. Where's the Russian president now? He's scheduled to give a speech in Odessa tomorrow at noon. Then he flies to Moscow early the following morning. Gray didn't randomly choose this month to disappear. That schedule is the key. We'll need some analytical assets at our disposal, Andy. You think you can help? I thought you'd never ask. What can I do? Danreb felt like he'd been liberated from prison. I need your best team, people you can trust in a secure conference room. I need you to be our eyes, ears, and brain as this info comes through. I'll get on the phone and start waking people up. I need you to be absolutely sure that none of these people are tied to Gray. That's not a problem. Let's just say that he and I don't run in the same circles around here. Do you know Nicole Fan at CTC? I've heard the name, but I don't know her. She's been helping us on this. You might want to bring her in if you can. Will do. I better run if I'm going to get this thing up and running. Thanks, Andy. Great work. Freddie ended the call and turned to his friend. Reece, I almost forgot. What? Strain pulled a duffel from a compartment behind his seat. I saw what you gave to Richard Hastings in Africa and thought you might need a new one, he said, as he pulled a Winkler tomahawk from his bag and handed it to his friend. Reece stared at the masterpiece of wood and steel, slowly pulling the small bungee cords that secured the Kydex sheath to its deadly head and examining its razor-sharp blade. I can't accept this, brother. It's your squadron axe, Reece said, honored and humbled. I've never carried it. As you know, I prefer my guns, Freddie said, smiling, clearly enjoying the moment. Keep it. Think of it as a thank you for nailing that Haji that was climbing the building to take me out in Morocco. Plus, I know how much you love those things. Thank you, Freddie. I'll hold on to it for you. How about that?
Sounds good, Reece.
Chapter 77. Somewhere over the Mediterranean Sea, October. The toughest part was going to be getting word to the Russians. Ordinarily, the State Department would have been the appropriate channel, but in this case, more urgency was required. Strain had relayed what information he knew to Vic Rodriguez, who was working the phones on his way into the office. After speaking with Janice Motley, it was decided that the best course of action was to have the Moscow station chief reach out to the Federal Protective Service, responsible for President Zubarev's security. Sources and methods had to be protected, so the communication was simple. The United States government had reason to believe that individuals, possibly Syrian nationals, were targeting the Russian president during an upcoming trip to Odessa, Ukraine. The head of the FSO was polite and appreciative, but offered no information in return. Their apprehension about sharing and their skepticism about a threat were not unfounded. Single-source intelligence, hunches, and assumptions were how one got into trouble. Of course, that ran contrary to the sixth sense that had kept warriors alive in battle since the beginning of time. Sometimes you just needed to trust your gut. The CIA jet was within 30 minutes of landing at Odessa International Airport when the phone rang again. This time it was the agency doctor who had accompanied the SEALs on the takedown of Yedid's yacht, calling with an update.
This is Strain. Freddie, this is Dr. Rob Bellinger. I've got an update for you.
Give me good news, Doc.
Well, as you know, I don't make the good or bad determination. It's information, and I would rate it reliable.
Understood. What do you have for us?
CIA analyst Oliver Gray went through General Qasim Yedid to hire a sniper team. Their last known location was 2 weeks ago along the Turkey-Georgia-Armenia border near a town called Gürle. General Yedid identified the sniper team as Tasho al-Shishani, a Georgian, and a Syrian named Nizar Katan. Langley is doing a workup on them now. They'll send you photos if they have any, along with anything else they can dig up.
And the target?
He said he didn't know. Gray wanted to run the operation himself.
How confident are you in what Yedid told you?
Mr. Strain, I didn't even need to open my case, which is always the best way. He isn't a radical ready to die for Allah. Those are my specialty. He is a businessman and has no interest in dying for the cause. I am not at liberty to discuss his deal, but rest assured the agency will put him to good use as an asset.
Understood. Anything else?
Yes. General Yedid had a female companion with him when he was detained.
You mean a prostitute?
Yes. She told us that there was an American on the yacht a few days ago. Yedid confirmed it was Gray. They dropped him off when they picked her up.
Where was that, Doc?
Odessa.
Freddie pulled an iPad from his pack and selected the icon for Lead Nav Systems, a sophisticated imagery program used by Special Operations Forces. He pulled up the area surrounding Gürle and turned the screen so Reece could see it. That was Dr. Ron Bellinger. He's a CIA interrogator that, redacted, jumped in on the Yedid takedown. He says that Gray hired General Yedid to find him a sniper team, and he got him one. And get this, their last known location was just across the Black Sea, right here, Freddie said, moving the cursor to a place on the screen. Notice anything?
Looks pretty rural, Reece offered.
Good place to shoot a rifle without attracting too much attention. I agree. They're training for something. Look at how close it is to the coast. Let's say these snipers board a ship somewhere here, Freddie said, pointing to the screen, then cross the Black Sea. They're in Odessa. Freddie zoomed the image out to show the entire Black Sea and its coastline, with the sniper's last known location directly opposite the landlocked body of water from the Russian president's destination.
Can you pull up port information on that thing? Reece asked.
Nothing too specific. We'll need Andy's team for that. It looks like the closest port of any size would be Batumi, just across the border in Georgia. The engines had powered back and the jet was descending rapidly over the Ukrainian countryside. The pilot came over the cabin's speakers and indicated that they would be on the ground in 10 minutes.
Both men put on their seatbelts and took a few moments to think through the newest information. The puzzle was coming together, but Reece still felt like they were missing a big piece. Chapter 78. Odessa, Ukraine. October. Upon their arrival in Ukraine, Reece and Freddie were met by a case officer assigned to the embassy in Kiev, who was not happy to have made the 6-hour drive to retrieve some bearded commando types from the Odessa airport. Steve Douglas was polite but not overly friendly as he greeted them outside the terminal. The men stowed their backpacks in the back of the small black Lada 4x4 SUV and climbed inside.
So I'm assuming that you guys are here for the president's visit?
Something like that, Reece responded.
I guess the Secret Service needed some extra bodies. Not sure why they couldn't pick you up.
We aren't super close with the FSO, Freddie added.
What do you mean the FSO? I'm talking about the Secret Service.
The United States Secret Service? Reece asked.
Of course, POTUS is here.
The President of the United States is here in Odessa?
He will be in a couple of hours. You're telling me that's not why you're here?
Freddie immediately called Rodriguez on the sat phone and gave him the rundown. The interagency wheels, however inefficient, began to turn in Washington as the agency made contact with the Secret Service. Much like President's recent visits to war zones in Iraq and Afghanistan, this visit was being kept a secret until the last moment. The White House pool reporters would not even be aware of their destination until Air Force One landed in Odessa. And as can be the case in a bureaucracy as big as the United States intelligence and federal law enforcement apparatus, the right hand often did not know what the left hand was doing. In the meantime, Steve Douglas made a phone call and determined which hotel the advance team was using as a base of operations. By the time the local agents were informed that a pair of CIA officers were on the ground with specific threat intel, Douglas was parking outside their temporary command center in Hotel Otrada. As the trio entered the hotel lobby, a petite female agent with a lapel pin on her blue pantsuit approached them. Freddie fished his green agency identification badge out of the inside pocket of his jacket. All Reece had was his black U.S. passport, which he handed over. She scrutinized both, returning Freddie's badge before handing over Reece's passport. "You look just like a guy I saw on a wanted poster, Mr. Donovan," the agent said, staring at Reece with bright, unflinching eyes. "I get that a lot." She slowly broke into a smile and shook their hands. "I'm Kim Shear. Follow me." It looked as though the Secret Service had occupied the entire hotel. Uniformed and plainclothes agents were moving around the lobby as they readied for the arrival of their principal, the President of the United States. Agent Shear led the way to a suite on the hotel's highest floor. The room was packed with tables filled with computers and communications gear, as well as at least 15 agents and technicians. A tall man in his early 50s stood in the center of the room, clearly in charge. He wore a dark blue 3-button business suit and his head was closely shaved, having given up the battle with his receding hairline a decade earlier. He turned to greet Reece and Strain like a man with a great deal on his plate.
"What can I do for you two gentlemen?"
His accent was from Minnesota, or perhaps the eastern Dakotas.
"We're from the agency, Ground Branch. I'm Freddie Strain, and this is James Donovan. We have reason to believe that there is a specific threat against the President of Russia and/or the President of the United States here in Odessa."
They had his undivided attention.
"What kind of threat?"
"A sniper. A sniper team, to be precise, a Georgian national they call the Shishani, and a Syrian named Nizar Katan. Last known location was across the Black Sea in Turkey. The President needs to cancel whatever public appearance he has planned."
"How credible is this?"
"It's credible," Freddie responded.
"I hate to break it to you guys, but a lot of people want to kill the President, and we can't shut down his schedule every time some nutcase makes a threat. I'm going to need specifics, gentlemen."
"Look, we have a Syrian general brokering mercenaries at the behest of a former GRU colonel named Vasily Andronov, set on a transfer of power in Russia, who's put a sniper team within a stone's throw of Odessa at the same time the presidents of Russia and the United States just happen to be here. One or both of them are the targets." Reece was starting to lose his temper. The man put up a hand.
I'm sorry, guys. I didn't mean it that way. I'm up to my eyeballs here, and now I've got two scraggly-looking agency guys telling me about some plot to kill the president. Let's start over. I'm Lee Christensen." The taller man shook both their hands, and his demeanor changed appreciably. "Lee, the president needs to cancel this speech or move it inside," Freddie said. "If it were up to me, we'd never let him leave the White House, but that's not how a republic functions. We can't cancel his itinerary every time there's a threat. This isn't some wacko posting threats on Twitter from his mom's basement. This is a trained sniper team," Freddie stressed. Christensen sighed. "Here's what I'll do. I'm going to pair you guys up with one of my agents so you'll have full access to our resources. Agent Shear, you're going to be our point person on this. Whatever these guys need, you make sure they get it and call me directly if someone gets in your way. I'll talk with the White House and fill them in. Will that work for a first step?" "That works for us," Freddie answered. Agent Shear led them down the hallway into a smaller room that had been set up with a conference table. A whiteboard stood in the corner on a tripod stand. All three took seats with Shear at the head of the rectangular table.
"So what do we have, guys?"
Reece spoke up first. "We're going to tell you some things that you're probably not cleared for, so hopefully your memory isn't the greatest."
"I drink a lot."
"Perfect. Here's what we know. A former Russian intelligence officer with a history of planning coups and assassinations is living in Switzerland. He is on the outs with the current Russian administration led by President Zubarev and would love to have his hardliners in power. Through an intermediary, he contracts with a Syrian general to hire a sniper team whose last known location was in rural Turkey near the Georgian and Armenian borders." Freddie passed his iPad to Shear and pointed to the spot.
"Looks like a good place to train," she observed.
"Our thoughts exactly."
"May I?"
Shear asked rhetorically as she zoomed out of the image so that the entire region was visible.
"I don't like it that they're so close to the Black Sea, and the presidents are going to speak on the coastline near a major port."
"Where's the speech?"
"Here."
Shear scrolled the map to center on Odessa and zoomed in on a site near the coastline.
"It's called the Bofo Colonnade. It's located on the grounds of the Vorontsov Palace. It's a tourist attraction and major landmark."
The curved, narrow structure was lined with 10 massive columns on each side and sat like a raised amphitheater in front of a cobblestone pedestrian area that led to a wide set of stone steps, framed on either side by elevated statues of full-maned African lions. "What's the sniper risk at the site?" Freddie asked.
"We evaluated it as moderate. To the front there are buildings that block the line of sight to the lectern, and we have them secured and covered with our own counter-sniper teams. It's all low ground behind the colonnade all the way to the sea. There are some structures on the port with exposure, but we'll have everything there secure out to 2,000 meters. The entire harbor will be shut down during the speech, and we'll have eyes out that direction."
"Is that the president's only public appearance in Odessa?"
"Other than the airport tarmac and the route to the speech, that's it."
"Tell us about the route."
"Nothing ideal for a sniper, especially not in the Beast,"
Shear said, referring to the president's heavily armored Cadillac limousine. "Anything else peculiar about this site?"
"Yes. There are catacombs underneath used during World War II, but they existed well before that. The partisans used them to fight the Nazis. The plaza was a restaurant in the 1800s. The owner would supposedly drag drunk customers down into the tunnel system, bring them straight down to the docks, and sell them to the slave ships waiting in the harbor."
"Really? Rough way to wake up. I'm assuming you've secured the tunnels?" Freddie asked.
"Correct, but they have 3 levels, and they've never been fully mapped. We've secured all known entry points, but people are discovering new ones all the time. There's an entire industry built around exploring them, discovering new passages, new artifacts."
"Terrific." Freddie checked his phone and saw an email from Andy Danreb. "Looks like the analyst team is up and running. Let's see if they have anything for us." He dialed into a secure conference number and put his phone on the center of the table with the speakerphone engaged. "Danreb here. Andy, it's Freddie and James. We're in Odessa with Agent Kim Shear from the Secret Service." "Agent Shear, I'm Andy Danreb here at Langley with Nicole Fan and Fabian Brooks, our computer whiz." "Appreciate you all pulling this together on short notice. Anything new?" Reece inquired. Nicole spoke up.
We are exploring anything and anyone with a connection to Vasily Andrenov, Jules Landry, and General Yedid. Andrenov's political connections and charitable giving have muddied the waters since there are so many paper trails to follow, but we are working it through. It looks like Landry's network was pretty slim. Yedid is connected to just about every radical Islamist refugee in the Middle East and Southern Europe.
In other words, we don't have shit, Danreb chimed in.
Keep on it, Andy. We have how long, Kim? Asked Reece. 3 hours and 32 minutes until Umbrella lands, 4 hours until he goes on stage.
Every protectee or principal had a Secret Service code name. Umbrella was a reference to the 187th Infantry Regiment of the 101st Airborne Division, nicknamed by the Japanese as Rakkasans, which meant falling down umbrella men. The president had commanded the Rakkasans during Operation Iraqi Freedom in 2003, before being selected as vice president by the previous administration. We have less than 4 hours, so do what you can. I know you'll come up with something. Out here. Freddie ended the call and turned to their Secret Service liaison. Can you take us to the site?
Let's go. I'll drive. And let me get you to some lapel pins.
Chapter 79. Odessa, Ukraine. October. Reece and Freddie retrieved their gear bags and weapons from the back of the agency SUV and thanked Douglas for the ride. Agent Scheer led them to a white Hyundai minivan that was obviously from a local rental agency's fleet.
No Suburban? Reece teased. Please. The advanced team gets the shaft. All the cool guys on the PPD, that's the president's detail, get their vehicles flown in on C-17s for game day, and we get whatever Avis can't rent out that week.
Kim pulled out of the hotel and navigated the local streets like a native. She'd obviously spent some time in the area as part of the advance team. What's your background, Kim? Did you come straight to the Secret Service? Freddie asked.
No, I went to Annapolis. Then the Marine Corps. Got out as a captain, tried to go to work in the family's insurance business, but that made me want to blow my brains out. Applied for this job 5 years ago and have been here ever since. I love it.
What did you do in the Corps? Reece asked.
Intel mainly. Supported some high-speed units, but didn't leave the FOB much.
MARSOC?
They call them Raiders now, but yeah, I was attached as an intel officer.
That's right. The artists formerly known as MARSOC. Hard to keep up with all of the name changes. I was attached to Det 1 in 2004 for a couple of months, Reece responded. That was a solid group. I really learned a lot from them. Especially Major K. He used to run their mountain warfare training center. Great guy.
He was squared away, Kim remembered.
Was Gunny Gutierrez still around when you were there? Reece asked.
He sure was. Small world.
It is indeed. After showing her credentials to local police and making her way through the roadblocks, Agent Scheer parked the minivan on Primorsky Boulevard and led the men toward the site of the speech. They walked along the gray cobblestone driveway past an impressive 19th century columned building that had, at some point, been the residence of someone important. The gated perimeter had already been set up and the temporary fences funneled pedestrians into a tent with several airport-style magnetometers and package scanners. The uniformed personnel recognized the Secret Service agent and waved her through. As they cleared the checkpoint and rounded the building, the colonnade they'd viewed on the iPad imagery was directly in front of them. The area was smaller than Reece had expected it to be. The site had obviously been chosen for television viewing rather than its ability to accommodate a large physical audience. A stage had been built in front with 2 lecterns a few yards apart from each other. Last-minute preparations were being made by a variety of workers, while security personnel from the United States, Russia, and Ukraine moved busily about. They walked up onto the stage and looked around. The site of the speech sat on a high bluff, with the ground falling off sharply toward the sea below. From the land side of the colonnade, the site left very few options for a sniper. Tall trees and buildings surrounded the structure, leaving no discernible line-of-sight shooting lanes that wouldn't be locked down by the Secret Service. A long and modern pedestrian bridge connected the area from stage right to a more built-up area of the city, but only the rooftops and high windows of those buildings offered a shot toward the stage, and all would be occupied by authorities.
Each member of the team spent several minutes taking in the scene, looking for something that had been overlooked by the other dozen sets of eyes that had studied it as part of the overall security assessment. Reece broke the silence first. "I'll be honest, Kim, this is a good spot." "I agree," Freddie added. "The only thing that bothers me is the port, but you're saying it's been locked down?" "Yep. Everything within 2,000 meters has been searched and secured. We have drones up looking for IR signatures and dog teams that have been working it all night and morning. The port is secure." "What are we missing?" Reece asked himself as much as the others. Far out on the horizon, past the closest set of docks and through a forest of dock cranes, sat a massive green and red tanker-style vessel with a handful of colorful shipping containers stacked on the deck. Strain pulled a laser rangefinder unit from his pack and aimed it toward the ship, bracing it against one of the columns for stability. 2,100 meters. Technically, you could make a shot from that far pier, but it would be a long one. Sure would, especially in this wind. You think that's a legitimate threat, Freddie? What's the world record shot these days, anyway? These records are changing every year or two, but the longest confirmed real-world shot was taken in Iraq by a Canadian sniper in 2017. Went 3,871 yards. He used a Macmillan TAC 50 like the ones we used to use. The shot took 10 seconds to reach the target. "That's crazy," Reece said, shaking his head. "It's damn fine shooting, buddy." "No, I meant that you can remember all that stuff," Reece smiled. "How about on a controlled range?" "To the best of my knowledge, a shooter out of Texas hit a 3-mile shot with a 408 SHITAC in 2018. Before that, one of our old sniper instructors had it at 2.8 miles with the same round. Keep in mind, those are not under combat conditions and were done with the best rifle scope combinations available, shot by the most highly trained and capable snipers on Earth." "So from those cranes and that ship," Reece said, gesturing to the distance, "it's a low percentage shot, but not out of the realm of possibility. With the guns and optics that are out there now, it could be done. Could you have some people take a look at that far pier, Kim?" "It's outside of the perimeter, but sure, I'll have someone check it out." Agent Shear walked off a few steps and made a phone call. Gesturing with her hand as she spoke, she tried to describe the exact location of the tanker, before hanging up and rejoining the group. "That's the oil terminal, so it's not open to the public. It's gated, and local police are manning it. They're sending some of our people over there to look around, and we'll do a sweep with the UAVs as well." "Okay, good. Let's keep looking. I still feel like something is off." "The Secret Service does extensive research into the threats to POTUS," Kim explained, "at every location on every itinerary. Ever since President Kennedy, we have been extremely sensitive to sniper threats against the president, for obvious reasons. No one wants to relive the nightmare that was Dallas. So, ever since 1963, we've kept data of every military and law enforcement sniper, and with the advent of social media, we've kept tabs, using open source information, on civilians going to shooting schools run by former military snipers. Anytime POTUS makes a stop, we've cross-referenced everything in a given area, including incoming travelers whose names we get from TSA, to those former MIL-LE and civilian-trained long-range shooters. They each get checked out, and any in the vicinity of a POTUS stop are flagged. Facial recognition technology helps a lot." "That's thorough," Reece remarked. "But here you don't have that information on foreign-trained snipers." "The database is fairly robust thanks to the folks at the NSA, but you're right. Nothing's 100%. We have good intel on U.S., Canadian, and European-trained snipers, who are the ones that coincidentally have the best shot at taking out the president. According to our assessment, other countries just don't have the training or equipment required to make a shot past 2,000 yards. That's stretching it, even for us." Reece nodded and looked out to sea. "The Shoshani is here, Kim. I know it. He's in place. He's waiting. That sniper is here." Oliver Gray recognized James Reece from the media coverage following his attacks on various civilian and military individuals across the United States the previous year. "He looks a lot like his father did." Reece and his two colleagues had taken no interest in him as they walked past in front of the bootlegger, a gangster-themed pub that sat on the ground floor of a taller building near the colonnade. Gray was sitting at a table on the sidewalk reading the local Russian-language newspaper and drinking coffee like just another local going about his day. Since the pub sat well below the high ground where the presidents would speak, the street where it was located would remain open until just before the event began. The fact that Reece was walking with another Westerner and what looked to be a female Secret Service agent meant that he had worked his way back into the good graces of the U.S. government. This explained why Jules Landry had fallen off the radar, which meant that this operation had been compromised. Still, it was too late to call it off now. They would never get another opportunity like it. Gray had long since passed the point of no return, and the operation had reached a similar point. There was no going back. Chapter 80. "Tell me about your counter-sniper setup," Reece said. The three Americans were standing on the roof of a large apartment building in the midst of renovation that overlooked the colonnade. A Secret Service sharpshooter, dressed from head to toe in black BDUs, was setting up what looked like an AR-10 on the roof parapet. A giant pair of well-worn 1980s vintage Steiner binoculars sat nearby. Next to the American was another black-clad sniper, wearing a matching beret with a colorful badge. His rifle, a black chassis-style bolt-action with a Night Force scope, was cradled in a tripod mount alongside a separate tripod that held both a Leica spotting scope and a pair of range-finding binoculars. It wasn't lost on Reece or Strain that the Russians seemed to have superior equipment to the Americans, at least when it came to optics. "Well, it depends on where we are, but in this case we have our guys paired up with Russian counterparts from the FSO. One U.S. shooter and one Russian," Kim explained. "In some countries our folks aren't permitted to carry weapons, but they always at least shadow the local shooters so they can coordinate with the PPD. "Don't your people usually work in pairs?" asked Freddie. "Generally, yes, but not on this trip. This arrangement was a negotiated deal between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Besides, budget cuts hit us hard. We're low on agents as it is. This allows us to spread our people over a wider radius." "Sounds like a recipe for disaster," Freddie commented. "Let's hope not." "What rifle is that, Freddie?" asked Reece. "I think it's called a Tochnost. It's Russia's new sniper rifle. Supposedly a great gun, but I don't have any experience with it." "What about assaulters? What assets do we have on the ground?" Reece asked, beginning to pace. "Cat, that's our counter-assault team, will be near the stage. Their job is to cover the PPD while they get Umbrella to safety. The Russians have their own team with a similar role. Neither is going to divert away from their principle. If there's a threat somewhere that we need to move on, the Ukrainian alphas will be the ones to do it." "Forgive me for bringing up the elephant in the room, Kim, but don't the Russians and Ukrainians hate each other? Russia is occupying Crimea, for Christ's sake," Freddie pointed out. "Our threat assessment teams analyze all that. Us agents, we leave the politics to the politicians." "That reminds me to check in with Andy." Freddie stepped away from the counter-snipers and made a call. Reece and Kim followed and leaned in to hear the conversation. "This is Andy." "It's Strain. Anything new?" "I was actually about to call you. I just heard from a contact at State. During his speech today, President Zubarov is going to announce that they're giving back Crimea. In exchange, the United States will drop its sanctions against Moscow, and the EU will buy a bunch of Russian natural gas. Our president praises Russia, and everyone shakes hands and sings Kumbaya." "That doesn't sound like it's in line with Andronov's vision," Reece chimed in. "Not at all. This is the kind of move that would make him want to take out a president, and if I know Andronov, he'll find a way to spin it to his advantage." "How so?" "If President Zubarov goes down, the new president will have the support he needs to retaliate. That means he's going to blame it either on the Ukrainians, Azerbaijanis, or someone within their own borders that they want to take out, probably Muslims in the Caucasus. When Russian tanks start rolling farther into Ukraine or Turkey on another land grab, they'll be able to wave around a photo of their dead president as justification. Like I told you when you were here, this is the last gasp of a dying empire. Desperate people do desperate things. Hell, if our president was hit as well, we might even support them. And I'm just giving you my best guess as to what's going on. We're not perfect. We thought Iraq had WMDs, remember? That rings a bell, Reece said. Keep working it. I'm going to see if Agent Scheer can get you a list of the local security forces. Maybe we're overlooking someone there. I'll have PID send them a full list, she confirmed. Okay, thanks all. Out here, Freddie ended the call. I think we just checked the motive block, Reece observed. Agent Scheer looked at her watch. I'll pass all this along, but we're going to need more. Umbrella lands in less than an hour. Chapter 81. Umbrella is en route 5 miles out. He'll be here in 10 minutes. Strain had kitted up with a low-vis mag carrier. His carbine was slung to his left side. Reece had both 9mm pistols, courtesy of his new employer. They were on their own radios, which were not compatible with the ones used by the Secret Service. That meant that Reece stayed close to Agent Scheer so she could relay any relevant information from her feed. It was the best that they could muster on such short notice. The former SEALs had placed themselves on opposing ends of the Teoshin pedestrian bridge, an elevated structure that gave them a good vantage point and reasonable mobility. Reece and Scheer were closest to the colonnade where the presidents would be speaking, while Freddie was positioned on the west end. He had given Reece the sat phone since he was in a better position to coordinate assets and intelligence, should that become necessary. The streets had been closed and the route had been cleared, a crowd of several hundred people, all having been frisked physically and electronically by uniformed Secret Service agents, filled the space in front of the colonnade. No backpacks, satchels, or briefcases were allowed inside the perimeter. A brass band was set up at stage left, facing the direction of the pedestrian bridge. Television cameras were ready to film the event, with the agreement that the live feed would be sequestered until the respective leaders were on site. A team of Ukrainian police had searched the pier that had concerned the Americans and found nothing out of the ordinary. Reece peered into every probable hide site that he could find using his binoculars. The tough part was that this area had virtually no middle ground. The shooter was either very close or extremely distant. I know you're here. Where are you hiding? Umbrella is 5 minutes out. You see anything, Freddie? Negative, Reece, his friend responded over the radio. The shipping container sat at the top of the large stack of identical boxes riding on the deck of the freighter, giving them a commanding view of the harbor. They had no communications devices in the container, so everything depended on the clock. Cell phones, satellite phones, and radios all gave off electronic signatures that could be detected remotely and would give away their location. If there was anything the Americans were good at, it was locating and targeting communications equipment, specifically cell phones. Lessons learned the hard way. The ventilation system had been shut off 12 hours earlier to prevent heat signatures from escaping, and though the oxygen tanks that had been fitted inside allowed them to breathe through medical masks, the heavily insulated container had become incredibly hot, humid, and stagnant. Nizar closed his eyes and tried to remain calm. Finally, after what seemed like days, Tasho nodded to Nizar that it was time to open the doors. Both men donned dark sunglasses. They each turned a crank that raised a metal panel inward, much the same way that residential windows functioned. A red cloth mesh that matched the outside paint of the container remained in place, allowing them to see out while limiting their exposure to all but the closest visual inspection. The air that rushed into the space felt like heaven, but even darkened by their sunglasses and the cloth screen, the light was blinding. The rifles were already positioned behind the openings, resting on their bipods and beanbag-like sandbags at the rear. Tasho and Nizar easily found the distinctive architecture of the colonnade in their scopes and made adjustments to their bodies and to the rifles until they found what was called a natural point of aim. Heat and moisture emanating from Nizar's breath and sweat-soaked forehead quickly fogged the rear lens of his scope. He wiped it hastily to clear the image. They had already dialed for elevation. The exact distance from their hide site to the target had been calculated and sent to them before they'd entered the container. They knew the precise width of the ship and its position against the pier. The wind was another story. It was blowing from the southwest, which made it almost full value. At this extreme distance, knowing the wind at the muzzle wasn't enough, as it could change multiple times between rifle and target. Fortunately, coastal winds such as these were fairly consistent, and there were few terrain features in their path to cause disturbances in the air. Tasho studied the visual mirage, the movement of the water below, the sway of the tall trees near the target, and even the flags mounted atop the pier's numerous cranes through his Swarovski spotting scope. As he studied each indicator, he began to build a picture of the wind call that would determine the success or failure of their mission. "I've got something here, Andy." It was Fabian, the computer expert who was supporting their frantic search for some shred of evidence that could assist the team on the ground in Odessa. "What is it?" "I've been searching known associates of Andrenov and bumping them against every database that we have. Yuri Vatutin is Andrenov's head of security, and, like most of them, he's a former FSB commando. One of the men under his command in Chechnya was Grigory Isaev. There's a very similar name, Gregory Isay, on the Russian Federal Protective Service roster the Secret Service just emailed us. Isaev means son of Isay in Russian. I think it might be the same person." The computer didn't match the names because it wasn't an exact match. "We run into this problem constantly with Muslim names, so it's something I think about. I've just never had to do it with Russians." Danreb snatched the list from the analyst's hands. "Get Strain on the phone. Now!" Chapter 82. "Umbrella is 1 minute out." "1 minute, Freddy. It's game time." "Roger that." The agency's sat phone vibrated just as the band fired up, playing whatever the Russian equivalent was to hail to the chief as President Zubarov took the stage. Reece held his hand over the radio earpiece on his left ear and put the phone up to his right. "Donovan." "It's Andy. We think one of the FSO agents served with Andrenov's head of security. His name is Gregory Isay." "Say it again, Andy. It's really loud here." "FSO agent Gregory Isay may be your shooter." "Fuck!" Reece communicated the name to Shear, who made a radio call of her own. He then hit the transmit button on his radio. "Freddy, FSO agent Gregory Isay could be our shooter. Shear is finding out where he is." Reece and Freddy began frantically searching the rooftops as they waited for information from Shear. On nearly every high building, they saw a pair of figures staring through either binoculars or spotting scopes, scanning their assigned areas for threats. On the nearby roof of a pink and white corner building, Strain saw a Russian sniper with no sign of an American counterpart. He looked around for a path to the building from his high perch on the pedestrian bridge. The street below was too far to drop. He would break both his legs, if he were lucky. Running farther to the west, Freddy found what he was looking for and swung his slung HK-416 behind his back and out of the way. He climbed over the bridge's 6-foot chain-link railing. "I'm too old for this." He took a deep breath and dropped onto the tiled roof of a 2-story apartment building below. He half slid, half ran down the roof before dropping another floor down to the flat roof next door, twisting his ankle as he landed. Limping across the flat roof, he swung his legs over the side, finding the stone wall with the toe of his boot, and dropped 6 feet onto the roof of a Volvo sedan parked on the sidewalk. Hobbling across the intersection as fast as his tender ankle allowed him, with his weapon trained on the roofline, Freddy moved toward his new objective. Out of breath from the exertion, he keyed the mic button attached to his armor. "Reece, I'm headed to a building northwest of your position. I think that's where the shooter is." "Roger that. I'm having Shear send people there now to support."
Freddy took the 3 doorway steps as fast as he could with his injured ankle and jerked on the wood-framed glass door. Locked. Without hesitation, he smashed through the glass with the suppressor and raked away the standing panes before stepping inside. The ground floor of the 3-story building was a clothing boutique that was dark except for the sunlight filtering through the canopied windows. Using the light mounted on his weapons rail, he located the unlocked back door and made entry. An old wooden stairway began at the end of the narrow hallway behind the door, and he moved as quickly as he could while searching the area above for potential threats. Don't rush to your death. Freddy had made his way up 4 flights of stairs and was turning the corner to approach the 3rd floor. It was dead quiet inside the building, but for the creaks of the stairs below his feet. It actually startled him when the radio came alive in his ear. Freddy, the counter-sniper at your location is not answering his radio call. Alpha Group is moving toward your location, but I doubt they're going to get there in time to help. Freddy keyed his mic twice in understanding. Chapter 83. The lone figure standing on the rooftop was the sign that President Zubarov had taken the stage. The snipers couldn't distinguish facial features at such a distance, so everything depended on time, place, and the signal from inside the perimeter. It was time to take their shots. Tasho moved from the spotting scope to his rifle. He took a final look at the wind and decided to bracket the shot. Calling wind was as much an art as a science, especially at this distance. He would make one wind hold himself and give Nizar a slightly different hold, statistically increasing the chances that one of their shots would find its mark. Winds were tricky. Confirm 12.9 mils of elevation. Nizar looked at the dial on top of the optic. 12.9 mils, confirmed. Hold 2.9 mils right. 2.9 mils right, Nizar repeated. Ready. Ready. 3, 2, 1. Boom! The sound inside the container was deafening, the overpressure event of their shots reverberating through the enclosed space. The propellant gases from the muzzle blew the cloth screens off the openings before the bullets left the barrels, the copper projectiles exiting the muzzles at just under 3,000 feet per second. The bullet's arc took them high above the physical obstacles that lay beneath the container and the colonnade during their 3.171-second flight. Their total drop was over 970 inches from the muzzle to the target, accounted for by the 1,000-yard zero and elevation adjustments made in the scope. The 13-mile-per-hour west wind pushed the bullets 221 inches laterally as they flew. Tasho had called the wind perfectly for his own shot, which meant that Nizar's 350-grain bullet smashed into one of the colonnade's pillars, showering the area with a puff of white dust that many onlookers mistook for an explosion. The Shishani's bullet created a different, grislier shower as it passed through President Zubarov's abdomen, sending blood, bone, bowel tissue, and digested matter across the stage. The bullet severed the Russian president's vertebrae, and gravity sent his body crashing downward before anyone knew what had happened. Even had the band's noise not drowned out the rifle's report or the bullet's sonic crack, he would have been on the ground before anyone heard it. Tasho and Nizar had completed their mission. Inshallah. It was time for the other shooter to complete his. Reece saw the formation of agents moving toward the stage react instantly. Umbrella was shoved down and away from the stage by the agents closest to him. The crowd's confused cries transformed into panicked screams as the band members dropped their instruments and dove for cover. A team of black-clad counter-assault team agents wearing Kevlar body armor and helmets armed with KAC SR-16 carbines emerged from around the Vorontsov Palace and moved to dominate the terrain as Umbrella was rushed to safety by his detail. With POTUS out of the line of fire, Reece turned his attention back to the Russian sniper that Freddy had seen standing alone on the roof. Unable to see him from his current vantage point, Reece moved to higher ground. Freddy reached the roof level of the stairway, and not surprisingly, the door had been blocked. With no breaching equipment in his kit, Strain moved the selector switch on his carbine to full auto and emptied a magazine into the door, blasting the deadbolt and door jamb into splinters of wood and metal. He ejected the empty magazine, inserted a fresh one from his chest rig, and slapped the bolt stop before kicking the door open and taking the corner onto the roof. He moved quickly, since the element of surprise had been spoiled by the 30 brown-tip rounds that he'd sent through the door. He stepped laterally and saw a pool of blood expanding across the flat metal roof. As he continued, he saw the source of the blood 10 yards away, the supine figure of the Secret Service agent assigned to the rooftop counter-sniper position. He wasn't moving. Freddy took another step to his right and saw the long barrel of a Russian sniper rifle turning to face him, the sniper rising from his knees as he turned. Freddy found the sniper in his scope and squeezed a half-dozen rapid-fire rounds into his torso, shooting him into the ground as he fell sideways onto the roof, his heavy rifle hitting the deck next to him. The SEAL fired 2 additional security rounds into the Russian's head and dashed forward to assess the wounds of the American agent. "Reece, we've got a man down up here. The threat is down too. I say again, the threat is down. Over." The Secret Service counter-sniper had been shot in the throat, undoubtedly by the suppressed Yarygin handgun lying on the roof beside the Russian sniper. Strain applied pressure to the American's wound. He could feel a faint pulse as he pressed on the source of the bleeding, bright red blood flowing between his fingers as he knelt beside the gravely wounded agent. "Reece, we need a medic on this roof ASAP. I've got a critical patient here. Over." "I'm working on it, Freddy. Over." Nizar worked the bolt instinctively and loaded another round from the rifle's magazine. Per his orders, he transitioned his scope to the 3-story building to the right of the stage and corrected his elevation for the closer shot. He had already done the math on the wind and used the reticle to hold for the drift. His target was kneeling instead of in the prone position that Nizar expected, which made for an even easier target. He exhaled and began to take the slack out of the trigger. Reece had lost sight of Freddy kneeling behind the roof's parapet wall, but from his elevated position, he had a view of the SUVs containing the Ukrainian Alpha Group assaulters headed to support. "Freddy, be advised the Alpha team is on your street. They'll have a medic with them, so just hold tight. Over." "Roger that, Reece. Is Umbrella safe?" "Check, he's secure, Freddy. But President Zubarov is down. No idea where the shot came from, so stay down." A chirping on the satellite phone alerted Reece to an incoming call. "Freddy, we have a call coming in on the secure line. Stand by." His right hand squeezing the wounded agent's neck, Freddy reached his left hand up to activate his radio. Reece would never get a response. Nizar felt the recoil and muzzle blast. Russian down. 2 Russians down. He turned to face Tasho. "We did it, Tasho," a smiling Nizar said. "That we did, Nizar." The older sniper put his head back to his scope for one last look at the chaos they had created, and almost simultaneously felt a strange slap to the right side of his head. His face felt warm and wet as he turned back toward Nizar, wondering why he was having trouble seeing. Nizar fired 2 more rounds from the suppressed Stechkin pistol into his sniper partner's head, just as he had been instructed by General Yedid. A Chechen needed to be blamed for this. Nizar understood that he was an expendable asset, like the legend he had just killed. Today he was thankful that he wasn't Chechen. He wiped Tasho's blood from his eyes and saw his lifeless body slumped forward over his rifle in a pool of crimson. The student bests the master. His ears rang both from the suppressed rifle shots and from the even louder blast of the 9x18mm in the close confines of the container. The darkened steel box stank of sweat, blood, and burnt gunpowder. It was time to disappear. "Hello?" Reece said into the phone. "Mr. Strain?" the voice asked over the encrypted satellite link. "No, it's Donovan," Reece answered.
Ah, Mr. Donovan, this is Dr. Bellinger. May I speak to Mr. Strain? It's an urgent matter. You'll have to settle for me, Doc. Things just got crazy here. Very well. Something didn't sit right with me on General Yedid's interrogation, so I spent some additional time with him. I'll spare you the details, but after some additional persuasion, I have something for you. Tell me, but make it quick. The snipers are not your only threat. What? Have you heard of the nerve agent Novichok? I have. Isn't it what killed that Russian spy in London recently? That is correct. The assassination in Great Britain was of a GRU agent named Sergei Skripal. The Russian government always denied any involvement. It would not be a stretch to think that it was a test of Novichok on an adversary of Andrenov. They would have known each other in the GRU, and remember, that was just a minute portion. Novichok is a binary compound that... Binary? What does that mean? You need to mix it? Yes. It was made to be stored in two parts in an attempt to bypass the Chemical Weapons Convention. Combined, they are more toxic than VX or sarin, 7 to 10 times as lethal, to be precise. It was developed in Uzbekistan, but that facility was dismantled by international inspectors led by the United States in 1999. It was always suspected that those binary compounds were sent to Russia and Syria. What are you telling me, Doc? That Yedid has a chemical weapons attack planned here? That's exactly what I'm saying. Shit! Is there an antidote? Reece asked urgently. Atropine can counter the chemical, but the doses required are in and of themselves lethal. How would they disperse it? Airborne would be the most effective. Airspace is shut down. It's something else. Stand by, Mr. Donovan. I'll ask our news source, General Yedid. Reece waited an excruciating few minutes while filling in Agent Shear on the latest development. With everything you've told me, this makes sense, she said. The President is on his way back to the airfield. He'll be airborne in minutes. Mr. Donovan! Mr. Donovan! The satellite phone barked back to life. Yeah, go. It's the catacombs. It's not coming down from the air. It's coming up from the catacombs beneath the square. Shit! Kim, where was that entrance to the catacombs, the one that led to the bar that's sealed up? Follow me, she shouted as she sprinted for the door. Freddy! Reece keyed his radio. Freddy! Damn radios! There had not been an attempt on the president's life since Reagan in 1981, and no matter how well-trained, disciplined, and prepared the Secret Service was, an attempt on their principal with shots fired and another head of state down still resulted in chaos. Reece knew chaos well. He'd lived with it as a constant companion in combat, learned to expect it and thrive in it. In chaos, there was opportunity. In this case, it had led to opportunity for the enemy. Reece recognized that fact as clearly as if he'd planned it himself. If the Secret Service was converging on the president, as was their primary responsibility, that left local law enforcement liaisons covering down on the areas that had formerly been secured by the most effective protection force on the planet. It left those locations vulnerable. Reece and Agent Shear hit the street at a full sprint. As a member of the advance team, part of Kim's job was to know all the routes of ingress and egress. She didn't even pause to get her bearings. She knew exactly where to go. This is Shear, the Secret Service agent yelled into her lapel mic as she wove through the street that was now clogged with people moving away from the confusion and congestion of the promenade. Police whistles blared, punctuating an already confusing scene. Reece wished he had a long gun, but also knew that might put him in the crosshairs of a local police officer just trying to do his job. Both Americans kept their sidearms in their holsters as they rushed toward the water. Where are we going? Reece yelled above the crowd. Stay close. We had an agent and local PD at all known entrances to the catacombs in the area. The closest is just at the base of these cliffs, she said, motioning ahead. From what we could tell, none of them led directly under the colonnade. They slowed their sprint as they approached the nearest cross street that hadn't been shut down for the president's speeches. Kim flashed her Secret Service badge at a police officer who looked confused as to what to do in all the commotion as they darted through a chorus of blaring horns to the walkway that overlooked the Black Sea. There, Agent Shear said, starting to move down the makeshift trail
and pointing to the rocky beach about 100 yards down from their position.
"Let's go."
"Hold on," Reece said, catching back up with her, scanning the beach and the surrounding area. "Where's your agent?"
"He should be moving to a link-up point and then converging on the president's position," Scheer confirmed.
"Okay, looks clear," Reece said, "but I don't see the local PD anywhere." His eyes instinctively took in all the probable hide sites a sniper would use to cover the entrance to the catacombs below. Take a breath, look around, make a call.
"There should be a uniformed officer down there, but you never really know with the host nation
Agent Scheer never finished her sentence. Reece was already throwing her to the ground as fully automatic rifle fire raked across their position. Kim was in the lead and took 2 rounds on her way to the dirt, Reece grabbing the back of her shirt and dragging her as he crawled to cover behind a huge boulder. 300 yards down, halfway down the embankment. It wasn't the best position for the shooter. The fully automatic fire told Reece it wasn't a sniper. Most likely it was the least experienced of the group, whose responsibility was to guard the entrance, and he was doing just that. "Where are you hit?" Reece yelled, his hands searching for entrance and exit wounds, quite aware that they were in a bad position if there was a flanking element ready to maneuver.
I...
"Where?" Reece demanded.
"Leg,"
Kim said breathlessly. Reece finished his assessment, his head on a swivel, going between Kim and the avenues of approach to their location. In the intensity that was combat, it was easy to treat the first wound you found, while another, less obvious one, drained the life from your injured comrade. "Pressure here," Reece ordered, placing Kim's hand on her thigh. Blood had begun to seep through her pant leg. It didn't look like an arterial bleed or a broken femur, but now was the time to do the basics. He knew he should win the fight first, but something in his DNA wouldn't let him leave her in a growing pool of blood. He needed to work quickly. "Do you have a tourniquet?"
"Yes. Ankle."
Reece reached down and pulled up her left pant leg. Nothing. Then the right, wrapped around her leg just above the ankle, was a combat tourniquet. Reece recognized the North American Rescue Tourniquet as the same type he'd taken down range on many a deployment, and he knew just how to use it. Sliding it over her leg just above what looked like at least 2 bullet wounds, he cinched it down, twisted the spindle, and secured it under a plastic catch. "Give me your radio," Reece said, snatching it off her waist and yanking the wire out that led to her earpiece. "This is James Donovan," he said into the radio. "I'm with Agent Scheer at just across... Kim, where are we?"
Across Chonomorska Street, southwest of the colonnade," she panted, pain obvious in her eyes.
Reece pressed transmit again. "On the seaside of Chonomorska Street. Agent Scheer has been shot in the leg. We need agents and medical personnel on scene. Be aware we have one enemy combatant approximately 300 yards south of our position, halfway down the hill. At least one shooter with a rifle. We have a chemical weapon threat to the area. Clear the colonnade. It's Novichok, and it's in the catacombs now. Delivery mechanism unknown." Reece didn't wait for a reply. Instead, he shoved the radio into Kim's hand, ripped off his long-sleeve shirt, and started shoving it into her wound cavity.
"Fuck! That hurts!"
Kim gritted through clenched teeth. "You are going to be fine. Keep monitoring the radio and guide them in." "How many rounds do you have in that pistola?" Reece asked.
12. 1 extra mag."
"Okay, good," Reece said, recognizing the SIG P229 and 357 SIG that Kim drew from her holster. "You have a flashlight?" Reece asked.
"Yes."
"Give it to me," Reece said, stuffing it into his pocket. "I want you to start putting rounds into our bad guy, or at least in his general vicinity. He's about 300 yards in front of us and about halfway down the embankment. There's a lone tree just above him. Find that tree and start shooting about 20 yards down from it. Can you do that?"
"Yes. What are you going to do?"
"I'm going to flank him. You ready?" Reece asked. Kim looked up at the man who had transformed before her eyes into an instrument of war. "Kim," Reece shouted, "are you ready?" Kim nodded and pushed her back against the rock that had provided them sanctuary. Reece moved to a knee, drawing the larger pistol the CIA had issued him for the trip, and handed it to the wounded Secret Service agent. "I want you to start sending rounds as soon as I break cover. Action is faster than reaction, so I'll be fine. But I need you to keep his head down. Shoot both your mags. You hold on to mine. That's backup, in case they have anyone in the area we haven't accounted for. That's your last resort."
"What about you?"
Kim asked in astonishment.
Don't you need a weapon?"
"I've got an extra," Reece said. Kim gazed into his brown eyes and shivered. "Ready?" he asked again. "Go." Reece broke from cover as Kim rolled around the opposite side of the rock. She searched frantically for the tree, finding it and looking below it just as muzzle flashes began to erupt, sending rounds in Reece's direction. Kim started shooting. Reece charged up the embankment to the road and out of the line of fire, sprinting along the path at the top of the ridge. He felt strong. Traffic was at a standstill to his right, and pedestrians whose curiosity had drawn them to the sound of gunfire stopped to watch the strange man with the black backpack running at breakneck speed along the coast. He could hear the sound of Agent Shear's 357 SIG behind him. The fully automatic fire stopped, its owner either behind cover or trying to find the source of the incoming rounds. Always improve your fighting position. Reece swung the backpack off his shoulders and reached inside, still moving at full speed. His hand found the wooden shaft of Freddy's tomahawk. Leaving the backpack in his wake, Reece flipped the Kydex sheath off the ancient weapon and let it fall to the ground. He needed intel on the opposing force, and the hawk would give him options that his pistol couldn't. His legs pumped, his eyes evaluating the terrain while searching for threats. Reece spotted his landmark, the lone tree on the slope. It was 100 yards away and he was closing fast. He had attempted to track Kim's shots, knowing that she had only 24 rounds, but wasn't sure of the exact count. It didn't matter. He was committed. Reece broke from the trail and cut down the steep embankment. Their assailant had found Kim's position and was back on target. His fully auto approach was his mistake, and it was going to cost him. Reece watched the earth move ahead of him as he charged down the incline. His target was concealed under a brown blanket and had rolled to his side to change mags when Reece pounced from above and just behind his left flank. Reece drove the tomahawk down and deep just to the right of the shooter's spine. With no body armor to contend with, the sharp blade made short work of the bone and muscle protecting the terrorist's vital organs. Reece's momentum and the intense spasms of the shooter's body in reaction to the violent intrusion sent them tumbling 50 yards to the base of the hill. They hit hard, but not hard enough to do any real damage. Reece scrambled to his feet as his target struggled to untangle himself from his sling. Reece was on him in a heartbeat, forcing him onto his back. The human body can take a lot of abuse, and Reece's initial strike was not enough to kill. As much as the primal side of him wanted to end it, he needed information. The former SEAL trapped the AK-type rifle with his left knee, crushing the windpipe with his left arm, tomahawk at the ready in his right. "English?" Reece hissed, glaring into the eyes of the man beneath him. The eyes betrayed recognition and revulsion, but nothing more. Reece had seen eyes like that before, eyes that revealed such burning hatred that the threat of death had no effect. Death only delivered them to salvation. With a possible chemical weapon attack on a civilian population imminent, Reece wasn't about to wait for direction. "Take charge and lead." "How many men are in the tunnel?" This guy wasn't going to say a word. Knowing that he had been an active participant in a WMD attack made Reece's next decision an easy one. He didn't have time to take this guy apart piece by piece in the hopes he'd paint a clearer picture of the opposition awaiting him in the catacombs. A city of innocent men, women, and children needed him to finish this, and it didn't matter how many enemy combatants were in the tunnels, Reece was going in. He pulled away from the man who had moments before had him pinned down with bursts of AK fire, and swung the spike on the hilt of Freddy's tomahawk down, at an angle, through his temple into his brain. The body shuddered as Reece removed the hawk, spun it in his hand, and drove it blade first through the skull to finish the job. Reece removed and inspected the AK from the dead man. No magazine. He checked the chamber. Empty. He removed the last magazine from the shooter's chest rig, pushed down on the top round with his thumb to ensure it was fully loaded, inserted it into the mag well, and racked the charging handle before moving back up the shoreline to a cement bunker with a rusted metal door. The entrance to the catacombs. Chapter 84. Though Akram couldn't be sure, he thought he heard gunfire outside. If true, that meant that local police had made a move toward the beach and Ziad had killed them with his AK. Well, maybe not all of them. Ziad was the youngest of the group and he was nothing if not enthusiastic. In all likelihood, reinforcements were being called in, and soon Ziad would be dead. Martyred for the cause. He would hold them off and buy the team time to complete their mission. It was too late to stop them at this point. As the most senior member of the team, and with his years of experience in the Syrian army and then the military side of the Mukhabarat, Akram was the only one who knew how to mix the binary compounds to create the Novichok nerve toxin. His most recent posting had been to the Syrian Scientific Studies and Research Center in Masyaf. Located on the eastern side of the Jabal Ansariya Mountains in northwestern Syria, it had somehow managed to escape targeting by the latest round of attacks from the west. Airstrikes launched by the British, the French, and, of course, their American masters. It was not lost on Akram that it was in Masyaf that the Islamic sect known as Assassins were formed in the 11th century. General Yedid had paid him well, looked over him, and ensured his upward trajectory in the Mukhabarat. Now, just like the famous Fidai from centuries past, Akram was being passed the torch. The 4 other men and 1 woman who made up the team were there to get him to this point. They were there to protect him. General Yedid did not give Akram the exact target, but had said enough for him to believe it was someone important, perhaps even a leader from one of the countries responsible for the cowardly attacks on his country. He was to be the personal scepter of President Bashar al-Assad and strike back against the West. They had targeted his homeland with sanctions and the might of their military. Unfortunately for them, they've missed the chemical research center built into the mountain that had been the birthplace of the assassins. He thought, today they will reap what they'd sown. Launched from hundreds of miles away, missiles could miss their targets. The white powder he had just mixed by combining the 2 Novichok binary compounds would not miss. This weapon did not need to be as precise as a rifle's bullet or a smart bomb dropped from above. This was a weapon of terror, unseen and unavoidable. It would not discriminate. They had successfully tested it in a minute portion in the rebel town of Duma, and had seen its effectiveness firsthand. 1 touch of the toxin on the skin was enough to cause violent convulsions, followed by paralysis, and then respiratory and cardiac arrest. Western intelligence agencies had misinterpreted it as a chlorine gas attack, when it had in fact been a test of the Novichok that had been moved to Syria from Nukus, Uzbekistan, after the fall of the Soviet Union in advance of UN chemical weapons inspections. There, it had been studied and improved upon. Now it was ready, safe in its binary components. The mixture of the 2 substances created the deadliest nerve toxin known to man. Most people had heard of sarin gas and had a healthy fear and understanding of its devastating power, but until recently, Novichok had remained a mystery. While it was a similar class of toxin, Novichok was over 1,000 times as potent as sarin, rendering any antidotes completely ineffective. A microgram of exposure was lethal and would, in the amount ready to be unleashed onto the streets of Odessa, render the entire area uninhabitable for generations. The perfect substance for terror's lasting legacy. It would be the most severe blow to the West since the attacks of 9/11, and would be the revenge that President Assad had publicly promised his people. General Yedid had even passed along blessings from the president himself. I will not fail. It had taken some effort to carry the equipment into the tunnels, but they were able to do it, moving to their set point ahead of schedule. Faya and Tawfiq had taken care of the 2 men guarding the entrance without much trouble. That was the benefit of having a female on the team. It gave them the ability to close with an unsuspecting male target. It was rumored that President Assad had mandated the creation of the all-female commando battalions himself. These lionesses of national defense now made up a battalion of the elite Republican Guard. After 5 years as a lioness,
Fayah had been recruited into the Mukhabarat following her performance on the front lines subduing insurgent forces in Damascus in 2015, and General Yadid had been paying her a retainer ever since. That she was also attractive didn't hurt. In this case, it allowed her to hold hands with Tawfiq as they walked the beach, stopping to ask the two local police officers guarding the catacombs what all the commotion was about in the streets above. Lovers looking to spend some time alone by the sea, oblivious to the world around them. Their stab wounds were savage and lethal as the counterfeit lovers went right for the throats of the unsuspecting police officers, just as they had been trained to do in service to their country. A whistle brought Akram and Hassan down from the trail above, Akram carrying the fan in a large backpack, while Hassan carried the two small canisters that would forever change the world. Ziad was set up with his AK on the hillside with a clear view of the entrance to the tunnels. Now, deep in the tunnel system, it was time. Condensation had built up inside the protective clothing and soaked Akram in a layer of sweat. He knew the others were in a similar condition, the thin plastic suits designed as airtight barriers against the evil they were unleashing. They had secured the cylindrical tube leading off the fan directly to the side shaft with a combination of tape and rubber cement, forming an airtight seal leading to the street above. Originally constructed and connected to the catacombs as drainage to allow water trapped in the colonnade to find its way to the ocean, it was now a conduit of death. Each member of the team worked for the military side of Syria's famed Mukhabarat, and each also worked for General Yadid. He had chosen to activate them for this mission because they all had extensive training in unconventional chemical munition delivery systems. The thin plastic suits would serve their purpose. All they needed to do was carefully pour the mixed compound into the yellow tube, then attach the fan and turn it on. So simple, so effective. There was no stopping them now. Chapter 85. Darkness. No NODs, no suppressor, no team. Reece slipped inside and began to work his way down the tunnel. That he wasn't killed right away told him whoever was ahead had been counting on the rear security he had just eliminated to cover their six. That, or they had someone barricaded deeper in the tunnel. He had what was probably 28 or 30 rounds in the AK, his SIG P365 in the ankle holster, a surefire flashlight from Agent Shear, and the tomahawk. What lay ahead in the blackness? One man? Two? A squad of heavily armed terrorists? Had they already mixed the binary components of the Novichok? Were thousands of Ukrainians already dead and dying from the deadly compound? Reece pressed on. Reece remembered stories of the tunnel rats in Vietnam from his father's unit, descending into the subterranean labyrinths carrying nothing but a flashlight and a 1911 handgun. And he remembered his friends and teammates going into tunnel complexes in the mountains of Afghanistan at the start of the war. He refrained from using the flashlight as he didn't want to telegraph his arrival, though it was in his left hand pressed against the stock of the AK. He was one man against an entrenched enemy force with an unknown number of weapons, in possession of a deadly nerve toxin, hidden somewhere ahead in complete darkness, beneath the streets of an ancient city in what amounted to an unmapped labyrinth of caves and tunnels 3 levels deep. The passage began to narrow, the air cold and heavy. Reece used his left shoulder to guide him forward along the corridor, the cold, damp limestone walls bearing witness to yet another battle in a new war. Reece heard them first. Coming to a stop, he listened. Did they have night vision and IR lights? Reece was about to find out. Like he had done as a bow hunter making the final approach on his prey, Reece removed his shoes to quiet his movement as he inched forward. A light began to illuminate the tunnel, and Reece worked his way toward it. As much as he wanted to sprint into the breach, he knew he wouldn't do anyone any good if even one of those he pursued lived to launch the toxin. A new sound made Reece freeze in his tracks. What was that? It sounded like a vacuum. Then it went silent. Reece moved forward more quickly, the light ahead getting brighter. He was close and could hear a strange, almost computerized whispering in Arabic. Taking a knee, Reece leaned to his right, away from the wall, to get a better angle on his target. 20 yards down the tunnel was a puzzling sight that turned to horror as Reece's brain processed the scene. A lantern illuminated a man standing guard with an AK similar to the one Reece now carried. His attention wasn't on security, though he did look in Reece's direction every few seconds. His focus was on his companions. 3 people wearing white chemical suits with respirators were working to attach what looked like an industrial fan to a bright yellow tube, the type used to ventilate sewer systems through manholes or construction tunnels that could be maneuvered in and around corners like an oversized vacuum. It was fixed to the wall of the cavern. It took a moment for Reece to process what was happening, but then it all came together. Designed to ventilate small spaces, the fan and its attached tube had been turned into a weapon of terror. The high-powered fan was on the floor of the tunnel, plugged into a mobile battery pack. Strewn around it were 2 discarded plastic containers with Cyrillic writing. They were in the final stages of setting up their system designed to blow the lethal Novichok down a side tunnel and into the colonnade above. It was ready to go, just as Dr. Bellinger had briefed. The toxin was inside the maze-like catacombs, and the fan was set to blow it into the crowded streets of Odessa.
Ziad?
Reece heard the digitized voice-altering challenge through the respirator from the guard with the AK, who now peered attentively in Reece's direction. The fan started to turn. Shit! Reece answered with 5 rounds from the AK, but without illumination to line up his sights. In the dark, his shots went wide. The guard immediately began firing on full auto in Reece's direction, forcing him back and out of the cone of fire. The rifle fire was deafening inside the confines of the cave, and the muzzle flashes were blinding. Fortune favors the bold. Reece depressed the button on his flashlight and dropped it to the ground, at the same time moving to the opposite side of the tunnel. With his enemy's attention on the bright light, Reece stitched him up with another 10 rounds from the rifle and charged forward toward the fan. As their accomplice dropped dead on the floor of the catacombs, one of the conspirators reached for an AK as 2 others retreated into the darkness, disappearing down the tunnel complex. Rounds from Reece's AK found their mark in the upper chest of the chemical suit-clad terrorist, and 2 more exploded through the respirator's face mask, dropping him in a bloody heap. Reece resisted the urge to pursue, and instead stopped in front of the large fan, the high-pitched whine of the electric motor pushing the chemical agent toward daylight. Within seconds, the deadly vapor would reach ground level, killing hundreds, if not thousands, of civilians, transforming the entire area into a toxic wasteland. Reece's finger began to take the slack out of the heavy trigger as he aimed at the fan's motor. Then he stopped and released the pressure. Think, Reece, adapt. Fuck it. Reece couldn't read whatever language was on the dial, but it was as intuitive as could be. Reaching down, he cranked the dial to the left and felt the fan switch directions, pulling the Novichok back into the ventilation tube, returning it to the catacombs. Turning to run, Reece stopped and directed the fan deeper into the tunnel system toward those who had unleashed it. As it sucked the deadly nerve toxin into the underworld, he sprinted back the way he had come. Chapter 86. By the time Reece emerged from the depths of the catacombs, the beach was teeming with local police, Ukrainian military, and a few Secret Service agents left behind to coordinate with the host nation. Reece spotted CIA case officer Douglas and briefed him on what he'd seen in the tunnels, stressing that 2 terrorists in white chemical suits were contaminated with a nerve toxin and needed to be shot on sight if they made it to an exit. Dr. Bellinger had sounded the alarm after his call to Reece, which set off a chain reaction and triggered the Ukrainian Ministry of Emergency Situations WMD response protocol, which was on its highest level of alert due to the high-profile event in Odessa. Hazmat teams were already sealing off the catacombs, while the military coordinated an evacuation of the immediate and surrounding areas. "How's Shear?" Reece asked as soon as he was able.
She's going to make it, Reece. But I do have some bad news. It's about your friend. By the time Reece made his way back to Freddy's last position, Alpha Group had secured the scene. The wounded Secret Service sniper had been transported to a local hospital where U.S. medical personnel were fighting to save his life. There were black tarps over 2 bodies on the roof. Reece knelt at his friend's side and pulled back the dark plastic. Tears welled up in his eyes as he cradled the head of the devoted husband and father of 3 who had given an entire career in service of his nation, and now his own life, to protect its president. After the shock of losing his entire troop in Afghanistan and his pregnant wife and child in his own home, Reece didn't think he could feel any more grief. He was wrong. Reece's world went into slow motion as activity swirled around him. The Ukrainian reaction force efficiently maintained security, while doing their best to protect what was now more than a crime scene. This had been an act of war. All Reece could manage was to stare into the lifeless face of one of the best men he'd ever known. Chapter 87. Ramstein Air Base, Germany, October. Freddy's body had been bagged and was surrounded by ice to keep it as cool as possible. Reece accompanied his friend's remains on the C-17 that also carried the Secret Service's vehicles from the president's motorcade. The Air Force loadmasters had carefully and respectfully secured Freddy's body bag to the aircraft's metal cargo floor. Reece sat next to it. When they'd landed in Germany to refuel and link up with the president and the rest of the Presidential Protection Detail, an agent approached Reece with an offer to ride in Air Force One at the president's invitation. Reece politely declined. He wasn't leaving his teammate's side. The NCIS investigation in Afghanistan had robbed him of his duty to accompany the fallen members of his troop home, and he wasn't about to let that happen again. Reece had spoken to Vic Rodriguez on the sat phone and helped him coordinate the notification of Freddy's family. When Joni Strain's bedroom light turned on in Beaufort, South Carolina, at 6:13 a.m. the following morning, Rodriguez knocked quietly on the front door. The knock sent her heart racing as she realized that the dreaded moment that every military wife fears had come. A nightmare from which she would never awake. Joni didn't know Vic, so she didn't recognize him when she cracked the door in a light robe, but she knew the Master Chief in dress blues from Freddy's last military command who accompanied him. Her eyes moved from his ribbons to the trident to his sad eyes. Her knees buckled and she collapsed to the floor. At Landstuhl Regional Medical Center, Freddy was transferred to an aluminum metal casket and repacked with ice. Reece couldn't help but think that the casket, with its metal handles and locking clasps, looked a lot like a large rifle case. Freddy would like that. To his credit, President Grimes had waited in Germany for the SEAL's remains to be prepared, making an impromptu visit to the airbase and hospital to boost morale and thank the men and women recovering from wounds sustained in combat before their transfer back to the United States. 6 uniformed airmen loaded the flag-draped box back onto the C-17, the Secret Service agents forming an honor guard between the military cargo van and the aircraft's ramp. Nearly all of them had served in the military, and many had lost friends and teammates in the process. Reece felt the dread building in his body as the massive jet approached the homeland. He knew he would have to face Joni, and he wasn't sure he could. What can I say to her? The only reason he's dead is because they sent him to find me. If I'd turned down their offer, Freddy would still be alive. His own grief over the loss of his friend was overshadowed by overwhelming guilt. He had to be strong for her, though, as Freddy would have been for Lauren if their roles had been reversed, but Lauren was gone. Everyone was gone. As the aircraft landed at Andrews Air Force Base in Maryland, Reece could see the crowd of people and vehicles arranged near one of the hangars. A hearse, a limousine, a crisp formation of men dressed in black. The C-17 taxied toward the hangar, and the pilot shut down the powerful Pratt & Whitney turbofan engines. The aircrew quietly removed the straps securing the metal casket to the floor and stood aside. As the ramp lowered, Reece could see two lines of Freddie's highly decorated former teammates, many of them with thick beards but still dressed immaculately in their blues, forming a cordon between the aircraft and the waiting hearse. Joni stood on the tarmac, her hands on Sam's shoulders, their two other children at her side, her face a mask of stoic grief. Vic Rodriguez had escorted her throughout her tragic journey and was an arm's length away. A couple, who must have been her parents, stood beside her, along with an older couple, whom Reece recognized as Freddie's parents. Everyone looks so old. Reece stood at attention at the head of the casket as a SEAL detail approached. Reece knew the Master Chief leading the grim progression, and caught an almost imperceptible nod of recognition as the two men made eye contact. They had to be wondering what in the hell Reece was doing there. They'd sent a team to kill him at the Pentagon's orders just months prior and had followed the ensuing fallout closely. The smart money had been on him being dead. The press had been kept away at the family's request, and because every face in this crowd was from a unit that the Pentagon doesn't publicly acknowledge. Freddie's fight was over, but these men were still very much a part of it, at the tip of the U.S. military's powerful spear. Reece watched as the flag-draped casket was carried toward his family and, as the wind blew across the open tarmac, noticed that one of the SEALs carrying him wore a prosthetic lower leg. Where do we find guys like this? After the casket was loaded and the honor guard dismissed, Reece approached Joni, who was speaking to one of the senior enlisted SEALs. When she caught sight of Reece, she moved to him and hugged him so tightly that it stunned him, her big blue eyes red and swollen from endless crying. "I'm so sorry about Lauren and Lucy, Reece. Her husband came home in a box, and she still offers me condolences from my family. I'm sorry about Freddie. He died like he lived. A hero." "Vic told me that you were with him, Reece. It means so much to me that you were there, that he didn't die alone. I didn't even know where he was." "I'm sorry I couldn't save him, Joni. It was instant. He wasn't in any pain." "I know. Vic told me." Reece felt the almost imperceptible nod of her head against his chest through the tears. "When he left the teams, I was so relieved. He said this job would be safer, and that I wouldn't have to worry." "It should have been, Joni. I'm so sorry. It's my fault, Joni. It should have been me." Joni's head snapped back. "Don't you ever think that, James Reece. Not ever. Do you understand me?"
"Pardon the interruption, ma'am, but the President wishes to see you," said a Navy 05 standing nearby.
Joni Strain stood up straight and took a deep breath. She wiped her tears with a tissue and looked her husband's friend directly in the eye.
"Thank you for bringing him home to me, Reece."
"I'll find who did this, Joni. I'll find everyone responsible, I promise."
"I know,"
she said, then nodded and turned away. Chapter 88. CIA Headquarters, Langley, Virginia, October. Reece sat in Vic's office while the CIA man read from a stack of papers on his desk. "The FBI is assisting the Secret Service. It will be a while until we have the final report, but we have some initial findings. They found a shipping container that had been rigged up as a sniper's hide. It was insulated to conceal any thermal signature. The shooters had spent at least a few days living in it, waiting for the president's arrival." "So it was definitely a sniper team, just like General Yedid told Dr. Bellinger," Reece said. "That's what it looks like. 2 simultaneous shots targeted the Russian president, one connected. The other hit the column next to him. They found 2 U.S.-made Shitak rifles with Night Force scopes, a ballistic computer, spotting scopes. The works." 2 shooters, 2 wind calls," Reece said. "Exactly. Then one of the shooters turns the gun toward the sniper that Freddie took out so that he couldn't talk. At that range, they wouldn't have been able to tell who was who. He was just shooting at a shape.
So the close-in sniper was supposed to take out POTUS?
That's the theory, but there's no one to interrogate. We confirmed that he was Gregory Issei, a sniper on President Zuberov's FSO protection detail. His grandparents were Ukrainians who were forcibly relocated to Russia decades ago. Andrenov's PR machine is spinning Issei as a nationalist with an axe to grind, but we're not buying it. He's a known associate of Andrenov's head of security, Yuri Vatutin. Of the long-range team, one of them was found dead in the container. Looks like his partner, whom General Yedid identified as Nizar Katan in his interrogation, took him out with a 9x18 before vanishing. The dead sniper has been positively ID'd as Tasho al-Shishani.
So, one sniper shoots the close-in shooter on President Zuberov's Overwatch, who was supposed to take out POTUS, only it turned out to be Freddy. Then Nizar kills Tasho before getting away?
That's how it looks, Reece.
How did they even know President Grimes would be there? That was close-hold information. We didn't even know until we got there.
We are digging into that now. The NSA is pouring their considerable resources into mining all electronic data that even comes close to touching Andrenov. Danreb isn't 100% convinced that he doesn't have sources in the U.S. government, but admits that it's highly probable that President Grimes's itinerary came from the Russian side late in the game. Andrenov still has an intelligence network loyal to him in Moscow, just waiting for him to take the reins and promote them into what they see as their rightful positions of power. Danreb's analysis is that the primary target was President Zuberov, and that when Andrenov found out that President Grimes would be there, they activated Issei. President Grimes was a bonus, and his assassination by a Ukrainian nationalist would have ensured the U.S. wouldn't oppose a Russian move into Ukraine.
And to think we got here from simply trying to flip Mo to give us Nawaz, Reece said, shaking his head. Where did the sniper weapons come from?
ATF is looking into that, along with State, since a lot of their gear was ITAR restricted. Somebody pulled a string with SOCOM and had the rifles shipped to Turkey. That's not easy to do. We're not sure who did it yet, but we'll find out. It will be a short list.
And the Novichok? How did that come into the picture? Reece asked.
Yedid connected Andrenov with the head of Assad's chemical weapons program, who, for an ungodly fee, provided the compounds to a cell whose job was to release the toxin into the colonnade in Odessa. 500 grams would have killed everyone there and untold thousands in the vicinity. That's a softball-sized portion, Reece. Exposure of that magnitude is 80 to 90% fatal, and if you were to survive, the neurological damage would be so severe that you would wish you were dead. It's not water-soluble, which means you can't decontaminate an exposed site. The entire area wouldn't have been habitable for the next 20 years, which is what we're looking at for the catacombs now. All known entrances and exits have been hermetically sealed up by hazmat teams. Thanks to your actions, the only Novichok casualties are the 4 terrorists you entombed down there.
But that doesn't make sense. They were already planning to kill the president. Why plan a chemical attack as well?
Andrenov knows our security protocols almost better than we do. He's also a geopolitical strategist. I talked with our chem-bio guys. They estimated that the amount of toxin Andrenov's team had ready to disperse would have killed 200,000 people. The president's limo is equipped with an overpressure system designed to keep the outside air out and seal it off from a chemical or biological attack. The idea is, if the Secret Service got the president to his vehicle, he would be protected. The president of Russia had a similar countermeasure in his vehicle. The snipers were for the presidents, and the Novichok was for the crowd and the worldwide response to a CBRN attack. It qualifies as a weapon of mass destruction, and you know what that means.
Reece did know what that meant. An attack by a country or entity with WMD meant all bets were off. The attacked country had carte blanche to respond en masse. From what Reece knew of Andrenov, it would have meant a consolidation of hardliners in power and tanks rolling into Ukraine. So Andy was right. Reece stated. This whole operation was about political positioning. Taking Zubrov out opens the door for Andronov to step up. A Russian nationalist ready to lead his country back to prominence as a dominant superpower. If a Ukrainian killed President Grimes, it would all but ensure the U.S. wouldn't put up more than rhetorical resistance to a Russian invasion of Ukraine. And a Chechen responsible for the death of President Zubrov would allow the Russians to possibly maneuver right up to the borders of Turkey and Iran. That's quite a land grab. And the Novichok nerve agent would seal the deal. The UN probably wouldn't even pass sanctions if Andronov moved forces south in response to counter a WMD threat at their border. Andronov needed both, Vic continued. He needed President Zubrov out of the picture, and he needed world opinion and support for an invasion of Ukraine. With Andronov convinced that Islam poses an existential threat to the long-term survival of ethnic Russians, Danreb thinks a hardline party led by Andronov would result in large-scale Muslim eradication efforts on a scale not seen since Stalin's Great Purge. Well, he's nothing if not thorough. There's something else, Reece. Novichok is different. Like I said, it's extremely stable in that it doesn't wash off. If the president brushed up against his vehicle, or against a contaminated Secret Service agent when they transferred him to Air Force One, even with a decontamination station, he wouldn't have made it. Well, he can thank Dr. Bellinger for going back in to question General Yedid. He did. He also wants to thank you, Reece. Reece's eyes narrowed. This assassination attempt and the chemical scare really shook him up. He's expedited the presidential pardons for you, for your friend Katie, and... Vic looked down at a file on his desk. For Marco Del Toro, Clint Harris, Elizabeth Riley, and Rafe Hastings. Reece nodded, remembering all that his friends had done to help him avenge his family and his team. There had been an emptiness to those killings, born of pure rage. Their purpose had been death unto itself. What he'd done since Freddy tracked him down in Mozambique had been different. The purpose of the killing he'd done on this new mission had been life. The president also wanted me to express his sincere condolences on Freddy's death and on the deaths of your family. Reece nodded again. He wants you to get that tumor of yours checked out ASAP. Any string he can pull, any favor he can ask, you just say the word. He wants you to get your surgery, and then he wants you to come back in. Back in? Like we talked about on the Kearsarge, Reece. He wants you to come work for me. We briefed him up on what we know about the past few months. Andronov, snipers, Amin Nawaz, Mohammed, Landry, a CIA mole, nerve toxins. It all gave him pause. He wants you to keep doing what you did to keep the country safe. Reece took a deep breath, seeing the smiling faces of his beautiful wife, Lauren, and little daughter, Lucy, waving goodbye on that last deployment, eternally frozen in time. They'd never grow old, feel hurt, pain, disappointment, joy, or love. They would remain forever young, an indelible fixture in his memory. Tell him I'll think about it, Reece said, remembering Freddy and the sniper still out there who put him down. I figured you'd say that. There's also this, Vic said, handing Reece a series of still photos taken from news footage of the event in Odessa. Reece stared down at them, unsure of what he was looking at. Who's this? That's Oliver Gray, Andronov's mole. Facial recognition has him in the colonnade just prior to the hit. We don't know where he is now. Reece looked closely at the photos, suddenly interested in what was on Gray's wrist. A vintage Rolex Submariner. Coincidence? Reece wondered. A lot of people wear Rolexes. When we find him, I'd like to know about it. When do we hit Andronov? Reece asked. We can't, Reece, at least not yet. That foundation of his has bought him a lot of friends, including plenty in Congress. He killed the president of Russia and attempted to kill the president of the United States. My partner's 3 little kids are about to bury their father, and you're telling me that he threw one too many fundraisers? He'll go down, Reece. It's just going to take some doing. We know he's behind all of this, but we've got to sell it to the right people. And we have to do this legally. We need tangible evidence, and trust me, we will find it.
We're tearing apart his electronic life right now.
Where is he? Reece asked quietly.
Reece, this agency has congressional oversight. We can't just kill whoever we want and keep it a secret. As much as we might want to.
Where is he? Reece asked again, his voice cold.
Working on that now, Reece.
Well, while you work on it, I'm going to take some leave. While I'm gone, could you have someone put together a timeline of Gray's movements, both duty stations and leave dates and locations for me, with a special emphasis on all travel between 2001 and 2004?
Of course. Why? Vic asked, a bit puzzled.
Just curious. Probably nothing. And could you get what you have on Andrenov during that same time frame? I'd appreciate it.
Vic nodded. I can do that for you, Reece. Does that mean you are coming on board?
It means I'm considering it.
I'll let you know when we coordinate the ceremony for Freddy's star on the wall. I know the president will want to be here too.
I'll be there. He stood, shook Vic's hand, and walked out of the office. Mr. Reece, Rodriguez's assistant said, stopping him on the way out and handing him a folder.
What's this? He asked.
You never set up your direct deposit, so those are your paychecks and some other documents from Human Resources.
Oh,
okay, thanks. Reece shoved the stack into his small pack and walked toward the elevators. On his way out of the building, Reece stopped at the memorial wall and placed the palm of his hand on the spot where Freddie Strain's star would be carved. I'll handle this, Freddie. Rest easy, brother. In his hotel room that afternoon, Reece pulled out the paperwork and glanced at each page. There was a welcome packet from Perryman Incorporated, a Rosslyn, Virginia-based company that he'd never heard of that apparently was his current employer. There were a handful of paychecks, some information about setting up a direct deposit service, and a letter-sized envelope with a crest and H.M. Treasury of Westminster, London, printed as a return address. Intrigued, he opened the envelope, tossed it into the small trash can below the desk, and opened a letter printed on heavy embossed stationery. It was signed by the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the Permanent Secretary of the Treasury. He skimmed the letter and quickly retrieved the envelope from the trash. Inside was another slip of paper. A check in the amount of $4,171,830. It was the 3 million British pound reward for the killing of Amin Nawaz, courtesy of Her Majesty's Treasury. God save the Queen. Chapter 89. Rest in Virginia, October. Reece turned on the television in his hotel room as he packed a small bag for his trip south for Freddie's funeral. The late President Zubarov wasn't even in the ground when the talking heads in Washington began suggesting that he be replaced with proven leader and global philanthropist Vasily Andrenov. Senator Philip Stanton, another protege of super lobbyist Stuart McGovern, was one of the leading voices supporting Andrenov's return to Russia. Stanton, who always insisted that combat wounded Ranger veteran accompany his formal title, had become a staple on the cable news channels since his election to the U.S. Senate. Stanton had won the Wisconsin Republican primary and breezed through the general election thanks, in no small part, to his status as a veteran of the Iraq War. Though he did serve as an Army officer in Iraq, his position as a signal officer meant that he rarely left the safety of the forward operating base to which he was assigned. On one of his few forays outside the wire, his unit's convoy was struck by an IED. The 19-year-old private first class driving his vehicle slammed on the brakes, causing then Lieutenant Stanton to suffer a laceration on his forehead when his head hit the dashboard of the up-armored Humvee. He put himself in for a Purple Heart after receiving 2 stitches on his forehead. The same award that went to the young men who were killed in the lead vehicle that took the full force of the explosion. He spent the rest of his deployment writing a book about his overseas exploits and had reserved the web domain www.philipstantonforpresident.com
years before. He now had 3 books published, all ghost-written, leading some of his former soldiers to joke that he had completed more books than deployments. Stanton wore a dark gray suit with a miniature Ranger tab and Purple Heart ribbon on the lapel, and had grown a beard to complete the special operator look that had become popular on social media. Reece shook his head as the senator espoused his expertise on global strategic policy thanks to his single overseas assignment as a junior officer. Calling himself a Ranger was intentionally misleading. He attended the Army's grueling 8-week Ranger School after completing the Signal Basic Officer Leaders course, but never served in the famed 75th Ranger Regiment. Technically, he was Ranger qualified or Ranger tabbed, but was not Ranger scrolled. Having worked with Rangers on numerous deployments, Reece had nothing but respect for their capabilities, professionalism, and bravery. By calling himself a Ranger, Stanton was intentionally misleading the public to believe that he had been a member of the elite Special Operations Unit, rather than a graduate of the school. There was no dishonor in being a Ranger-qualified signal officer. Why did guys like this have to make a good story better? Not really stolen valor. Borrowed valor, perhaps? Once again, Senator Stanton stated in a tone that made Reece think he'd practiced his delivery more than a few times. We have seen Islamic extremism rear its ugly head in its desire to build a worldwide caliphate. The murder of President Zubarov was yet another battle in the broader conflict. Russia needs a proven leader in the struggle against these terrorists. If the U.S. doesn't act, our democracy could be next. To think that a fellow combat leader like President Grimes was nearly killed by these terrorists sickens me. We need a leader in Russia who will stamp out this aggression before it spreads. Vasily Andrenov has devoted his life to providing aid to the most impoverished countries in the world, and he understands the geopolitical struggles of our time. The United States and the broader international community should support immediate elections in Russia. Andrenov would be a key U.S. partner in Moscow, and together, the United States and Russia can defeat Islamic extremism wherever it appears. The host of Morning Edition turned to Senator Bowles, who sat flanking her Senate colleague at the news desk, with her hands folded in front of her. This is a rare issue on which the senator from Wisconsin and I can agree, she began. Though I don't share his characterization of the many peace-loving Muslims in places like Chechnya and Syria, I do believe that Vasily Andrenov would be a natural choice to lead Russia in this time of crisis. The achievements of Mr. Andrenov's foundation speak for themselves, and he would be a steady hand to stabilize the unrest that is seizing his country. His leadership would help stop the spread of toxic nationalism in Ukraine and help bridge the divide between Russia and the United States, as well as the European Union. Well, the host responded, when 2 leaders of our highly partisan Congress can agree on something like this, the world should take note. As pictures of a presidential-looking Vasily Andrenov filled the screen, Reece press-checked his cig and deliberately placed it into the holster on his belt. Stuart McGovern smiled as he watched the monitor backstage in the green room. Both senators had delivered their talking points perfectly, and Stanton was even sounding presidential on foreign affairs. If he could actually get Andrenov elected president of Russia, he would turn his greatest client into his most lucrative financial asset. Every U.S. company wishing to build a business relationship with Russia and its vast natural resources would have to hire his law firm to make the deal. He would be the de facto trade minister of Russia. Maybe he would buy that house in Aspen that his wife had suggested they add to their growing list of properties. Chapter 90. Beaufort National Cemetery, Port Royal Island, South Carolina, October. The service had been solemn, but at times humorous, as the pastor honored the life of Senior Chief Petty Officer Frederick Alfred Strain, retired. It was obvious that the man knew him well, despite Freddie having moved to Beaufort just a few months earlier. Reece figured this must have been Joni's congregation growing up. The church was crowded with family and friends as well as former and active SEALs. The media stayed away. None of them had yet made the connection between the attempt on the U.S. president and a local veteran's funeral. Reece rode in the limousine at Joni's request as the procession made the short trip to the nearby veterans' cemetery. It was a beautiful spot in South Carolina's low country. Live oaks dripping in moss shaded the graves of soldiers who had fought on both sides of the nation's bloody Civil War and every conflict since. Freddie would rest, surrounded by fellow warriors. Reece helped Joni out of the limo and gazed upon the line of cars parked along the cemetery's asphalt driveway. A supercharged Range Rover with a custom flat black paint scheme and green Vermont plates caught his eye. The door opened, and a tall, fit man wearing a dark suit emerged. His eyes found Reece within seconds, and even at 100 yards, Reece recognized Rafe Hastings. At the graveside ceremony, before military honors were rendered, the pastor read a passage from Isaiah chapter 6, verse 8. To some in attendance, it had a special significance. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall I send? And who will go for us?" And I said, "Here am I. Send me." Vic Rodriguez presented Joni with the folded American flag, and the SEALs in attendance lined up to press their golden tridents into the mahogany veneer of their brother's casket. Reece joined the line of frogmen, reaching into his pocket to run his thumb over the insignia that represented the Brotherhood. Superimposed over an anchor signifying the naval service were a trident spear, an eagle with its head down searching for prey, and a musket that was cocked and ready for war. Those symbols represented the three mediums in which SEALs operate: sea, air, and land. For a moment, Freddie's casket was replaced with that of Reece's wife and daughter, his teammates lining up to render similar honors. Reece closed his eyes, then opened them and looked at Joni, her arms around two of her three children, a daughter just shy of her teen years, and 7-year-old Fred Jr., providing them comfort and support. Sam could not attend due to his genetic condition and was at home with a caretaker provided by the church. Reece removed the protective backings from his trident and placed it on the coffin. He looked back to Joni, then at the casket that held his friend, before slamming his fist down onto the Navy SEAL trident and cementing it into the mahogany, his dark sunglasses concealing his pain. As Reece passed the grieving widow, little Fred Jr. pushed himself off his chair and stood before the coffin. Then, standing at attention, he slowly lifted his hand in salute. He remained standing until the last trident was embedded in its final resting place. There was not a dry eye in attendance. At the conclusion of the ceremony, the assembled parties gathered into groups of friends and loved ones. Soon the team guys would find an Irish pub and give Freddie a proper send-off. The local sheriff's office was informed of the commando's death and had offered to drive any of the SEALs where they needed to go, no questions asked. Reece offered condolences to Strain's parents, whom he'd met years before, and stood uncomfortably between the groups, not feeling particularly at home among any of them. He was all too aware of the toxic environment created by some of the senior officers. The late Admiral Pilsner still had some friends in high places, and Reece didn't want to put any of the active-duty SEALs in a bad position, with rumors of them being too chummy with the man who had blown the Admiral into tiny bits in his own office. Reece felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see Vic Rodriguez. "Thanks for being there for Joni and the kids, Vic. Freddie was one of my guys. I brought him in. You're one of mine, too, Reece. We can talk about that later. I owe you a thank you, though. I got the Queen's check. Didn't think you guys would actually follow through with that. I told you it was part of the deal. Regardless of what you may think, Reece, even in the intelligence business, our word is our bond." Reece nodded. "I'm still working on the travel records for Gray and Andrenov. I should have it soon." "Thanks, Vic," he said, turning to leave. "There's one more thing, Reece. After you left my office the other day, I asked myself, what would my father do?" "What do you mean?" Reece asked, remembering the Bay of Pigs photo on Vic's office wall. Rodriguez pulled a manila envelope from his jacket pocket, handed it to Reece, nodded, and walked away. Reece peered into the envelope and saw part of an aerial photo. What the? He took a few steps away from the other mourners and looked at the contents of the envelope. Maps, photos, surveillance logs, and a flash drive. It was a target package. Distracted by the package, he almost didn't see Rafe approach. Unlike the suit that Reece had bought at a local men's store the day before, Rafe's was finely tailored and likely cost 10 times as much. His skin was tanned to a deep copper, making the scar on his face all the more noticeable. His sandy blonde hair looked sun-bleached from living in the elements. It was the eyes, though, that set Rafe apart. Those glowing green eyes. If he hadn't opted to spend his life as a frogman, rancher, and businessman, he could have gone to Hollywood. Reece shoved the envelope into his jacket pocket and extended his hand to his friend.
Sad day, Reece.
It is, brother.
Were you with him?
I was, Reece confirmed. But I didn't see it. Sniper got him. We were in Odessa. He saved the president's life.
Figured that was it. Timing was too close.
Reece hesitated.
Thank you for what you did for me.
I owed you one.
Well, not anymore. I thought a lot about that on the boat, and about what's important. I have too, Reece. I don't blame you for anything that went down in Iraq. I want you to know that I was angry at the system, and truth be told, angry with myself.
Reece looked at his friend and knew it was best not to push.
I spoke to Uncle Rich, Rafe said, changing subjects.
He sends his best. He says that you saved Solomon's life, and that's what blew your cover. You're a good oak, Reece, you always were. Rafe broke into a rare smile as the men shook hands.
Freddie told me what your family did for Sam. Incredible.
Rafe nodded.
It was the least I could do.
Reece thought for a moment.
I have a question for you. Do you miss it?
Rafe thought for a moment before responding.
Not the action. The mission. I miss the mission. How would you like to avenge the deaths of both Freddie and your aunt?
Reece asked, bringing up the airline shoot-down he'd learned about in Mozambique.
2 birds with 1 stone. How do you know about that? The PHs, they talk too much. That Strela 2 that brought down her airplane, the guy that supplied that missile, is the mastermind behind President Zuberov's assassination and Freddie's death.
Rafe turned his green eyes toward the gravestones and then back to Reece.
When do we leave?
Chapter 91. Buenos Aires, Argentina, November. Oliver Gray loved Buenos Aires. It was so alive. It reminded him of Madrid, with its rich history and old-world architecture, but there was a spark here that Europe lacked. Spain's best days were behind her, but this nation had a bright future. San Telmo was not his favorite part of the city, but thanks to its Russian population, it was the safest place for him until things settled down. He would have loved to have explored his old neighborhood of Juncal, but the chances of being spotted there by someone from the U.S. Embassy were too great. This working-class neighborhood was home to a group of Russian expatriates to which, of course, Andronov's network was connected. Gray was to go to ground until the next phase of the operation unfolded. Once the inevitable elections were held, Gray would take his place at Andronov's side in Russia. He got a taste of his future home each day when he looked to the bright indigo domes of the Cathedral of the Most Holy Trinity, shrine to the Russian Orthodox religion that Andronov loved so deeply. Perhaps Gray himself would attend services there as part of his transformation. He took a bite of the Milanesa and washed it down with half a glass of the House Malbec, his third. The hearty meal made him crave a smoke, and he thought of the fresh supply of local flu-cured leaf that he'd bought for his pipe that morning. The operation had been a success, despite the escape of the U.S. president and the thwarted chemical attack. The linchpin of the entire plan was the assassination of President Zuberov and the subsequent blame game. Zubarov was lying in state in Moscow, and the international media was whipped up into a frenzy over the apparent alliance between Chechen, Syrian, and Ukrainian conspirators. It was a perfect storm, calculated and set in motion by a genius. Gray liked to think that he had picked the right mentor, conveniently forgetting that it was Andronov who had selected him. The sights, sounds, and smells of Buenos Aires brought him back to his first real field operation for Colonel Andronov, one that took place on these very streets more than a decade before. After he'd discovered the identities of the U.S. MACV-SOG recon team members operating in Laos in 1971 in the agency's files, Andronov had asked for his help in locating the team leader. Gray's research was thorough. So much time had passed that no alarm bells went off at CIA headquarters when an analyst requested files on CIA operations in Vietnam. It was ancient history. Gray discovered that the same SEAL chief petty officer who had led RT Ozark on the raid that had killed a senior Soviet officer had become part of the agency's clandestine service after leaving the Navy. The man had been one of the famed Cold War operators who had dedicated his life to countering the Soviet threat. Gray could still remember his excitement at having successfully completed his first mission, and could see the man's name clear as day at the top of the dossier. Thomas Reece. Oh, how the world is small. Though Tom Reece had retired from the agency, he was one of those hardcore spooks who'd never really left, and he had agreed to help with an operation in South America after 9/11. Gray had already recruited that sociopath Landry from the local embassy, and this had been his first true test of loyalty. The old spy had been wise, but age had slowed his reflexes, and the 4 sicariatos, assassins from the Los Monos drug gang in Rosario, whom Landry had hired to complete the task, had the drop on him. He bled out quickly in a dark corner of the German section of the Cementerio de la Chacarita, the city's historic cemetery. Gray glanced at the stainless steel Rolex that Landry had brought him back as a trophy, its colors faded and edges worn smooth by decades of hard use. The death had been ruled a homicide and attributed to a robbery gone wrong, thanks in part to the theft of the very wristwatch Gray had worn ever since. He wished he'd had the courage to have done the deed himself, but he knew his limits. His weapon was his mind. It was up to Neanderthals like Landry to do the dirty work. It was only after that operation that Gray had dug deeper into the agency files and had come to appreciate its importance. The Russian officer had been Andronov's father, and the death of Thomas Reece, the man who'd killed him in the steaming Laotian jungle, was revenge, decades in the making. That Gray had brought such closure for Andronov cemented their relationship. By avenging the death of Andronov's father, Gray had found a father figure of his own. A father who was poised to become Russia's next leader. A president who would lead Gray's ancestral homeland back to greatness. All it would take now was patience, a virtue that was easy to embrace in the land of silver. Chapter 92. Basel, Switzerland, November. Yuri Vatutin always felt exposed on Sundays. He had warned Colonel Andronov more than once that his monthly church visits made him a predictable target, but the old spymaster was stubborn about the church. They could vary the 3-mile route over one of 4 bridges that crossed the Rhine without venturing across the borders of either France or Germany, but when leaving the compound and arriving at the church, they were completely exposed. He subconsciously tapped his left side, feeling the spare rifle magazine concealed beneath his suit jacket, the way a civilian would confirm that he was carrying his wallet. Once he'd received word from his men that the route appeared clear, he nodded to his man at the door. The front door opened, and Andronov walked toward the idling Mercedes with an extra spring in his step. They had been successful in putting the weak Zubarov in the ground, which had been their primary objective. Killing the President of the United States had always been a long shot. Icing on the cake, as the Americans were fond of saying. Even though he had lived, the world believed that Zubarov was assassinated by lunatic jihadis out of the Caucasus. Even NATO would have to support a Russian military response. Andronov's people in the Russian government were already setting the stage for the former GRU officer's return. It was only a matter of time before he would lead Russia back to greatness. Yuri noticed that Andronov was wearing a gold double-headed eagle coat of arms on his lapel. The pin was more than 100 years old and had belonged to one of the Tsar's ministers. Russia needed a leader, and Colonel Andronov was already dressing the part. After a final radio check, the gates opened and the three-vehicle convoy began to move. Once they made their way out of the tight confines of the residential neighborhood, their route would take them through the city and across the river on the A2, a modern highway that left few spots for likely ambushes. Yuri looked over his shoulder as they approached the on-ramp. Andronov was reading a Russian-language news site on his iPad. The chase vehicle was right where it should be. Their path took them past the rail depot and below a concrete scramble of highway overpasses as they exited the A2. Yuri clutched the grip of his AK-9 as they took a sharp left turn, crossed a small two-lane bridge, and steered through a roundabout on Rienring. Their right turn took them into the narrower neighborhood streets near St. Nicholas and into a more vulnerable position. 2 more turns. 1 minute out, coming south on Hammerstrasse, Rafe said into his radio. Reece nodded to Mo and turned to the north. His position on the 6-story apartment rooftop gave him a clear view above the trees that lined the narrow road. 30 seconds later, he saw the 3 black vehicles emerge. The S600 sedan was flanked fore and aft by matching black AMG sport utility vehicles. As the lead car slowed to make the right-hand turn onto Ammerbachstrasse, it did so directly beneath Reece's position. The vertical range to the target exceeded the horizontal distance. The shot was basically straight down. He pulled the black cocking lever downward and trained the sight on the roof of the sedan below. As the sedan made the turn, he pressed his gloved thumb on the red trigger button. The solid rocket motor ignited in milliseconds, sending the fin-stabilized PG-32V 105mm anti-armor heat round hurtling toward the target at 140 meters per second. To Reece's eye, it was as if the car exploded the instant he pressed the trigger. The rocket's shaped charge detonated upon impact with the lightly armored roof of the S-600, sending a stream of liquefied metal into the passenger compartment. The overpressure from the explosion blew the roof off the Mercedes and sent fragments of window glass in every direction, along with what was left of Colonel Vasily Andronov, his head of security, and their driver. The remainder of the detail performed admirably, despite the traumatic brain injuries that each of them sustained in the blast. They emerged quickly from their SUVs, the windows of which had all been shattered, and set up a hasty perimeter around the mangled and burning sedan. Some of them scanned the nearby rooftops, the muzzles of their suppressed carbines trained upward. With car alarms blaring and the sirens of emergency vehicles sounding in the distance, Mo made a show of rappelling down the face of a building at 192 Hammerstrasse, in full view of multiple surveillance cameras and onlookers filming the scene with their smartphones. In all the confusion, no one noticed the tall, bearded Caucasian male climbing into the white Audi rental car driven by American citizen and Zimbabwean expat Rafe Hastings a block away. As Swiss, German, and French security forces scrambled to find the Middle Eastern abseiler, the 2 old friends began a leisurely, if circuitous, drive toward the French border. That evening they boarded a Global Express jet at Nice Côte d'Azur Airport, with a final destination of Billings, Montana. There would be a brief stop at Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport for fuel and to allow 1 passenger to deplane. As much as he loved to get off the grid and decompress at Rafe's ranch, Reece had a reporter to see. As the aircraft reached its cruising altitude and passed above the Bay of Biscay, Reece pulled a bottle of Basil Hayden's bourbon, Freddie Strain's favorite, from the bar and poured 2 triple shots over rocks. Handing one to Rafe, Reece raised his glass in tribute to their fallen brother, repeating the words immortalized by legendary SEAL Brad Kavner. To those before us, to those amongst us, to those we'll see on the other side, Lord, let me not prove unworthy of my brothers. Until Valhalla, Freddy. Chapter 93. Naples, Florida, 6:00 a.m., Christmas Eve. Christmas was always an extravagant affair for the McGovern family, and their new winter home had enough bedrooms to house 3 generations comfortably. Despite Andrenov's untimely demise, Stuart McGovern still had a powerful client list and much to celebrate. The previous night's bar tab had been a hefty one at the Country Club of Naples, so only the youngest grandchildren were awake when the battering ram shattered the paneled cypress front door of the multi-million-dollar home. McGovern was awakened from his Scotch-induced slumber by the screams of his wife as the black-clad helmeted agents entered their expansive bedroom with M4s at the ready. The home was cleared within minutes. Shocked and bleary-eyed family members were gathered in the living room as one of the members of the Joint BATFE FBI task force read the search warrant aloud. The elaborately decorated 14-foot Douglas fir surrounded by wrapped presents made for a tragic backdrop as adults, teenagers, and small children knelt on a Persian rug with their hands on top of their heads. All eyes were on the family's patriarch, still clad in his silk pajamas, as he was led past his children and grandchildren in handcuffs. The reactions of the family members ranged from horror to disbelief, and in the case of Mrs. McGovern, righteous indignation. Though there were no reporters at the residence to film McGovern's uncharacteristically disheveled appearance during his perp walk, plenty of camera crews were present outside his D.C. office, where agents in lettered windbreakers carried box after box of documents and hard drives into waiting cargo vans. The 96-page indictment included a range of charges and, thanks to the sworn statements of 2 U.S. senators who had flipped on him in order to escape prison time, the Department of Justice's case was a solid one. Senator Lisa Ann Bowles was extremely helpful in providing information on her former friend, admitting she had directed her staff to facilitate the transfer of sniper rifles in violation of ITAR restrictions, one of which had fired the bullet that had killed the Russian president. Though the Congressional Ethics Committee already had her in their sights, she was more than willing to cooperate with the U.S. Attorney's Office to avoid federal prison. The investigation into McGovern resulted in collateral damage for Wisconsin Senator Philip Stanton, when it was discovered that the veterans' charity he spent so much of his time promoting and fundraising for was a slush fund, used to support his family vacations and multiple not-so-successful business ventures. Investigators determined that he had diverted funds from the foundation to pay the ghostwriters of his books that exaggerated his wartime exploits to advance his political career. In addition, foundation dollars had been used to buy large quantities of his books in order to game the system and ensure they were purchased in a way that guaranteed they made the New York Times bestseller list. Added to that indignity, email traffic exposed his affair with the highly compensated executive director of the foundation, a fact that didn't align with his family values conservative facade. He quickly turned against McGovern and, like Bowles, would stay out of jail but was forced to resign his Senate seat due to the outcry from his constituents and media back home. The results of the search warrants executed on McGovern's home and office would no doubt add to the list of charges, but law enforcement officials felt it necessary to move ahead with his immediate arrest for national security reasons. His bank accounts were frozen and most of his assets were seized, a move that would make his costly legal defense a challenge. The timing of the Christmas Eve arrest was, according to law enforcement officials, a mere coincidence. Deputies of the Collier County Sheriff's Office had formed a cordon to seal off the cul-de-sac where McGovern's home was located. Among the contingent of federal and local law enforcement officers was a man with dark features and short hair. He was given a courtesy call earlier the day before and had made the drive down from Tampa along with agents from that FBI field office. He walked with a limp. Sergeant Major Jeff Otakte's eyes didn't betray a thing as one of Washington's most powerful lobbyists was ushered into the back seat of a black Chevy Tahoe by armed federal agents. It was the first time he'd circumvented the chain of command, going around his boss in the SOCOM acquisition office. With results like this, he might have to do it more often. Chapter 94. Beaufort, South Carolina, 10 o'clock p.m., Christmas Day. Joni Strain was seated at the kitchen counter surrounded by vestiges of the holiday. Stray wrapping paper was scattered among small stacks of presents, and the dishes that didn't make the first washer load were stacked in the sink. She was spoon-feeding Sam plain oatmeal, one of the few foods he could eat, as she watched cable news coverage of the shocking arrest of political lobbyist and former Senator Stuart McGovern. Sam couldn't share in the Christmas dinner earlier with the rest of the family. He required one-on-one care and needed every bit of her attention. Her two other children had gone to bed an hour ago, and her parents had long since left after an exhausting day that required them all to wear forced smiles for the sake of the kids. Like most moms, Joni was an expert multitasker, feeding Sam with one hand while she went through a stack of mail with the other. Anything to postpone the depressing task of cleaning up what was left of Christmas dinner by herself. It wasn't like they had never spent Christmas alone. Freddie had been deployed for many a holiday, leaving Joni to push the dangers of his chosen profession to the back of her mind. That's how women like Joni survived. They focused on the kids. They focused on running the household. They focused on living. Every now and then, the fear they worked so hard to lock away would find its way out, roused from the recesses of the mind by a news broadcast announcing the deaths of U.S. servicemen in a Humvee, a helicopter, or on a raid. In those moments, Joni had always glanced toward the door, wondering if Freddie was among the dead and if at any moment she would hear the dreaded knock. That knock had come for Joni and her children. Freddie would never again bound through the door to scoop his kids into his arms or sweep Joni off her feet. She shook her head and fought back the urge to cry. She had to be strong for her kids. She had to be strong for little Sam, and she attempted to persuade him to eat just a bit more oatmeal before glancing back at the TV. A young female reporter was making a connection between the McGovern fiasco and a recent car bombing in Switzerland that had left a former Russian intelligence official turned global philanthropist named Vasily Andrenov dead. According to the broadcast, Andrenov had long utilized McGovern's services for access to the Washington, D.C. power establishment, and may have coordinated transfer of the ITAR-restricted weapons used in the Russian president's assassination. A terrorist and former Iraqi commando named Mohammed Farouk was wanted in connection with Andrenov's death, but had thus far evaded capture. The weapon used in the attack was suspected to be a Russian-designed RPG-32 that had been supplied by Russian intelligence assets to pro-Assad forces in Syria. A launch tube had been recovered from a rooftop above the scene. Joni smiled to herself as she imagined her late husband giving her 5 minutes on technical details on the RPG-32 had he been sitting there. Joni hadn't brought herself to open the condolence cards in the ever-growing stack of mail. She would get to them eventually, after the holidays, when the kids were back in school. As she sifted through the letters, sorting the personal ones from the bills, she saw an envelope from a local law firm she didn't recognize. Wonder what this is. Joni tore the end of the envelope open with her teeth and fished the letter out with her left hand. As she began to read, she dropped the spoon. Dear Mrs. Strain, this letter will serve as confirmation of establishment of the Samuel Strain Special Needs Trust, which was established by our firm on behalf of an anonymous donor. The balance of the trust is $4,171,830. Please call our office at your earliest convenience and we can discuss the details of this account. We are at your service. Sincerely, T. Sullivan IV, Esquire. Joni looked back at her son and began to cry. Epilogue. Athens, Greece, Kolonaki District, January. General Kusim Yadid admired the young, lithe body of his Russian escort for the evening. Maybe more than a few evenings if she was as good as he'd been promised. He'd requested a redhead, and instead this blonde Russian had been delivered. No matter. There were plenty of young Russian girls to keep him busy, and his future looked brighter than it had in quite some time. If this girl didn't work out, he could order another tomorrow. He'd be sure to confirm they understood. He wanted a redhead. Just northeast of the Acropolis, the Kolonaki district was the place to shop for those with means in Athens. Bars, restaurants, and art galleries were spaced between high-end boutiques where jewelry, clothes, and shoes cost a small fortune. General Yadid noticed he wasn't the only older gentleman with arm candy looking young enough to be the daughter, or in some cases, the granddaughter of those they accompanied. The shopkeepers didn't seem to mind the tight black dress she wore that made her look more or less like what she actually was. If they did, the serious-looking man in sunglasses who followed the couple at a respectful distance kept them on their best behavior. Yadid was able to afford the exorbitant prices for the clothes she admired, but he'd rather let her just look, to warm her up for what was to come. Some lingerie and shoes from Kalogiru should do the trick. He had already reserved a table at Cinderella nightclub, one of the trendiest clubs in the city, where patrons could dance to music from the 70s and 80s into the early hours of the morning. It was just down the street from their next stop in the ancient city, heralded as the birthplace of democracy. He'd decided on seafood tonight and steered his companion toward the world-renowned Papadakis restaurant. He favored the kakavia soup to start, while finishing his vodka before switching to a nice bottle of Marquis de la Guiche Le Montrachet to go with his main course. Probably a grouper with truffles. Too bad the exquisite wine would be entirely lost on the young girl by his side. It didn't quite compare to the meals prepared by his private chef on the shore thing, but it would have to do for now. The yacht he usually rented was still impounded, but his American benefactors should have him back on the high seas soon enough. Appearances had to be kept up, after all. In exchange for information, the CIA was allowing him to continue working in his past profession, and even keep the money he earned from brokering teams of Syrian mercenaries around the globe to those willing to pay. In exchange, he was expected to feed the agency information on all transactions. The Americans were even compensating him, albeit a small pittance, for his troubles. If the time came when he could pass them information that helped thwart a 9/11-style attack on their homeland that resulted in a blown cover, then they had a nice property waiting on him in horse country outside Washington, D.C., for his retirement. He wondered, how hard would it be to find Russian hookers in Northern Virginia? All in all, his was not a bad deal for someone who had hired the team that had successfully assassinated the Russian president and almost killed the American one. This was a high-stakes game, and Yadid knew that if he was discovered to be working for the Americans, he could expect to be skinned alive before his beheading, as a warning to others who might be tempted to side with what the Iranians called the Great Satan. He felt fortunate he hadn't ended up like his associate Vasily Andrenov, blown to bits by perpetrators yet unknown. He knew he was lucky to escape with his life after the American commandos had stormed his boat, and even luckier to have made a deal with that CIA doctor. He shuddered at the thought of the small, academic-looking man with the pelican cases, and he was smart enough to know not to press his luck. The agency had set up surveillance on Yadid for a month to establish his pattern of life, run counter-surveillance, and ensured that his tradecraft was polished enough to communicate with his case officer working out of the American embassy. Once they felt comfortable, they had backed off to allow him to continue to build his business while gathering intelligence for his new masters. Mohammed Farouk waited patiently outside and just down the street from the Syrian general's flat. the 1988 Mercedes G230 wagon blending in perfectly with the night's light traffic going to and from the more popular night spots in Athens. The general had retired earlier than usual, just shy of 2 a.m., and had even opened the gate for his companion. This one looked to be about 20. The large bodyguard followed, scanned the street, eyes coming to rest on Mo's vehicle, before closing the gate, ensuring it was securely locked, and walking up the steps to the front door. 20 minutes later, the G-Wagon's passenger side door opened, and a tall Westerner in dark clothes slid inside.
"Thought we might be doing this another night, my friend," Mo said, turning to face the American.
"Nope. It happens tonight," James Reece replied. "Do you have what I asked for?" Mo reached into the back seat and handed Reece a leather satchel and a pair of black gloves.
"It's in there. The pistol's a bit on the antique side. If investigated, it will be traced back to a deceased Bratva enforcer,"
Mo said, referencing the Russian mafia.
"It certainly won't be linked to anyone who will lead them to either of us."
After putting on the gloves, Reece reached inside and pulled out a small, black pistol. Inspecting it, he looked at Mohammed with a questioning eye. "Will it work?"
"It will work for your purposes."
Reece ejected the magazine from the Beretta M1934 pistol and pressed down on the top round with his thumb to ensure it was fully loaded. Then inserted it into the weapon and racked the slide before engaging the safety. Chambered in the small 9mm Corto, known to Americans as 380 ACP, it wouldn't have been Reece's first choice, but he was pleased that the old pistol was fitted with a suppressor. Stealth was an important component of tonight's operation. Reaching back into the bag, Reece extracted a small box and carefully cracked the hinge to find a bottle wrapped in an old rag.
"I wasn't sure you'd be able to get this. How'd you do it?" "Reece, I am now one of the world's most notorious terrorists, thanks to you and the CIA. My Nawaz-affiliated networks are still in place. I say the word and it gets done. You'd be surprised at how deep these cells are embedded into both the Western and Eastern worlds, my friend."
Reece nodded.
"I know this is non-sanctioned, so I won't ask too many questions," Mo continued. "There are easier ways for the CIA to liquidate their own asset than by sending you to Greece. Were it not for you, I'd still be working for Landry, may God curse him for eternity. So whatever you need, I shall provide."
"Thanks, buddy. Is your man inside?"
"He is. With Yazid's protective detail either dead or in a black site prison, he needed someone with the right credentials, a Syrian, who just happens to work for me," Mo said with a sly smile. "The CIA will get their money's worth out of me, I assure you. Pity the same cannot be said for our Syrian general."
"I know they will, and I'm going to do what I can to get you out of this deal. I'll need some time, but I'll make it happen."
"Gratitude, my friend. Eventual freedom from indentured servitude, I believe you call it."
"Something like that. After tonight, there are 2 more people I need to put in the ground, the men directly responsible for Freddy's death. As far as I can tell, the CIA doesn't know where they are yet. As soon as I use all assets at the agency's disposal to find them, I'm out."
"So, we shall work together once again at the behest of American intelligence, just like the old days in Iraq."
"Looks that way," Reece affirmed.
"Inshallah. One day, we shall both be free."
"Inshallah," Reece responded. Reece looked at his watch.
"Let him know I'm coming."
Mo texted a single word via his cell phone and nodded to Reece.
"He knows. I'll be here if you need me. Allah yusalmak."
Reece exited the vehicle, pulled the satchel over his shoulder, and moved up the street toward his target. What was taking her so long? She'd enjoyed dinner and downed her share of wine, followed by champagne at the club. He hoped she hadn't passed out on his bathroom floor. He liked watching her dance, turning down the advances of men much younger than he, returning to him when he'd beckoned. Back at his flat, she hadn't been interested in the drugs, instead having a final drink before going to the washroom to change into the lingerie he'd purchased for her earlier in the evening. She seemed genuinely attracted to him, a result of the unnecessary but pleasant whining and dining. The sex was always better with these young ones if they thought it was more than just a business transaction. They still had hope. A sharp rap at the door startled him. "Mada to read," he shouted angrily from his bed. The door opened, and a man who was not his bodyguard entered the room, a black suppressed pistol in his outstretched hand. "Where is she?" the man asked in a tone that conjured images of death itself. Yedid looked to the nightstand drawer, knowing he could never make it to his Makarov pistol in time, then nodded toward the bathroom. Reece moved across the room, his eyes and pistol still trained on the overweight general in white boxers, propped up against the throw pillows, and opened the door. "Get your things," he said to the small blonde girl whose eyes betrayed a mixture of fright and dismay as he ushered her to the bedroom door and into the waiting hands of Yedid's bodyguard, who would escort her away. "Fucking traitor!" Yedid spat. "Do you know who I am?" Reece asked, his voice devoid of emotion. The general took a deep breath and eyed the intruder suspiciously in the dim yellow glow coming from a single lamp next to the bed. "Well, you are American, that I can tell. You can't be agency, as they have other means to contact me." "Ah, but this might be a test. The Central Intelligence Agency is famous for testing their sources to assess loyalty." "I'm not agency, and this is not a test. I'm here for information. Whether you live or end up like your buddy Andrenov depends on the quality of that information. Do you understand?" Yedid nodded slowly, digesting everything he'd just heard. He had not been a frontline soldier. He'd chosen an even more dangerous career path. He'd been a politician in uniform under Bashar al-Assad and his father, Hafez al-Assad, before him. He was more adept at political maneuvering in a game during which one small error or lapse of judgment meant torture and death. He'd played the game well. "I understand. What can I do for you?" "The sniper, Nizar Katan, and Oliver Gray. I need to find them." Yedid studied the bearded American, weighing his options. "I've told my handler everything I know. That's part of my deal," Yedid said, gesturing to the room. "I don't believe you are not agency. They are the only ones, how do you say it, privy to those names?" The small-caliber bullet entered General Yedid's right knee just above the kneecap, breaking bone and tearing cartilage and ligaments along its path before terminating its flight halfway through the thick mattress. The general's eyes opened wide in horror as he inhaled sharply at the pain, grabbing his leg, too shocked to even scream as his mind raced to catch up with what had just happened. Reece covered the 5 steps to the bed in less than a second, whipping the pistol down and across the Syrian general's face, careful not to impact the jaw or temple, instead shattering the cheekbone and leaving a nasty gash in its wake. "Look at me," Reece hissed down at the terrorist he knew was part of the conspiracy that left his friend's wife and children without a father, and had helped almost unleash a nerve toxin on a civilian population, all for money. Yedid looked up in a mixed state of shock and confusion. Who was this man? "I told you I'm not agency, but I do want answers." Reece stepped back and aimed the suppressed pistol directly at Yedid's head. "It's too late for the leg. You'll lose it above the knee. If you want to keep the other one and your life, I better believe what you have to say." "Yes, yes," the general panted, frantically trying to stem the flow of blood soaking his sheets. "Nizar and Gray, I need to know what you didn't tell the agency. I need to know where they are now." "I don't know. I swear to the Prophet I don't," Yedid pleaded. "The only prophet you worship is the god of money," Reece said, nodding toward an armoire set up as a bar with an assortment of drugs at the ready. "Then what do you want?" "I want you to guess. And it better be a good one. I know Andrenov hired you to put the team together, and I know that Gray wanted to run this himself.
which puts you at a severe disadvantage tonight. I need your best educated guess as to where they might go and who they might contact." His leg in tatters and his face dripping blood, the American, the very incarnation of death standing over him, General Yedid weighed his options. He thought once again about his pistol in the drawer, a mere few feet away, but decided that discretion was the better part of valor in this particular situation. He could talk his way out of this.
"It's so painful. I need something for the pain. Please."
Reece walked to the armoire and eyed the selection of drugs and alcohol, giving General Yedid a moment to contemplate his pain and his future.
"Vodka?"
Reece asked.
"Please. Yes, vodka,"
Yedid responded through gritted teeth. "Think carefully, Yedid. You don't want this drink to be your last." Reece kept an eye on Yedid in the mirror as he set his Beretta on the armoire and administered a healthy pour, taking a moment to empty the contents of a small bottle from his satchel into the liquid with his gloved hand. He picked up his pistol, turned back around, and approached the bloodied, overweight man, breathing heavily and still gripping his leg above what used to be his knee. The general looked up and reached for the drink. "Not yet, Yedid. First tell me where you think Gray and Nizar would go to ground."
Okay,
the Syrian said in defeat.
"As I told the CIA in my debrief, I don't know. What I can tell you is that Andrenov is connected, both in D.C. and in Russia. Gray certainly can't go back to the United States, and neither can Nizar, for obvious reasons, but they can go to Russia."
"Russia? But they assassinated the Russian president. Why would they go to Russia?"
"I see. You do not understand Russia. You are too young. My guess, from the looks of you, is that you spent your time in Iraq and Afghanistan."
"Continue," Reece commanded, holding the drink a bit closer to the Syrian.
"Russia is a puzzle even more complex than the Middle East,"
Yedid continued, still gripping his leg.
"Andrenov, though excommunicated from the echelons of power, still had supporters in the government who had hedged their bets in anticipation of his eventual return. But more important, he had deep connections to Russian organized crime, the Mafia. If I were to guess, I would speculate that the plan for this contingency was a fallback, involving the Bratva somewhere in Russia or in a Russian Mafia-controlled city."
"Who would they contact exactly?" Reece pressed.
"I don't know,"
Yedid prayed.
"How could I? That is Andrenov's territory."
"Who?" Reece ordered again, moving the pistol to the general's one good knee.
"I don't know, I swear to it. I don't know."
Reece contemplated the man before him, shot, beaten, crushed, and lowered the gun. "I believe you," Reece said, handing the general his drink. Yedid reached for it with both bloodied hands and brought it to his lips, taking 2 huge gulps of the strong liquor, closing his eyes in momentary relief from the torture this man had wrought. Something was wrong. Instead of the expected respite, he felt an intense burning in his mouth, followed quickly by a pain, sharper than anything he'd ever experienced, attacking his lungs and stomach. His eyes moved questioningly to the man standing over him, but were quickly torn away as they rolled back in his head, his back arching, the drink falling onto his chest, convulsions racking his body, as the dose of Novichok liquid-soluble precursor seized control of his musculoskeletal system and threw him into an exorcistic seizure. As fluid began to flow into Yedid's lungs, his mouth filled with a white froth that leaked down his chin and out of his nose, his body deteriorating into a writhing mass of agony. His last vision, before his respiratory system shut down and his heart seized, was of the American tossing his pistol onto the bed, looking down at him without a hint of remorse. Reece exited the building and made his way through the early morning darkness to the waiting Mercedes. He'd carefully removed his gloves and left them at the scene.
One of Mo's people would leave an anonymous message in Russian for Greek authorities that warned them of the contamination so that appropriate hazmat crews could respond. The flat would be uninhabitable for years to come. Traffic was extremely light, and none of the drivers paid much attention to the tall figure climbing into the passenger side of the older model German vehicle. He didn't dwell on what he'd just done. The Syrian general had been at it long enough to know that eventually the Reaper comes to call. Reece had gotten the information he needed. His sights were now set on Russia. It was time to hunt.